Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Electric Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was only 11 in the morning and Hawks had had a late start to the day, clocking in for patrol around 9:30. Yet during that time, he had stopped a robbery and a mugging and helped rescue people from a nasty car crash. Then to top it off, he had spotted a group of villains that were about to go into the mall with plans to blow it up. He couldn't help but laugh at their expressions when his feather suddenly lifted them into the air. But besides the point, he was used to doing this amount of work, but since he had accidentally slept in, he didn't get a full breakfast. So as he flew away from the mall to look for more trouble to handle, his stomach growled. He tried to ignore it, but it continued to growl, and Hawks began to feel his stomach eating his backbone. Fine, you win. How about some fried chicken? Hawks said to himself, as he dropped his shoulders in defeat. He had been hoping to hold out until a reasonable lunchtime, but his hunger was stronger than his willpower. As Hawks rounded a corner, he sighed and pulled out his phone. He hit speed dial 3 with number 2 being reserved for Endeavor and number 1 being for an old friend. The line connected and Hawks moved his goggles to press the phone against his ear. Mr. Hawks, so good to hear from you again. Would you like your usual? The woman on the other side said. From the woman's voice alone, Hawks felt better and he knew the chicken was the best he ever had. Yes, please, though can you add some extra wings on the side? Hawks requested as he flew over a traffic light. He heard a few of his fans call out to him, but his stomach made him focus on getting food. This breakfast again. The woman cheerily sighed. Hawks hung his head. How did that woman always know? Yes, he sheepishly said. While Ms. Kenkin's quirk worked with food and increasing its quality, Hawks would swear she had a second quirk that let her read people's minds. Though Hawks figured since she had been working at her restaurant for longer than he was alive, she had gained the skills to memorize people's orders and remember the context behind them. I'll make sure to throw in some extra sauce for you. They'll be ready within 20 minutes, Ms. Kenkin said with a small chuckle. You're the best, Ms. Kenkin. May you have a long life and always be able to make chicken delicious, Hawks said. Ms. Kenkin gave a small laugh and said, and you're my favorite customer. Hawks gave a laugh back and then ended the phone call, slipped his phone into his pocket, then readjusted his goggles. Hawks paroled as he made his way over to Ms. Kenkin's restaurant. Once the building was in sight, Hawks lowered himself to the street and walked the distance. He could have easily landed in front, but in the past, he had been chewed out by Ms. Kenkin about scaring her cat and birds. After the third earful, Hawks decided it was just easier to walk in. Hawks got a lot of attention as he walked to the street. He was a top 3 hero for a reason. And while Endeavor beat him in power, Hawks was easily more charismatic and popular. He smiled and waved to everyone who saw him, but soon his stomach demanded he walk faster. Hawks sighed once he reached the restaurant, quickly walking in, and the smell of fried chicken filled his body with energy. The doorbell chimed, alerting Ms. Kenkin, who was behind the counter, to Hawks' presence. Mr. Hawks, right on time. Your order is ready, Ms. Kenkin said, pulling a bucket of chicken seemingly out of nowhere. Hawks swore to himself that Ms. Kenkin had to have a magic ability for being to produce fried chicken that tasted than mana in such a short period. Magic, not a quirk, because there's no way a quirk this good could exist. As Hawks gave a few scratches to Ms. Kenkin's cat, a fat Maine Coon, as Ms. Kenkin put the fried chicken on the counter. Hey, Machai, how are you doing? Hawks said, getting a pleased purr from the cat. Hawks laughed as he walked over to the counter and pulled out his wallet. You're a lifesaver, Ms. Kenkin. You know that. Only for the millionth time you've told me, Ms. Kenkin said, accepting the money from Hawks and ringing him up. Ms. Kenkin handed over the change and the food. Hawks gave a deep bow to show his appreciation, then turned towards the door. He already had a second wing devoured by the time he was outside. Hawks walked across the street. Then after a fourth chicken wing to his mouth, took off into the sky. Hawks slowly ate the fifth wing as he flew over the city in a quick patrol, then handed over to his favorite spot to eat, which was on top of a large skyscraper, which gave him a good view of the city. Hawks lowered him onto the roof and then began eating his food. He enjoyed the sight of the afternoon sun. As he looked over the city he protected, the city had decided to give Hawks a chance to relax and enjoy himself, allowing him to take a small nap on the skyscraper. He felt the small breeze of the afternoon as he relaxed. He wished he could stay like this for a few, just enjoy the warm sunlight and not have to worry about anything else. But then he was drawn out of his nap as his phone rang. Hawks threw the second to the last wing into his mouth as he pulled out his phone. The piece he had gotten from his nap was instantly gone when he recognized the phone number as the Hero Public Safety Commission. Hawks sighed as he knew he was late for his evaluation, but honestly, he didn't care for it. Yet he knew he already had 2 strikes for the years and couldn't afford any more. He answered the call and acted dumb. Hello, this is Hawks. What can I do for you? We picked something on our sensors and we need you to check it out, the HPSC worker said on the other side. The voice cold and quick, not dealing with the pleasantries of small talk. That was only one of the issues Hawks had with the HPSC. Hawks stretched his neck. It popped a bit and he let out a sigh. Can't you get someone else to do it? I'm eating lunch. He knew he wasn't the only pro hero in the area, nor the only high-ranking one. Yet the HPSC just seemed to enjoy directing all their problems to him. You're the only one that can get it. It's airborne and is going supersonic. The HPSC worker said, and Hawks wasn't all that impressed. And it looks like Sutaku design. So, Hawks said, trying to act like that name didn't mean anything to him. He spat out the wing in his mouth, skillfully landing it in the bucket, before popping the last wing into his mouth. The taste of the wing could do nothing to pass back the annoyance he was getting from the call. Sutku is dead, so someone has his designs. Get them and bring the suit to us, the HPSC agent said, struggling not to sound frustrated. Hawks smiled at this tiny victory. And that concerns me. Why? Hawks asked as he rolled the wing in his mouth. It just stopped above Fukuoka, 2 miles south of your position, the HSPC worker said, as if he knew that would get Hawks off his butt and into the air. Which it did. Hawks didn't respond to the news of a potential villain being in his city. He quickly closed his phone and slipped it into his pocket. He bit down hard on the wing in his mouth and took off. He didn't exactly have a good history with the city he protected, but he loved the people within it. If a villain was going to attack the people, he would have to deal with Hawks. Hawks quickly spotted the villain. Its gold color easily gave it away against the white and blue horizon. Hawks always like it when idiot villains make themselves easily seen, always making his job of looking for them easier. Hawks watched as the villain hovered about the city skyline. It was moving its head around as if it was searching for something. Suddenly the villain turned around and looked at Hawks. With his presence known, Hawks drew his blade. He pulled his wing in close and then pushed them back, increasing his speed forwards. As he got in close, Hawks drew back his blade to be ready to attack. However, the villains didn't move. They kept perfectly still in the air. Hawks didn't miss a beat. He swung his sword, but the villain managed to dodge by dropping. Hawks' eyes followed the motion and he closed his wing to dive after the villain. The villain tried to back up and get away, but Hawks kept him in range. Hawks swung his sword whenever he got in close, but the villains always managed to dodge it. Finally, the villain shot back up into the air. Hawks noticed the light coming from the villain's feet. That must be the villain's method of flight. If Hawks knocked them off, then the villain would be grounded and have no choice but to surrender. As Hawks continued chasing the villain, he shot 2 feather forwards, aiming at the right boot. As the first feather got close, it disintegrated, so Hawks increased the speed of the second feather to make sure it hit before it was burned away. As Hawks' feather hit its mark, the villain stumbled a bit. It dropped through the air a bit before catching himself and continued to try and fly away from Hawks. The villain looked back at Hawks, then shot up into the air, but Hawks was right on his trail. The villain began to try and lower Hawks through the skyscraper, but Hawks had more experience and never lost sight of the villain. Yet the villain had enough speed that Hawks couldn't get any closer, and while Hawks was starting to enjoy the chase, he knew this was over as soon as the villain turned around a building that had an opening between its 2 sides. Hawks quickly shot through the open and met the villain on the other side. The villain stuck its hand out, slowing itself and stopping itself before it ran into Hawks. Hawks readied his feather sword, showing that the villain wasn't to make the wrong move. You interrupted my lunch. Hawks spat out the last bone to emphasize his point. I hope you've got a good issue. Oh my gosh, it's Hawks, the villain said, sounding least starstruck. Hawks wasn't expecting that response and not in that kind of tone. The villain had come out of nowhere and made Hawks chase him throughout the city. Why did he sound excited to meet Hawks, when Hawks was able to arrest him and was supposed to turn him over to the HPSC? So you know how I am. Then you know that I fight people who attack his city. Hawks said. He wasn't usually threatening. He never liked to portray himself like that. But having grown up around the HPSC and being a fan of Endeavor from a young age, Hawks knew how to act intimidating. Wait, hold on, the villain said. Suddenly the faceplate popped open, revealing a high schooler underneath. Hawks were caught by surprise and did a double take. As he looked over at the high schooler, Hawks became very confused. Then he realized the suit was armor. Was this the kid's Quirk? And what was he doing in Fukuoka? All right, you've got 5 seconds to explain, Hawks said, pointing his blade at the high schooler. The high school looked panicked and in a hurried voice asked, "Can I get like 20? Hawks raised an eyebrow at that, as it was the first time he had heard someone ask that. People usually began to rumble, tripping on their tongues as they tried to explain who they were so quickly. Hawks crossed his arms and said, "All right, sure. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm a first-year support student at UA High School. My father created the design for the suit that I'm wearing. This was my first full test flight and I wanted to see what it could do. I must have gotten lost in the upper atmosphere because I'm in Fukuoka now," Izuku said as he looked around, still with no idea of how he got to Fukuoka. He hadn't gone that high that he would get disconnected from the Earth's rotation. "UA, you say? Got any proof? To Hawks, it was clear that Izuku wasn't a threat. He was just a lost student. But unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the HPSC. Hawks remembered the HPSC had trouble with Saku a few years back. Clearly, they weren't done with him. I have my ID card with me. 1 second. Izuku looked as if he was reaching into his pocket, but forgot he was wearing his armor. His arm patted his leg, but then he began to wobble, so he quickly held his arm out to brace him and the repulsor turned back on. Crap, note to self, make pockets. Hawks sighed as he reattached his blade to his wings. Sorry kid, if you can't prove yourself, then I'm gonna have to take you in. You're wearing unregistered technology and causing the HPSC a headache. Wait, HPSC? What does the Hero Public Safety Commission want with me? Izuku asked, pulling off his helmet with his right hand while using his left to keep him steady. What would the HPSC want with him? He had never gotten in trouble, and the few times that had gotten closer was when Hatsum Industries had to deal with Mei's usual antics. You were wearing unregistered technology and went supersonic, and if you are to believe, traveled up to the upper atmosphere. And since you're not a pro hero, that's illegal quirk use. Now if you can't prove you're a UA student and that you have permission for this, I will treat you as a thug. Hawks explained. Wait, hold on, I can prove I'm UA. Just give me a second. Izuku looked down at his helmet and a thought occurred. Jebisu called Principal Nezu. Guiling Principal Nezu, Jebisu said, catching Hawk's interest at a potential third party in the mix. An assistant to Izuku perhaps, would make him an accomplice to all the charges, and the HPSC would want to meet them too. The phone call was picked up on the first dial. Hawks waited, and sure enough, Principal Nezu's voice came through. Hello Midoriya. I was under the impression you were doing a flight test today. What can I do for you? Izuku's voice got stuck in his throat a bit, but he managed to squeak out, yes, Principal Nezu. I'm currently in Fukuoka, trying to convince Hawks that I go to your school. Izuku then shot a concerned look at Hawk. Hawks is in the pro hero, Principal Nezu said, only showing a small bit of surprise, portraying more concern than anything else. Izuku was only supposed to fly around UA, and he had already gotten some notice from the teachers about students who noticed some gold flying fast around UA. Once the call stopped coming in, Principal Nezu had expected to get a call from Izuku or Mei, but it took longer than expected. Hawks flapped his wings, moved closer to Izuku, and looked down at the helmet. He had recognized the voice of Principal Nezu from the first word he said, and there was no way it was fake. Good afternoon, Hawks here. It's good to talk with you, Principal Nezu. Your student here, Izuku Midoriya, says he had permission to test his armor. Yes, he does. However, if he is in Fukuoka, then he is out of my jurisdiction. I only gave him permission to use UAS airspace. Midoriya, how is it that you are Fukuoka? Principal Nezu asked. Wanted to test how high and fast I could fly. Got lost on my way back from the upper atmosphere, Izuku said as he moved his left hand to rub the back of his head. But he stopped himself as he became unbalanced. He would have to work on that. 4 pivot points were enough, but it was over his hands and feet, and it was instinctually to move them. Hawks, would you mind disciplining my student for me? Principal Nezu asked. Hawks gladly biffed Izuku up alongside the head. Now would you mind escorting my student back to UA? Travel costs will be covered. Just get him back as soon as possible. I can do that, Hawks said, any excuse to lay around and travel. Before the phone call was over, Izuku thought it was prudent that Principal Nezu knew something, as it could become a bigger problem down the road. Principal Nezu, the HSPC noticed my flight. For the first time, Principal Nezu didn't have a reply, which was unusual for him. He had been hoping to keep Project Hero Suit and its completion a secret for a bit longer, at least until the sports festival. That was why Izuku wasn't supposed to leave UA airspace, but now that the HPSC knew about Izuku's suit, they would be furious when Principal Nezu wouldn't hand it over, so he would need to prepare for how they would respond. And with the past shown in a time, it wouldn't be nice and courteous. Now that is a concern, and I assume Hawks was sent to intercept you. Yes, Hawks confirmed. If you could send them my way, I'll explain the situation to them, Principal Nezu said, already preparing himself for the headache that was going to cause. He would need to hold them off until he could coordinate with Powerloader, as he was Hisashi's friend he went to when the HPSC came after him. They also mentioned Satku. Now, I don't generally concern myself with things like that from HSPC, but I do have to ask, how do you know about Satku? Hawks said, looking at Izuku. Izuku got a sheepish look. Hisashi Satku is my father and the one that designed this suit of armor. He left me the design before he died, and I've been working on them at UA. Hawks nodded. Hisashi had rarely brought up his wife and son, and Hawks had never learned their names, but there was no other way Izuku had Hisashi's designs. That's all I need to know. HSPC has been looking for his lab for the past few years. Once they learn of the suit, they are going to come demanding it. They can pry it from my dead cold body, Izuku said as his smile disappeared and he spoke in a hard voice. He had worked hard to make this suit. There was no way he was just going to turn it over. The HPSC could come over him all they wanted. He would just run circles around them. He had spent his life dodging Bakugo. The HPSC was just a bigger bully. Then his principal Nezu knew what Izuku was thinking. He said, "Midoriya, just get back to Ua. I will handle the Hero Public Safety Commission and whatever they throw. The best thing for you to do is to come back to UA. Don't worry about the commission, you're focused on Ironmonger." Izuku nodded his head. "I will." He then ended the call and slipped his helmet back on. He turned to Hawks and said, "Mind if we continue this on the ground? You broke one of my repulsors and my others are struggling to keep me airborne," Izuku requested. Hawks nodded and they began to slowly descend to the ground. Hawks landed softly, while Izuku landed with a loud thud. Hawks looked up and down the alleyway they landed in. The train station was a few blocks away. Hawks then turned back to Izuku. "There's no way to get that armor off of you, is there?" "No, not unless you've got my equipment or a sawbuzz with the same strength as All Might," Izuku said, slipping the helmet back off, catching onto what Hawks was thinking. A full gold suit in the middle of the public would be all over social media. The HPSC would be able to easily follow him to the train station. "Let's get you a jacket," Hawks said. Hawks had Izuku wait in an alley as he went across the street where a thrift store was. Hawks quickly went back to the coat section and grabbed the biggest one he could along with a baseball cap. After paying for them, Hawks made a mad dash back across the street and into the alleyway, where Izuku was found sitting cross-legged and trying to look at the bottom of his right foot. Catch! Izuku looked up and caught the coat and baseball cap. He attached the helmet to his side, then slipped on the trench coat and then slipped the hat over his hair. As Hawks led Izuku out of the alleyway, he asked, "What were you doing?" "You knocked one of my repulsor offline. I figured I would spend the time figuring out what exactly you broke, so I can repair it and get it working before the sports festival," Izuku said. "Sports festival, huh? Well, you're in the Hero Kraus. You're going to have eyes on you anyways," Hawks said, but stopped when Izuku shook his head. "I'm not in the Hero course. I'm actually from the support department," Izuku said. Hawks titled his head. "But with that suit you should have been." "Should have and probably would have passed, but the problem is I didn't have the suit. Only the gauntlets. Even then I didn't have any of the armor, so an attack from a three-pointer nearly broke them. Then I spent most of the test recovering from the attack. Luckily Powerloader took a chance on me and enrolled me into the support department. With the sports festival, any student that does well can be transferred to the Hero course. At least that's my plan." Hawks smirked and said, "Well, you gave me a good run, so you'll be running laps around those Hero students." Izuku smiled and said, "Yeah, they won't know what hit them." Izuku paused and then asked, "Hey, is there any way we can stop by my mom's work and show her the suit? She'll be happy to see I got it working." Hawks sighed and shook his head. "Kid, well, I'm glad for the excuse to relax on the train, but that is too much of a request for me. She'll just have to wait until the sports festival." Izuku gave a slow nod. He was in trouble with Principal Nezu and the HPSC, and he was lucky to have Hawks looking out for him, so he shouldn't be taking anything for granted. Besides, he could give her a call. So Izuku kept quiet until they reached the train station, where Hawks remembered Principal Nezu was going to reimburse him, so he brought 2 first-class tickets. Using the room to hide Izuku was an additional bonus. As the train wasn't going to arrive for another 30 minutes, the duo found a corner to wait in. Once the train arrived, Hawks began to present their ticket, though he didn't have to as the conductor began moving out of the way. Still, Hawks slipped the ticket into the man's hands and led Izuku into the train. They quickly walked to their compartment where Hawks quickly locked the door. As Izuku took off his jacket and hat, he said, "That man seemed surprised to see me. I think he was more surprised I was taking a train," Hawks said as he looked through the windows and then sat down on one of the benches. "Yeah, you don't seem the type," Izuku said as he took the other bench. After that, the room began to quiet and neither started a conversation until the horn blew and the train began moving forward. Hawks looked at Izuku, looking over the suit, and made a face at the shiny gold. "You should think about a better color scheme. The gold made you too noticeable. Sure, that can be useful for civilians to see you and feel safe, but with everything gold, it can hurt to look at you on a sunny day." Izuku laughed and said, "Yeah, like a giant mirror reflecting the sun." While the gold color wasn't entirely by choice, but the suit is made out of a gold titanium alloy, it was just par for the course. "Isn't that the same thing as satellites?" Hawks said. Remember that information from a random trivia night. 13 had been the only one that got the question right, though through her helmet, Hawks could tell she was quite pleased with herself. "Yeah, I'm thinking about painting over it with a dark green thermal paint, though maybe I should leave some gold accents," Izuku said, then looked down at himself. While wearing the suit wasn't uncomfortable, it made Izuku feel awkward. Imagine going to a Halloween party and you're the only one that decided to wear a costume. Sure, Hawks was wearing his hero costume, but it wasn't as eye-catching a suit that likes to be made of gold. With that, the compartment felt silent for half an hour, but eventually, Hawks got bored. He turned to Izuku and said, "So let me get this right. Your name is Izuku Midoriya. You're a first-year support student at UA High School. Your father Hisashi Sutku designed the armor you're currently wearing. Someone whose lab the HPSC has been looking for the last few years, but could never find. And you thought it was a good time to fly the suit into the upper atmosphere and faster than the speed of sound. There's room for additional weaponry, such as missiles. And I didn't know about the HPSC. After my father left, he didn't have much communication with my mother, and I grew up thinking he had abandoned him. It wasn't until I was 13 that I learned he was dead and left the blueprints to the suit to me. So I didn't know the HPSC was interested in it." Izuku said, "So how exactly does your suit fly?" Hawks asked. "Repulsor technology." Izuku showed his palms. "One of my father's inventions, and a close-guarded one at that. The only form I could ever find was the blueprint he gave to me in one file in UAS servers." Hawks was unconfused. The HPSC was under the impression that it was Izuku's quirk that allowed him to fly, and the suit was just protection, while the lights were support equipment helping Izuku direct his quirk. "So your quirk doesn't help you with that?" Izuku shook his head. "Why did everyone think that? My quirk is static cell. My body generates a high amount of static electricity, however I have no natural way to discharge it. This chest piece," Izuku pointed to his arc reactor, "siphons my body's electricity and powers my suit. Any other power source won't be strong enough to power my suit for more than a few minutes." Cool. I bet there is a lot of stuff that happens in the suit, but I'm probably not going to understand how it works, so I'm not going to ask. However, I will ask, do you have any plans to transfer to the hero course? Hawk asked. "Yes, I have a deal with the teachers that if I place well in the sports festival and pass the hero midterm exam, I'll be transferred." Izuku said. Some confidence appeared in his voice. Hawks had said earlier he had given the Pro Hawks a good chase. "Well, if you get transferred after the sports festival, I'll look for you for an internship," Hawks said with a smirk. He wasn't much of a teacher, but he did owe a few favors to Hisashi. And with how sloppy Izuku's flying was, Hawks figured any advice would help. "Really?" Izuku said, his voice showing how excited he was at the prospect of getting to work under the number 3 hero. He would have to learn as much as he could. "Yeah, you've grown a bit on me, kid. I like you. You remind me of a younger me. Well, slightly younger me. Free and feeling like you can take on the world with." Hawks paused as his phone went off. Hawks looked down at his pocket as his smile disappeared. "That's the HSPC. I need to take it." Izuku nodded as Hawks pulled out his phone and answered the call. "Yeah, it was Sutku's design." The UA student confirmed it. "Yeah, I said it was an UA student. First year in the support department. Said Hisashi Sutku was his father, and that is where he got the designs. I'm with him right now. Would he be available to talk with you?" Hawks looked at Izuku. "No, he doesn't not want to talk with you. Yes, he understands who you are, what he processes, and what kind of trouble he is. We are traveling to UA so I can hand him back to Principal Nezu. No, I am not willing to bring the kid to you. He is under Principal Nezu's jurisdiction. Besides, it is simply a matter of getting lost. Typically the kid can swing the matter of illegal quirk use. Moreover, no one got hurt, nothing was damaged, and nothing went horribly wrong. So no, he is neither a villain or a vigilante." "Well, that's your standards, not mine. What did you just ask me? So you're telling me I have 2 options. Talk to the kid and convince him to come talk with you, or beat the kid up and steal his armor." "Armor, he has told me I would struggle to break open, and what if I chose to do neither? Be suspended for a year, with no hero pay. Sounds like I would have a year of vacation." "Good, you understand. I'm not bringing the kid to you. Oh, by the way, Principal Nezu said he was willing to talk this over with you. No, the kid will not be in the same room with you. Oh, empty head is a new one. Anything else you would like to call me by, besides my name?" "Oh good, you're finished. Then good night." Hawks hung up the phone, put it on silent, and then took out the battery. He was down the day, and he wasn't going to be clocking off until he was back at his agency in his bed. "That sounded like an interesting conversation," Izuku said as he hit a small chuckle. "HSPC. Sometimes they act like I'm their dog on a leash. But don't worry about me. They really can't do anything to me. You, on the other hand, after your graduation, expect some hardship. Because once you become a hero, you'll no longer have Principal Nezu to protect you." Hawks warned. "I'll remember that," Izuku said. After ordering dinner and enjoying their meal, the occupants of the compartment filled their evening with entertainment. Hawks pulled out his phone and slipped his goggles back on. However, he slipped the visor up like it was a pair of headphones. Then, showing extreme control over his quirk, Hawks laid down on the bench while 4 feathers came out and held his phone in the air, allowing it to hover above him without him having to use his hands. A skill his trainer always told him was useless growing up. But Hawks never listened. He always enjoyed having quote-unquote useless skills, as holding his phone helped him gain better control over precise movement. On the other side of the compartment, Izuku had slipped his helmet back and looked over all of the data from his flight, his speed and the temperature of his suit as he climbed through the atmosphere. What caught him off guard was how hot his suit had gotten, as he had barely felt any heat, but the sensors had recorded his exterior temperature as nearing 530 degrees Celsius. Guess the gold titanium alloy of his suit did more than keep out the cold, but it was clear that if he wanted to go any faster, he would have to deal with more air friction and increased temperature. That made getting thermal paint more of a pressing issue. Though it was easy enough to get a standard batch, the internet was vast and anything could be found. So Izuku moved the data inside and began looking for thermal paint at different online stores. Most of what he was looking at could withstand the temperatures he was reaching. Yet he wasn't going full power, and if he wanted to travel at a higher speed, he would need to get better thermal paint. Maybe the Hatsums knew a good supplier. If not, Izuku could ask some of his fellow support students, and maybe pass the request up to the second and third years. After checking a few last stores and not finding anything that fit his needs, Izuku powered off most of his suit and laid down on the bench. The bench creaked a bit as he distributed his weight over it. The eye slit closed and a white noise filled Izuku's ears. As he lay on the bench and sleep slowly overtook him, Izuku reflected on the day. A lot of different people had made different decisions, and some of those decisions raised questions in Izuku's mind of why they were made. Why was the HPSC after Project Hero suit? Why had Hisashi never asked him to be on the lookout? Why did Hawks want to help Izuku after finding out he was Hisashi's son? Yet these questions and more would need to be put on the back burner as he worked on getting ready for the sports festival. The repulsor in his right boot was going to be a simple fix, as Hawks only hit the core ring and that was easily swappable. Past that he would need to train. He knew how to fight, but it was a different feeling within the suit. As the sun disappeared over the ocean, Izuku fell asleep, making tomorrow become today that much quicker. Hawks looked at the sleeping Izuku, some sorrow feeling in his heart, as he recalled all the stress and worry that Hisashi carried with him every day. Izuku was young, barely even starting high school. He didn't deserve to have to deal with the HPSC breathing down his neck every day. As the morning of the next day arrived, the train rolled into Musutafu. Hawks woke up with a jolt as the train slowing down nearly threw him to the ground. He let out a yawn just as the sound of something heavy landing caught his attention. As he sat up, Hawks looked over and saw that Izuku had also slipped off the bench. Hawks gave out a small laugh as he fully sat up, then walked over to Izuku. He knelt and knocked on the helmet as if knocking on a door. "Anything broken in there?" Hawks said, and the faceplate popped open. "No." Izuku gave out a yawn and asked, "It's morning already. It feels like I just barely fell asleep." "Yes, a feeling that you'll become all too familiar if you get transferred to the hero course. You think you're burning calories now, but wait until hero training," Hawks said as he summoned back some of his feathers that had fallen off throughout the night. "Only if that's the problem," Izuku said as he sat up. Hawks noticed what appeared to be a green lightning zap against Izuku's eyes. The tiredness disappeared from Izuku's face as he pulled his helmet off, promptly forming a question in Hawks' mind that he stored to come back to later. As Izuku picked himself off the floor, he grabbed his jacket and hat. As the train rolled into the station, Izuku slipped in the jacket and covered his hair with the hat. After the train came to a full stop, Hawks opened the door and rushed the disguised suit out of the compartment. He hoped to beat the rush of passengers getting off the train, hopefully letting them escape without too much trouble. Izuku's heavy footsteps did nothing but bring attention to him, as Hawks was almost pushing him down the hallway and out of the train. Out of the train, Hawks slipped on his jacket and goggles. Izuku walked alongside him as they walked into the station, through baggage and out onto the street. Their Hawks finally stopped pushing Izuku, allowing him to look up and down the street. UA was in the distance, and with morning traffic starting soon, they would have to move to get ahead of it. "Should we call a taxi?" Izuku asked, and that would make a story that a taxi driver told to all his friends. "No, I don't think either of us is going to fit into the back of a taxi," Hawks said as he looked around. He saw people beginning to look at them, starting to recognize who he was and starting to pull out their phones. A sure sign they wanted a photo with him. And he was never one to turn down a photo, but he didn't have the time. "Besides, we don't have time to wait for one. People are starting to recognize me." "What, are we suggesting we fly?" "You're forgetting that's what got me into trouble the first time," Izuku said as he looked around, seeing people pulling their phones out. Hawks nodded his head a bit and said, "Yeah, true. But this time we should be close enough to UA." Hawks stretched out his wings and got ready to take a fly. "You should be good." Hawks then took a running start and then flew into the air, causing Izuku to smile. He quickly pulled off his hat and jacket, discarding them on the floor. As Izuku took off running, he slipped his helmet on. The moment the hut appeared, Izuku shot off into the sky, resulting in people quickly pulling out their phones in an attempt to get a photo, but Izuku was long gone before any of them opened their cameras. Izuku got above the surrounding buildings and took half of Hawks. Even with his broken repulsor, he quickly caught up to Hawks. Hawks noticed and gave out a chuckle, before doing a barrel roll, and then turned around and looked at Izuku, as if challenging him to do the same. Feeling a rush of adrenaline, Izuku tried to do a barrel roll, but as he nearly crashed into a building, he figured it would not be a good idea to try that again without more practice. Izuku heard Hawks laughing and saw him doing aerial tricks, but shooting off towards UA again. Izuku sighed and directed more of his quirk towards his boots and went rocketing after the winged hero. Within a few minutes, they landed at the front gate of UA and slowly hovered down to the ground. Hawks. The land was soft and quiet, while Izuku dropped the last few centimeters, nearly breaking the cement under him. As Izuku caught his balance, he saw Powerloader and Mr. Aizawa walking up to greet them. Powerloader's expression was hidden by his helmet, while Mr. Aizawa had his usual neutral but annoyed look. Mr. Aizawa, Izuku said as he slipped off his helmet, surprised to have the teacher of Wano waiting for him. He had seen the perpetually tired pro hero in the hallways, and though they had never formally met, Izuku knew Mr. Aizawa would be the teacher he would need to impress in the end. Vlad King was also a hero course teacher, but he was over 1B and wasn't known as the teacher who expelled students to prove a point. Izuku was kind of hoping that their first meeting wouldn't be anything like this. "Yo, Eraserhead," Hawks said as he waved and smiled at the still half-asleep teacher. "Hello, Hawks. Midoriya," Mr. Aizawa said in a very monotone voice as he took a small sip of coffee, making up for the warmth that the pro hero's voice lacked as he spoke Izuku's name. "I'm only here because I heard that the support student gunning for my class had got into trouble. If you were in my class when this happened, you would have been expelled before Hawks got to you." Mr. Aizawa stared death into Izuku's soul. Izuku felt like his best option was to try and fly away, but his suit kept his ground. Mr. Aizawa then sighed and walked away to do whatever he had planned for the day. "Don't mind him. He's always like that, even with all the naps he takes throughout the day," Powerloader said as he looked over his shoulder at Mr. Aizawa as he walked away. Powerloader then looked back at Izuku and smiled. "So how did it go?" Despite the situation and how much trouble Izuku could be in, Powerloader had a great interest in how well his best friend's design held up. He had been available for the maiden flight as he had to continue working on getting everything ready for the sports festival. Well, everything worked really well. I did a couple of laps around UAS main campus and then into the upper atmosphere, breaking the record for fixed-wing flight, and I think I broke the sound barrier twice, Jebisu chimed in. "Yeah, but then I came back down and found myself in the middle of Fukuoka," Izuku said with a chuckle, as it had been a bizarre past day. "Yeah, Principal Nezu called me after he finished talking to you. Speaking of the rodent, he's waiting for you in classroom 6G," Powerloader said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the support department. Izuku nodded and began walking towards the support department, with Powerloader walking right behind him. Along with Hawks, for some reason, Powerloader noticed and turned to the number 3 hero and said, Excuse me, Hawks, but what are you doing? Principal Nezu said you would just be returning Midoriya back to UA. Hey, I said I would do that, but with my day now filled up, I thought I would take a look at Hisashi Saku's workshop. The HPSC has been interested in getting a look inside for a while. Their curiosity piqued my own." Hawks said. "You don't plan on stealing anything," Powerloader said, knowing why the Hero Public Safety Commission was interested in Hisashi's work. But there was no need to get into that right now, right in front of Izuku. "Won't even think about it." Hawks with his hands up in defense, but with a cheeky grin. The HSPC knew Saku had ties to UA, but they didn't think he actually worked at UA. "If they learn, not only do I know where it is, but I've been inside. I'll be able to hold that over their heads for a while," Hawks said with a cheeky grin. "Wait, you want to blackmail the HSPC?" Izuku asked, looking over his shoulder with confusion at Hawks. "And why would Hawks feel he would need to do that? Who do you think I learned it from?" Hawks chuckled, ending that part of the conversation. Izuku and Powerloader moved the conversation to the data Izuku had gotten from his flight and made plans to go over it at a later date. After a short walk for two of the trio, they arrived at the support department and Powerloader scanned his ID. Once inside, Powerloader led the other two through the support department, to the back of the building where classroom 6G was waiting for them. Inside said room was waiting for Principal Nezu, enjoying a nice cup of tea. And one royal irritated, infuriated, aggrieved, vexed, tick-offed, fuming, wrathful, raged. Overall hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn-type anger of one Mei Hatsume. After Izuku had left UA space, she had tried to track him with her quirk. But eventually, even that wasn't enough. Mei then tried to track Izuku's phone, but he was moving too fast and she received no update about Izuku or what he was doing. Until Principal Nezu had elected to inform her of the trouble Izuku had gotten into. After informing Powerloader, Mei was already angry from being thrown to the ground from Izuku's departure, so the news didn't do her any good. After Mei stormed away, with almost cartoonish smoke coming out of her ears and a look of vengeance on her face, Principal Nezu kept a close eye on her. Well, a close eye from his office, using the many cameras around UA. and what he had heard about her. He was not all surprised that she had taken her anger out by building late into the night until she collapsed from exhaustion. However, in the time she had spent inventing, she created nearly 40 different machines and each exploded. However, Principal Nezu didn't fail to notice that May did not once seem displeased at the surface-level failure. It was the opposite. After the first few explosions, she began to slowly gain a grin. Then she would clear her workspace and move on to the next invention. By the 15th explosion, May's grin was so large and evil-looking that Principal Nezu began to fear what she would do to her fellow classmate. So while others might call it a mistake, Principal Nezu invited May to wait with him. May arrived early in the morning, her devilish grin gone and replaced with a look of fury. And from that, Principal Nezu had never seen a support student so calm before. A staple of students from the support course was they were always working on something, drawing blueprints, working on homework or inventing. And May had been the worst in some time. But now she was acting the complete opposite. May sat perfectly still. Her fingers weren't tapping on the desk. Her eyes weren't moving around looking for something to entertain herself. No, she sat perfectly still as she looked across classroom 6G at the door. She looked like a predator motionless behind a bush waiting to pounce on its prey. And the moment it opened, Principal Nezu made no move to stop May Hatsumi. When Izuku came into view, May made a beeline to him and began yelling while throwing her arms in the air. What a brilliant idea. Let's go up the stratosphere where you could have died from asphyxiation. Worse, you decided to come back down to Fukuoka. Were you trying to draw the attention of all the pro heroes in the area? Your lucky hawks didn't kill you. Go get your armor off so I can hit you. May rammed her fingers against Izuku's arc reactor to get her point across. Izuku obeyed without a word as he walked over to the corner. After a few seconds, the wall panels retracted and mechanical arms came out and began to disassemble the armor. Once the last arm disappeared and the walls formed back together, Izuku turned around, only to see May walking up to him and quickly slugging him across the jaw. Now Izuku was the one that was stronger of the two, but that by no means didn't mean May was strong. She had an engineer's hands, meaning she could easily bend a piece of rebar without too much difficulty. So when May hit Izuku, he just collapsed and fell to the floor. Oh, you didn't have to hit so hard, Izuku said, rubbing his jaw as a bruise was already starting to form. Izuku began to pick himself up and had his knee under him, but with all the training he had from pro heroes, his senses failed to see May's second attack. May had drawn back her legs and kicked Izuku in the ribs. Izuku fell to the ground with a surprised groan as he held a hand to his rib. I'm going to hit even harder until you learn your lesson, May said then when a final kick made Izuku start coughing. Knowing she hadn't kicked hard enough to cause any serious damage, she waited for him to stop coughing and then offered her hand. And to the surprise of everyone else in the room, Izuku accepted it and May hauled him to his feet. Teacher, principal, and hero all watched with differing levels of concern and worry. Now that is over, Midoriya, you are now on the HSPC watch list. If you make a mistake like that again, they will do anything to take your suit. Principal Nezu began as if nothing had just occurred. Principal Nezu, all a power loader, was trying to stop him from going further. They were interested in Project Hero Suit long before your father died. They are one of the many reasons your father became paranoid in the later years of his life. Principal Nezu said, why is the HPSC so interested in my father's armor? Izuku asked as he leaned on May as if she wasn't the one who just knocked the wind out of him. And as she had been the one to knock the wind out of him, it was her fault he couldn't stand properly. Principal Nezu turned on the holo table and pulled open Project Hero Suit. As the hologram of the suit appeared, Power lay out her side and dropped his shoulder. No point in trying to stop Principal Nezu now. If Izuku was going to know the truth, he should know all of it. Your father feared the HPSC because they wanted to take his invention and militarize it. Your father made sure they never saw a working prototype, any piece of the armor. But now they have. They know the suit work, all of the parts of it, and they want it. Principal Nezu pointed at the suit. This is one of the greatest inventions in the world since the atom bomb. Your father knew the power. It could change the way heroes are looked at. He always knew what could happen if it fell to the wrong hand. And I don't just mean villain. He protected it with his life, and as his son I hope you do the same. Principal Nezu took a deep breath. For now, I will be meeting with the Hero Public Safety Commission after school. I request you two are off campus and at home. For now there is no need for you to get involved. We understand. Izuku and May both bowed. Principal Nezu looked over Izuku and May. He might be able to hold those bloodthirsty government pigs for a bit, but eventually they would come after Izuku and by proxy May. They would have to be trained on how to deal with them, as dealing with the HPSC was the complete opposite of fighting villains. Principal Nezu didn't show his disdain for the governmental body with a smile as he said, besides, you have to prepare yourself for the sports festival next week. I think I'll stay in town for that, Hawks said, staring through the hologram at Izuku. Hawks tried not to dwell on specific memories as he looked at Izuku. Yet Izuku looked so much like Hisashi, with the same hairstyle, the same genius intellect, and the same dumb smile Hisashi always wore when he got one of his new inventions to work. Good. Now we'll leave you two alone, Principal Nezu said, as he and Powerloader began to walk out. You have a lot to prepare. Shouldn't we be getting to class? Izuku asked, following Principal Nezu and Powerloader. Izuku pulled out his phone and saw that school should have started 20 minutes ago, so shouldn't they be getting to class? Powerloader stopped and turned to Izuku. All first years for the week off to prepare for the sports festival. Did you not know that? Powerloader then realized that while he had brought up the sports festival in class, none of his students seemed too interested in it. As the support department while waiting until the school festival that happened in the fall. The sports festival was more catered towards the hero course students, meaning he had never explained they had the week off. Izuku and Mei looked at each other. Neither of them remembered that bit of information. No, Izuku and Mei said. If they had the week off, they could spend the whole time working on inventions to use in the sports festival. Information Izuku knew as he asked Principal Nezu about, and he was kind enough to pass the information about it to Mei. Though the glint in her eye made Izuku worry about what she had planned. Principal Nezu turned to Izuku. Then I suggest you use this time wisely. Have everything ready so the hero course student doesn't know what hit them. Advice that Izuku and Mei nodded to. Powerloader and Principal began walking out of the class again, but then the support teacher turned to Hawks and said, Hawks, don't you have somewhere to be? No, Hawks said, having sat down in one of the classroom chairs. I think I'll stay in here for a while. The HPSC is going to want me in the meeting, and I didn't exactly get a good night's rest on the train. Powerloader looked at Hawks with a look that said, how in the world are you still a pro hero? Besides, I think Midoriya could use a few flying lessons. It was your first time, but you have a lot to learn. Sounds like fun, doesn't it? Hawks looked over at Izuku, who had passed out and fallen to the floor. The overexcitement in his brain was too much. He was being offered to be trained by Hawks, the number 3 hero in Japan and one of the best air combat-based heroes in the world. Izuku would be able to mark something off his bucket list that he didn't realize he had put on it. Sure, he had trained with other pro heroes, even with Maruko, but those other pro heroes weren't as highly ranked, and his training with Maruko was less than training and learning how to take a punch. Is he okay? Hawks asked, worried about all the physical abuse Izuku was receiving in such a short period of time. Mei unleashed some strong hit, and falling unconscious to the ground couldn't have felt good on his head. Oh, good job. You crashed his hard drive, Mei said, looking over the unconscious Izuku. Give him a minute to reboot and he'll be fine. You should have seen him after Maruko agreed to train with him, all red-faced and unable to think. Mei looked at Hawks, not knowing what she had just said. Once Izuku woke back up, Hawks gave his offer again, which caused Izuku to immediately pass out again. Once Izuku woke up again, and Mei did her best not to allow him to pass out again. He accepted Hawks' offer. With that, Hawks left the two students to work on their own. Time Izuku spent fixing his right boots until they were operational again. Once Izuku returned the boot to the wall, he allowed Jebisu to finally run the full diagnostic sweep. While this was going on, Izuku spent some more time searching for thermal paint, but when he couldn't find any that worked, he sent an email to Mrs. and Ms. Hatsum while posting anonymously to the UA support department chat. He wasn't expecting any kind of answer quickly, so he sent about working on preparing inventions to use in the sports festival. He had studied Class 1A school files and he watched them for a bit. Now it was time to use that knowledge to gain the advantage. When school would normally be let out, Izuku tried to sneak into Principal Nezu's office, but that plan was quickly discovered by Powerloader. Powerloader threatened that if he saw Izuku anywhere on the campus besides the support department or leaving, he would call Inko himself and get her to fly home. Knowing that would disrupt her work, Izuku left UAS campus and went home. On Tuesday, Izuku spent the morning looking over Jabisu's summary of the diagnostics, while working on the invention he would use to get the upper hand over Class 1A. After lunch, he switched his focus to working on the suit and fixing the problem he had run into during the flight. He knew he had felt his left leg dragging a bit, and the scan showed the left leg had been properly attached and was out of alignment. Then came Wednesday, with the first years having the week off to prepare for the sports festival. This had given the other class the week off. But that didn't mean they weren't working on side projects. The business department, having not made any plans to be in the festival, the students coordinated with businesses to sell their products during the festival. A few students from the support department could be found in their classroom working on inventions to show off, mostly during the first event, as they weren't expecting to get past that. Among these students, Mei Hatsum was remaking some of the inventions she had made in Fury yesterday. After realizing that a few, despite blowing up, could help her in the festival if they were properly made. The general education students were taking the week off, enjoy the warming weather and enjoy their free time without having to stress about homework or school. That just left the two classes of the hero course, 1A and 1B, free to use the training gym to get in the last few days of training. Among these, There was one outlier, Izuku Midoriya. Wednesday morning, Izuku woke up early and headed to UA. After retrieving the wireframe gauntlets and boots along with the Nurabin from the helmet, headed to gym homage. As Izuku walked to gym homage, he began putting everything together. Everything should have been a mess of wires, but Izuku had gotten good at making wires look neat. He finished with the last screw, and with a twist the arc reactor activated. It began to buzz as electrical flowed through the wires and everything powered on. Once Izuku arrived at gym homage, he opened the doors and found Hawks waiting for him. Not as good as Ms. Kenken, but hey, it's chicken, Hawks said as he tossed the bare chicken wing into a trash bin. Then turned and saw Izuku walking into the gym. Looks like you were serious. I am. I have to put on a good show for the sports festival if I want to have a chance to be transferred into the hero course. And to do that, I have to show what my quirk and inventions are capable of. Everyone's been training with their quirk for a young age. I've only had a few months at best, Izuku said as he bowed to Hawks to show his respect to his new mentor. Well, at least you can admit when you need help, Hawks mumbled under his breath, then put on a smile. All right, first we're going to review how well you flew on Monday. You have a talent for it, but talent isn't much until it's refined into a skill. Where's you hear that? Izuku asked, not having expected to hear that from a person like Hawks, my old mentor, who got it from a fortune cookie. But that is beside the point. Talent is like a roll of a 20-sided die, and your success is more based on luck. When you practice your talent and it becomes a skill, the die can become a regular die until you can control the outcome of any roll. Makes sense, Hawks said as he hadn't understood his mentor's analogy the first time either. As Hawks looked at Izuku, he could see the gear turning in his mind. I think I do, Izuku finally responded. All right, you already know how to fly. Well, hover, so we aren't going to be starting from square one. That makes my job easier and makes our schedule not so packed, meaning we can move up to a bit more advanced stuff, such as flying through rings, Hawks said as he looked up. Izuku followed the number 3 pro heroes, glazed upwards and saw that metal hoops had been hung from the ceiling around the room. This exercise to show your control over your speed and your reflexes. I will show you the path you have to follow. Once you are able to fly through the rings in a fast enough time, we will exchange them for smaller rings and change the route. What's the purpose of using the smaller hoops? Izuku asked as he pointed towards one of the smaller rings. Take it as this. What's the average width of a street in a major street? Hawks said, and Izuku shrugged his shoulders. If the road has a total of 4 lanes, it is usually 48 feet wide. Sounds like a lot. But when you try to turn in an intersection, suddenly that space will feel a lot smaller. So you would have 3 options. Completely stop in the intersection and turn yourself before shooting off. Or you can try to bank at a high speed and run right into the side of a building. Now with your armor, you could survive a crash like that. Hawks then saw the light in Izuku's eyes. No, don't run yourself through a building trying to maintain a high speed. The largest expense for any pro heroes, especially new ones, is property damage. Okay, Izuku said, but that's only 2. You said I would have 3 options. Izuku said as he thought about the first 2 options. The first result is allowing the villain more time to escape, while the second option had that and property damage on top. Hawks nodded. The third is what this exercise and experience will teach you. How to maintain good speed while turning without hitting anything. When I was chasing you through Fukuoka, it was obvious that you didn't know how to do this very well. You were afraid of running to a building, but you could have easily taken some corners much sharper and managed a faster speed. Oh, Izuku said as his shoulder dropped a bit. He had gotten pretty good at hovering and moving in a vertical position, but hearing it from Hawks, a proficient flying, that he wasn't as good as he thought he was, it hurt a bit. Then again, that's why he had accepted Hawks' offer to help in his training. Since we only have a few days until the sports festival, you won't be able to make much progress in high-speed mobility and aerial combat. So let's shoot for the basics and you can continue to practice after the festival. Hawks aid, aerial combat, Izuku said, raising an eyebrow at that. He had repulsors and missiles. He could just handle any opponent from a distance without having to worry about getting close. In the past, aerial combat would have been referenced to fight jets, dogfight as the pilots would call it. They were ranged fights, but as pro heroes rose, the term broadened out to any fight that took place in the air. While many aerial heroes prefer to keep their range, myself included, there are some situations that would better be handled by getting in close. Hawks said, like you using your feather blade. Izuku questioned and Hawks nodded. But isn't the whole point of combat is to keep your opponent from hitting you while dealing damage to them? In a basic understanding, yes, but there is no clear-cut way to fight. Think about All Might. He had the most hits from villains, so just gets in close. But look at someone like Snipe. His quirk works at long range, so that's his preferred style. But he's still knowledgeable in close quarters in case the situation calls for it, Hawks said, then thought about it for a few seconds. Then he walked away from Izuku, stopping at 6 feet away and then transformed one of his feathers into a blade. I want you to try and hit me with one of your energy attacks. Why? Izuku said, as he hesitantly lifted his right arm. To prove a point, Hawks said, secretly dropping another feather sword and sticking it in the ground. Izuku looked at Hawks, trying to figure out what the point of this all was, but couldn't figure it out. Whenever you want to. Izuku nodded and quickly raised his hand. Reading Izuku's thoughts, Chibisu directs energy from the arc reactor to Izuku's right hand, and within a split second the repulsor lets off an attack. Izuku knew his equipment was fast and his attack even more so, but he was surprised when Hawks managed to jump to the side and easily clear the attack. What surprised Izuku was when Hawks suddenly shot forwards, and almost as quickly as his attack, Izuku felt a sharp edge lightly pressing against his throat. Now what would you do? A villain just dodged your attack and got in close. Your armor would help, but in the world of Quirk, someone is going to get through. And what about their hostage? Hawks said. Izuku was confused about what the winged hero meant, but then he looked back to where Hawks was previously standing. Now in the place, actually a little behind it, was a burnt blade. Suddenly everything clicked in Izuku's mind. In the air, I can have 360-degree mobility, but so does a villain, meaning they can easily dodge a ranged attack and it can harm an innocent bystander, Izuku said. Hawks nodded and removed the sword from Izuku's throat. And with how powerful your equipment is, a stray shot can do a lot of damage. That's why it is better sometimes to get in close to finish the fight. Against a grounded opponent, use your aerial advantage, but with experience, you'll learn when it's best to get in close, Hawks said as he reattached the feather to his wing. Now we've stalled for long enough, let's get to flying around. Izuku nodded and Hawks lifted himself into the air. Watch the path I create and then we'll see how well you can recreate it. Izuku nodded, wishing he had a camera so he could come back to Hawks' path and recreate it for later use. Hawks gave a thumbs up, then shot forwards and began flying through the rings suspended from the ceiling. As Izuku watched, he directed some of his quirks electrical to his mind, and as a spark of green lightning jumped behind Izuku's eyes, the world slowed down. Now in doing this, the world didn't slow down from Izuku's point of view. Everything still appeared to be moving in real time, but his mind was able to process the information it received at a higher rate and with more clarity. This meant as Hawks flew around, Izuku noticed he would flap his wings extra hard before closing them up to easily fit through the rings. Moreover, whenever Hawks moved to turn, he would only slow down for a bit, before bending in the opposite wing of the direction he wanted to turn, while fully extending the other wing. As Izuku watched this, an image of a three-dimensional fulcrum appeared in his mind. Hawks' extended wing would slow that side of his body, while his close wing would speed the side up, making the tip of the extended wing act like a fulcrum and allowing him to pivot sharply on it. Still watching Hawks, Izuku thought about how he could do something similar. He didn't have big wings to catch air to slow him down, and his air brake won't be that effective. They did help, but not as nearly as Hawks' wings. And he couldn't simply stick his hand out to the side. His armor was built to be aerodynamic, and sticking out his arm would cause him to lose balance more than it would help turn him. Then again, Izuku didn't have to rely on air to create lift and to turn. His own equipment did that, and he had complete control over it, meaning he could lower and raise the power direction to each repulsor, meaning if he wanted to turn right, he could direct more power to the right side and vice versa. This would similarly speed up and slow down different parts of his body as Hawks did with his wings. Hawks finished flying through the last ring and then directed himself back to Izuku, softly landing on the ground, without kicking up dust. Think you can do that? Izuku blinked a few times, as his brain slowed down and his field of focus narrowed back to his normal range. Yeah, Hawks smirked and gestured for Izuku to give it a try. Izuku engaged all 4 of his repulsors to 1% and took off into the sky. He hovered up to the height of the first rings, before leaning forward and moving through it, and then quickly increasing to 3%, Izuku blasted off towards the next set of rings. The first 3 were mostly in a straight line. Izuku only had to weave a bit to the right and then back to the left to easily pass through the rings. Then came the first challenge. The 4th ring was barely 6 feet from the wall, and the 5th ring was immediately to the right of it. Izuku could easily stop himself from hitting the wall by putting his hand out in front of him, but the point of the exercise was not to slow down and keep his speed up. So that's what Izuku did. As he came out of the 4th ring, he leaned as hard as he could to the right while Chibisu directed more power to the left repulsor, putting into practice what Izuku had seen from Hawks. Yet it didn't work as well as Izuku thought it would. He was able to take the turn at a good speed, but he wasn't able to turn sharp enough to stop himself from hitting the wall. His left foot nicked the wall, and the sudden change in momentum threw off Izuku's balance, enough that Izuku wasn't able to correct himself enough time, and he ran headfirst into the metal ring, letting out an exclamation of pain. Izuku killed all power to his repulsor and fell to the ground, landing on his butt. Izuku held a hand up to the welt that was already forming on his head. Hawks walked over to check on him, but he noticed a nasty glare from Izuku. Smart idea, making the hoops metal. I can feel a headache already forming. Well, you did good for your first go around, though the point of it was to learn the path before trying to set a record. Wasn't expecting you to go all gun-ho and go as fast as you did. Hawks said, "Yeah, I hear that a lot from Mei," Izuku said as he rubbed his head, feeling the welt under his hair. While Mei could become hyper-focused on a project, it could take her some time to get her momentum. Izuku often found his momentum within minutes and nothing could stop him. "Take a small break. Then you can have another go at it," Hawks said, then walked over to a bench and sat down. Izuku continued to nurse his head, looking up at the rings, following the path Hawks had set with his eyes. If he wanted a chance to get into the hero course, it was an obstacle he needed to overcome. The hero student had 2 months on him, and if Bakugo was an indication, many of them had trained their quirks since they were kids. All the while Izuku had been left behind, in the belief he had a useless quirk. This was more than just a chance to show off his suit. It was a chance to prove that his quirk wasn't that useless, and he couldn't do that if he was making a fool of himself. With the panic from his head having mostly disappeared, Izuku stood up, brushed himself up and got back up into the air. He worked his way over to the first hoop and then hovered in front of it. It was barely his height, yet they were going to get smaller and smaller, a goal for Izuku to work together. With a serious expression on his face, Izuku shot forward and through the first ring, easily passing through the next 3, before reaching the point he had messed up. Izuku barely slowed down as he turned the corner, getting dangerously to the wall, but managed to get away from it. As he twirled around from the force of the G's, he managed to stop twirling as he passed through the 5th ring, but then he had to immediately drop down to get to the level 6th ring. Izuku managed to get through the 6th ring, but later Hawks told him that his ankles had nearly hit the inner edge of the rings. But that wasn't the hardest. The 7th ring was right behind the 6th, so to pass through Izuku would have to level it out. Yet he was going too fast and unable to handle the G-force and nearly crashed into the ground. As Izuku flew right above the ground, only a few inches from eating dirt, he stuck his hand out in front of him and angled them down. This allowed him to become vertical, and once he killed all power and dropped the foot to the ground. "You got a lot further that time," Hawks said, holding back a laugh. He was quite enjoying teaching someone, being able to use his experience and help others grow, a feeling he had not expected to feel divided by. "Yeah, but you were able to manage your speed through those hoops," Izuku said.
"What do you mean?" Hawks asked. He knew Izuku had watched, but things could go unnoticed by an untrained eye.
"When you dove down, you had your wings tucked in close and you didn't expand them out until you passed through the 7th ring," Izuku said as he wiped the dust off of his pants in front of his shirt. "Yes, I did, but my wings were angled to free fall. Then I opened them enough to catch air and glide through the rings. For that part I allowed gravity to momentarily take over," Hawks said. Izuku thought back to Hawks' flight. It looked as if he had been in control the entire time. Yet as Izuku thought about it, there were some moments when Hawks wasn't flapping his wings, but his speed hadn't dropped that much. He was effortlessly switching between flying and gliding. With that, Izuku took off into the air and began running the course again. Izuku knew he had to make it through, to also make it to the next step, to never give up, to see how far he could go and then go further. At the end of the day, through trial and error, Izuku was able to run the entire course effectively for 187 times straight, without messing up. In actuality, Izuku had flown through the rings a total of 2,580 times, as each time he messed up he would restart from the beginning and go through everything again. But as he would barely make any progress before messing up again, around the 1,100th runs, he switched up tactics. Instead of looking at the course as a whole, he broke it up into sections, with each section only holding 9 to 10 rings. Whenever he messed up a series of rings, Izuku would fly back to the start of the section, plus 1 or 2 rings. This allowed him to be a running start, before flying through the section again. Wherever he messed up, he would do this over and over until he was able to complete it 3 times without mistake. Once Izuku was able to do this with every section, he returned to the beginning and went for it. He still messed up on a few sections and would run it 2 or 3 times before going the full course again. Finally, around an hour before dinner, Izuku completed his last full run of the course. He cheered as he dropped down to the ground and raised his hands above his head. Within a day he had gained a pretty good baseline of taking sharp turns and momentarily gliding. He had even had some practice in doing some more advanced aerial maneuvers such as the barrel roll, which allowed him to easily move from side to side without slowing down. The Cobra instantly killed his momentum before redirecting himself upwards to a higher point. Izuku was happy to show that he already had a handle on it. He had the first half down, as he often used it to make sudden stops before lowering himself to the ground. Hawks had also formed the path to do a culbit loop, but placing 2 rings right above each other. Though Izuku had difficulty doing it correctly, and Hawks explained it was one of the maneuvers that put more G-forces on the body. Izuku also pointed out that either his hair got in his view or that his eyes became too watery to properly see. Hawks conceded with that and told Izuku that it would be fine if he only practiced the move with his helmet on. Izuku continued to cheer as he fell to his knees, happy with his success. His eyes were watery from all the wind that had been in them, but he was always crying from being happy. He hadn't felt this massive of a sense of accomplishment in a way. He had a goal and he was seeing progress towards reaching it. "All right, Han Solo, you did your first run, but you haven't completed the castle run yet," Hawks said, as he hovered to Izuku and landed in front of him. Hawks was sure that Izuku wouldn't get his reference, but he was shocked when Izuku quitted back. "No, I'm going to need a hyperdrive for that," Izuku said as he stood up and caught a water bottle Hawks threw at him. He twisted off the cap and down the contain quickly. After wiping his mouth, he finished with, "I'm hungry and I have to cook for myself tonight." Hawks nodded and said, "I won't hold you any longer. Let's get your equipment back to G6. As they walked to classroom G6, Hawks explained some of the advanced aerial maneuvers, and though Izuku may not use all of them, it would be still good to have a sense of how to perform them. Walking to the front gate, Izuku waved goodbye to Hawks and then began to walk down the hill to the nearest bus station. As Izuku turned to look back, he saw Hawks posing in front of the evening sun before flying off, getting a good laugh from Izuku. At his apartment stop, Izuku got off the bus and headed up to the apartment. As soon as he walked in, he turned on the TV, which was on a new station. Though Sutin Co. has yet to release a statement, it has been more and more clear that something is amiss with their CEO and founder Mr. Sutin, as he had not appeared in public for some time, even missing his company's annual charity event, raising the question, has something happened to the man whose business has touched the lives of everyone in Japan? Izuku sighed, as it seemed the news was starting to figure out what was going on with that mess. He remembered the conversation he had heard from his mother. It was late at night and Izuku was supposed to be asleep when he heard Inko talking to the board of directors. Her stressed tone of voice was what caught his attention and made him listen. They were talking about whether it would be better to cancel the charity event or make a statement that Mr. Sutin was unwell and was unable to attend. Moving away from that, Izuku switched channels until he landed in the section of the channel that was always playing movies. After finding one that provided good background noise, an old American movie about an egotistical hotshot who learns he isn't the best at flying. After turning the volume up on the TV a bit, Izuku walked into the kitchen. He opened the fridge and began looking for food to use to make himself some dinner. The next day, Izuku arrived a little late to UA, having stayed up a little late on a project for the sports festival. Even without all the stalking he had done, he knew 1A and 1B would be difficult obstacles to get over. Class 1B had Setsuna Takego and Hiryu Rin from recommendation, and along with them, Izuku had kept a close eye on Yosuke Uwase and Kanoko Komori. From watching them train their quirks at school, Izuku knew that with his wheeled quirk, Uwase could easily trap Izuku in his suit and render him immobile, and Komori could make mushrooms grow inside his suit, messing up all the wiring. But then there was Class 1A. Every student there had earned their place in that class, but like Class 1B, there were some students that Izuku kept a closer eye on. Momoye Arazu and Shoto Todoroki were the other pair of recommended students, the son of the number 2 hero and a girl who could make anything almost instantly. Izuku feared her power a bit. What if Momo saw his suit blueprints? Could she instantly make her own version, and who's to say his version would be better? Then Katsuki Bakugo, his old childhood associate. His explosions could potentially damage his suit, a theory Izuku hadn't gotten a chance to test, nor did he really want to. Lower on the list was Mina Ashido. With her quirk, Acid, there was no telling what kind of damage she could do to his suit. Then in fourth was Ochako Uraraka, and she interested Izuku a bit. Her school file had her quirk listed as 0 gravity, yet that wasn't what Izuku feared about her. He already had aerial mobility, so losing his gravitational pull wouldn't affect him that much, not unless Ochako could increase gravity, but she never showed the ability to. No, what he feared about Ochako was her second quirk. It reminded Izuku a bit of All Might, a lot in fact. The pink glow she got around her body and how she gained super strength and enhanced speed. Yet she only seemed to practice her secondary quirk with Gaizan Hisahito. Speaking of Gaizan Hisahito, he was at the top of Izuku's list, not out of fear or respect, but for his raw strength and tactical mind. During training, sometimes Gaizan moved so effortlessly that it seemed he had already gone through UAS hero course before, and he was able to handle any kind of situation thrown at him with a calm and collected mind. And worse, it seemed he had it all with his quirk: super strength, super speed, endurance, regenerative property, and worse, it seemed like no attack could hurt him. How was anyone supposed to defeat a person who couldn't take damage? Izuku shook his head from that as he walked through UAS gate. Though the first years had the week off, Izuku was late to his training with Hawks, so Izuku quickly took off towards the support department to get his equipment. Arriving at the building, Izuku scanned his student ID and then began running through the hallway. His shoe squeaked across the freshly cleaned floor, catching the attention of Power Loader, who looked up from his coffee to see Izuku breeze past him. Power Loader began to scold Izuku, but by the time Power Loader fully turned around, it was just in time to see his student disappear around a corner. Sliding across the floor to slow down, Izuku arrived at classroom 6G. He pressed his hand against the door to scan it and the door quickly opened. Running inside, Izuku grabbed his gauntlets and boots from the holo table and a wrench, then ran out. As he ran out of the support department building, Izuku slipped on his gauntlets, using the wrench to tighten the screws as he shoulder-checked the door. Outside, Izuku continued to run until his gauntlets were fully assembled. And then he fell to the floor and put on his boot. Once all the wires were tightened, Izuku connected all the wires to the arc reactor. Once he heard the familiar sound of his equipment powered up, Izuku quickly blasted off to Gym Omega. As he flew to Gym Omega, he blew past Principal Nezu, nearly making the little rodent spill his tea. Izuku hit the ground and slid to a stop, then turned and looked back at Principal Nezu. With tea spilled over his vest, Principal Nezu looked at Izuku with a neutral face. But to Izuku that was scarier than angry. There was a level where Powerloader got angry at Mei for blowing the lab up because she disregarded safety. And then there was the level Principal Nezu was showing. Mr. Sutaku Izuku knew he was dead. Most people just called him Midoriya as that's what he went by. But since Inko and Hayashi had never officially divorced, Izuku's legal name was still Sutaku. You are only permitted to use your equipment within the support department or one of UAS gyms. They are not to be used for transportation when you are late to class, Principal Nezu said, making sure that Izuku heard every word. Now get to your training. Izuku gave a nervous smile as he began running away, reigniting his equipment once he was out of range. Izuku lowered his speed a bit so he had better control over his path, but was still moving at a good speed to get to Gym Gamma. As he neared the door, Izuku accidentally killed all power to his equipment, causing him to drop to the ground and roll, which resulted in him rolling through the door and comically ending as he rolled onto his butt and stopped. Oh man, I wish I had my phone ready to record that. I bet that would even get a smile out of Eraserhead. Hawks called out, hovering in the air as he looked down at Izuku. Glad my panic and anxiety can give you a good laugh, Izuku said as he sat on the floor for a bit before picking himself up. He spent the next few minutes brushing all the dust and dirt off of him. So what's the plan for today? Izuku then shook his head, and a loud dust cloud appeared above him that was big enough to conceal his entire body. This almost got another laugh from Hawks, but he was able to keep his composure. Hawks held a hand up to his mouth and coughed into it. First off, we're going to be in the air all day. He'll only be able to land when we take a break. So get up here with me. Izuku nodded and engaged his equipment and rose up until he was level with Hawks. Well, if nothing else, this will be a good test to see how long my equipment can last. That and my quirk. Yeah, sure, try to keep that optimistic view on this, Hawks said, waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. Yesterday you got a good baseline of your level of mobility. Now today we'll see how well you can fight in the air. Well, I've had training before, but not in the air, Izuku said as he thought about it. Oh, and who thought it would be a good waste of their time training you? Hawks asked. His voice was dripping with sarcasm. Crimson Dynamo and Captain Japan, Izuku said, as he waved his arm around a bit as he leaned forward a bit too forward. Hawks laughed, then Izuku said, and Mirko trained me for 2 days. Hawks immediately shut up at the comment. He looked at Izuku to see if he was lying. It was clear he wasn't. Hawks had run into the number 5 hero before, and it was clear why she was number 5 in Japan. She was stubborn and hard-headed, and she never gave up. And if she trained Izuku, Hawks was a little afraid that he had underestimated the kid in front of him. I did stay most of those 2 days on my back. But hey, it was fun nonetheless, Izuku said. Hawks screamed in his head. Izuku had trained with Mirko for 2 days. Nothing someone would imagine as fun. Mirko was known to be ruthless in the way she fought, a step beyond dirty. She is a pride warrior too, so if Izuku never surrendered and kept on getting back on his feet, something Mirko would only see as him asking for more. Hawks could only imagine Mirko kept her cool for so long. All the Izuku saw that training as fun. Stupid, crazy, resilient, or blissful. Hawks couldn't decide which one Izuku was, probably all of them. I thought he would probably be coming back a lot during the next week or so. For now, he had to table it and teach Izuku how to survive a fight. Then again, if he survived what Mirko considered training, he could probably survive anything. Shut up, Hawks yelled in his mind, then focused on Izuku. All right, we're going to similar training as yesterday. While we can talk about aerial combat, you best learn by practice. For now, we'll begin with dodging. Hawks gave a sinister smile as he transformed one of his feathers into a blade and held it out ready to use. Hawks saw Izuku's visible swallow, before nodding and getting a serious face. Izuku knew he could use his quirk to enhance his cognitive ability, but it was going to be a long day and Izuku didn't want to tire himself out too quickly. Besides, Izuku had spent his childhood and early teenage years dodging attacks. How wrong could it be in them? Izuku's mind refocused as he saw Hawks swinging his weapon. Izuku tried to take a few steps back, but his feet just waved back and forth through the air, keeping him in the same spot. As that didn't work, Izuku held his arms down in front of him in an X formation to block, but that stopped his arm from keeping him up in the air. So while this results in Izuku successfully dodging the attack, it occurred by him falling backwards and down. Izuku nearly hit the ground before he realized what was happening. He quickly shot his arm out, increasing the power directed to his gauntlets. This stopped his descent by backflipping back into the air, further away from Hawks. Well, I would say that works, but we both know that isn't the truth, Hawks said as he watched Izuku regain his balance, as that wasn't what you meant to do. You haven't not much experience fighting the air, let alone dodging an attack. You tried to take a step back, but that's not going to work in the air, as you have nothing to push against except for the air around you. That's your personal challenge for becoming a hero. While everyone else learns how to fight on the ground, you have to learn how to also fight in the air. Otherwise, you limit yourselves in what you can do as a hero. Izuku nodded as he regained his balance and slowly hovered back over to Hawks. While on the ground, you move your legs to dodge. Up in the air it's a bit different. Personally, I have to rely on my wings. But with you, you're still using the same area of your body but in a different way. It's like you grew up playing a game one way, but then you learn you've been doing it wrong your entire life. You'll have to break old habits and make new ones. Instead of moving your muscles, you'll just need to focus on them. And that only comes with practice, Hawks said, reading his weapon and lounged towards Izuku. Izuku panicked but managed to stay in control enough to keep his legs from moving. He held his arm out in front of him. However, instead of simply increasing the power to his gauntlet, Izuku let loose an energy attack. So while the concussive force went forward, Newton's third law sent Izuku backwards. This effectively made him dodge the lunge while deferring Hawks from moving forward, making him spread his wings out to stop himself. A good try, but like last time it was more of a happy accident than anything else, Hawks said as he batted his wing and flew back a bit. Izuku thought about lying and saying he meant to do that, but then he dropped his head and gave a small nod. Seemed today was going to be longer than yesterday, and yesterday already felt long. May was taking a bite from her sandwich from the lunch made by her mother and forced to take by her inner Izuku Midoriya. As she looked at the computer screen in front of her, it would typically be showing off data from one of her inventions, or be filled with notifications of stuff she had forgotten to do or simply ignored. But now it was showing off something new as she swallowed the bite of a sandwich from her water bottle and looked back at the computer screen. The first thing she did when she got to UA was hack into the security system, not an easy task. And now May normally would have one of the cameras of Jim Gamma in the corner of the screen. But since she was taking a lunch break, she had made it full screen so it was the only thing she could focus on. This was the first time she wasn't able to watch Izuku train and work on his equipment. And that was one of the few things May could easily focus on besides inventing without becoming distracted. While other people listened to music, talked to a friend, or had a movie on in the background while they did stuff, May watched Izuku work on his equipment. It kept her attention and allowed her mind to actually subconsciously work on projects. But now May and Izuku were working to get ready for the sports festival. May felt her mind jump back and forth behind different projects. Yesterday she had barely made any progress on anything, but since she had a small window to Izuku, she felt driven. But watching Izuku as he trained with Hawks, May felt it was more of a hindrance than expected. "Hey Hatsum," Powerloader called from behind May. May quickly panicked as her teacher was about to see that she had hacked into UAS security without permission and was not focusing on her project. She grabbed her mouse and moved it to close the window, but Powerloader grabbed her hand and stopped her from clicking the button. "I see that you've been trying to break into UAS security system again. Last time Principal Nezu warned you about that." "Sorry," May said, though she wasn't. If UA didn't want their system hacked by a 15-year-old, then they needed better security. "What were you trying to get access to?" Powerloader paused as he looked at the screen and watched Izuku try to dodge Hawk, but swiftly got nailed in the side from the blunt side of Hawk's sword. "Cameras, and you're watching Midoriya. You know stalkers start out by watching their victims from a distance." "It's not like that," May said, trying to close the window, but Powerloader held her finger back before pulling her hand away from the mouse. "I'm not stalking Midoriya." She got a small blush on her cheek as her mind told her that she was lying to herself. "Yet you hacked a multi-million yen security system, risked your enrollment in Japan's top hero school, and tried to close it so I couldn't find you watching your classmates. A classmate that is trying to get into the hero course. I think that's considered stalking," Powerloader said. "Please don't tell Izuku," May said, and Powerloader caught on to the fact May called Izuku by his first name. "I'm not into dramas like Midnight, but is there a reason you're watching Midoriya?" Powerloader asked. While he wasn't Midnight, it was still his duty as a teacher to look out for his students, and he has grown close to Izuku in the few weeks since school had started. May whined a bit as she tried to reach for the mouse again, but Powerloader quickly flickered it out of her reach. She closed her eyes and looked down, whining as she shook her head. She didn't want to, couldn't say anything that wouldn't dig her grave deeper. "Hatsum, why are you watching Midoriya?" Powerloader asked, and May shook her head. Powerloader was going to ask again with more force in his voice, but then May answered, "I'm proud of what he's doing." May yelled out loud, eternally grateful that she had her own space to work and the other student of the support department didn't hear her. With how Izuku is going, he'll be the first student from the support course to be transferred into the hero course. You sound proud but disappointed, Powerloader said, as he pulled out a chair and sat across from May. May wasn't working on an invention, something that was rare to see in the support department. Even outside of the support department, she was always trying to work on some project, so whatever was going on was big enough to pull her away from that. He's doing so much to fulfill his dream, to prove to the world he can be a hero. And he's doing it so quickly, May said, as she looked at Izuku fly around but then focused back on Powerloader. Powerloader was going to say something that Izuku had helped but stopped himself. He took a moment to look at it from May's perspective. She, the daughter of two of the world's best engineers, had been engineering since she could first walk. Got in trouble for taking things apart around the house and putting them back together, usually not the correct way. May had been working on her hover boots since she was a kid. Powerloader knew this as he had got a glimpse of some of her old blueprints. The dates had them made when she was 9 and she had worked tirelessly to get to her level of skill and knowledge. Yet then came along Izuku Midoriya, who probably had the skill of an engineer of taking apart pens and putting them back together. Then he had met May and her parents and within a few years had caught up to May's level of engineering, who had taken years to do so, and then quickly surpassed her and was doing engineering of equipment she could never have dreamed of. May probably felt she was being overshadowed by Izuku, and by watching him train, she could always tell how far behind she was and use it to try and best herself in her inventions. Hatsune Midoriya is a smart kid and he had some good teachers and a good friend to push him to where he is today. But just as there are different types of heroes, there are different types of engineers, and I'm sure Midoriya will always look towards you for help, Powerloader said. What? May asked, looking at her teacher. Why was he saying that? Sure, May was a little jealous of Izuku's equipment, but she knew that they were Hisashi's inventions. I'm saying that you and Midoriya are two different types of engineering, Powerloader said, caught off guard by May's sudden lackluster response. What? No, I'm not disappointed over that. Yeah, it's a little unfair that quickly Midoriya has progressed, but I'm glad he's doing what he loves, May said, then gestured back to the camera, as it showed Izuku accidentally ramming his back into the wall. I just wish that what he loves to do won't take him away from me. What do you mean? Powerloader said, confused about how the issue was different from what he was expecting. Since we learned about Classroom G6, even before that, Izuku has been working towards one goal, getting transferred to the hero course, and we both know that Izuku is going to get in. Pox are training him for Pete's sake. A top 10 hero won't waste their time on a support student unless they saw potential. And since Izuku has wanted to be a hero since he was a kid, he's going to work harder than anyone else to prove himself. So when he gets transferred, I'll lose him. He'll have whatever new class he gets into to spend time with, and he won't have time to come back to the support department and see me, spend time with me. May then let out a deep sigh. I'm afraid I'll lose him. Powerloader looked at May with an acknowledging look on his face, but then it broke and he chuckled a bit. May raised her arm to hit Powerloader in the shoulder as she would have with Izuku, but stopped when Powerloader answered why he was laughing. You're afraid that you're going to lose him, soon to be Mr. Super Famous Support Course student. You think that once he becomes a hero, he'll no longer have time for you, that he won't make time for you, that he won't need you anymore. But I'm telling you, he'll come back to the support department. It is where his suit is stored. That's just it. I don't want Mr. Super Famous Support Course student, Izuku Midoriya, the first support student in history to become a hero. I just want my Izuku Midoriya. The nerd geeks out whenever he meets a new pro hero and asks for their autograph in his notebook that he always seems to have on him, May said, looking down at the ground. So what do you want him to do? Put your name on the side of his suit, your parents' company logo. Have Hatsune Industries be a sponsor of Iron Man, Powerloader said in a small joking tone of voice. Then May shook her head. Powerloader sighed and put a hand on May's shoulder. You aren't going to lose that Midoriya, the nerd that wants every hero's signature, or the one you met in the junkyard that day. May looked at Powerloader confused about how he knew about that. May and Izuku had agreed never to discuss that day ever again. It was water under the bridge, more out of embarrassment than bad blood. Your mom and Izuku's mother told me about that. But I'm telling you, he'll come back to you, he'll always will. He'll continue to come back to the support department, and when the time comes he'll look to you for assistance. Eventually, he'll run into a problem that he can't solve by himself, and I bet you'll be the first person he turns to for help. He'll be the same Izuku Midoriya from when you first met him, just in a new environment. But the new environment is what I'm afraid of. Spotlights will be on him as he joins 1A. He'll be in 1A, and he'll have to focus on becoming a hero, spending time with his new friends to learn from them. I'm afraid I'll fade from his mind, May said. I can promise you won't. You're the first friend he ever made. He isn't going to leave you behind, Powerloader said. then looked May in the eyes as she glanced back at her monitor. You've done a lot in preparation for the sports festival. Why don't you take a break tomorrow and watch Midoriya train with Hawks? Get your mind off of inventing. May looked at Powerloader and smiled at the suggestion. She always told herself that inventing was her #1 priority, at least until she met Izuku. So if there was anything that could distract her, it would be him. Maybe she would get to see him fall flat on his face like he did during his training with Mirko. May smiled as she remembered how she burned those images into her mind. I will, May said. Her mind was now focused and she could think clearly. Tomorrow she would take a break, watch Izuku humiliate himself in some way, and have a good laugh within him. But for now, she had found her motivation again and it was time to put it to work. May closed the camera from her monitor. It would now just be a distraction, making her come back to a worry that she had faced and overcome. For now, she needed focus, and Izuku was the one thing to draw her away from inventing. Izuku was sore, to say the least, having spent the day dodging different attacks from Hawk. Izuku was more sore than tired or exhausted. He had gotten a good handle on flying around yesterday, but today was more of a challenge for him as he couldn't figure out how to effectively dodge, thus resulting in him repeatedly hitting the ceiling, running into walls, and nearly landing on his butt on the ground. Throughout the day, he guessed breaking old habits and all the good kind of rot was going to be harder than he initially thought. However, in the end it really didn't mean anything at the moment, as Izuku just wanted to relax. And to help that, he was carrying 2 bags of ice upstairs into the bathroom, where an already half-filled bathtub was waiting for him. This wasn't his first ice bath, but it was going to be the most torturous one yet. His back, legs, shoulders, head, his entire body was screaming out in pain as he lifted the first ice bag upon the edge of the tub. He pulled out a box cutter, not wanting to strain his body even more to tear a hole, and he pushed the blade out, then used to cut along the top of the bag. With a hole now in the bag, Izuku titled the bag and the ice within poured into the bathtub. Once the first bag was empty, Izuku grabbed the second bag, cut it, and then poured it into the tub. He listened as the ice crashed against each other and bogged around in the water. He was not looking forward to it, but knew it would help his muscles to relax and it would make the hot bath after the sports festival all that much sweeter. Once the last bag was empty, Izuku tossed them aside, making a mental reminder to deal with them later that he would completely forget about. He then pulled off his clothes and slipped into the bathtub, his body rejecting the cold and wanting to get out, but Izuku forced his body in by falling in. Luckily, no water slapped over and Izuku let out a small short breath as his teeth clattered a bit. His body tried to fight against the cold water, but with no easy way of insulting body heat, Izuku's core temperature rapidly decreased. With a small exhaust, Izuku lowered his head against the back of the tub so the water rose up to his neckline. His body began to slowly relax and he was able to enjoy the feeling of the water surrounding his body. Then the green sparks happened. They were small and jumped from his chest to different muscles and re-entered his body. Normally this wasn't an issue for Izuku, as he could stop his quirk from leaking out in the highly conductive water. Yet in the past, after long days of exercise and inventing, Izuku found when his muscles were sore and if he let his quirk's electricity run free, it would target his muscles, sort of acting like electrotherapy, using the water to travel and helping them relax. So as flashes of green appeared behind the ice, Izuku felt his body relax even more and was able to enjoy himself despite the cold. Izuku stayed in the ice bath until all the ice had melted, and then he got out and pulled the plug in the tub. While the water drained, Izuku dried himself off with a towel and then wrapped it around his waist. He walked down the small hallway of the apartment and into his room, where on his bed waiting for him was a pair of sweatpants and a long-sleeved shirt. Izuku slipped into the clothes, feeling his body slowly start to warm up with the insulation. He then fell onto his bed, face first into the pillow, and would have drifted off to sleep had it not been for his phone going off with a notification. Well, 2 at the same time, which caught his attention as one was the ringtone for May and the other one was Inko. Izuku reached over and grabbed his phone from his nightstand and opened the text from May first. I'm going to watch you train tomorrow. Izuku cocked his head a bit at this. He flipped himself over and sat up against the bed frame to make sure he was reading it correctly. I'm going to watch you train tomorrow. He read correctly the first time, and it wasn't a question or a simple statement. May was saying she was going to watch him train tomorrow, and there was no way he was going to stop her. Not that Izuku wanted to stop her. Hawk's training had left with little time and energy to do personal stuff, and Izuku was more than happy to see May again. From Inko was a more interesting text. Hey Izuku, work has been hectic. The media has been asking more questions about Mr. Soutine and the board still hasn't decided how to handle the issue. I'm sorry I haven't been able to be home for a while, but I hope you understand why. Also, it took a bit for the text to load, telling Izuku it wasn't a simple text. After a few seconds, a link appeared to a news article talking about Hawks being spotted chasing and then talking to a metal flying object. This you. Izuku gave a small chuckle as he opened the link and then speed read through the articles. No mentions of armor or anything of the sort, and no one was able to get a clear photo of him. Izuku guessed the gold of his armor causes too much of a lens flash for that to be possible. Switching back to texts, Izuku sent a reply. Yes, that was me. Nothing gets past the media, but I guess you already know that. I got the suit working and wanted to take it for a test flight. Got lost over Fukuoka. Wanted to stop by your work, but Hawks found me first. Oh Izuku, why didn't you tell me about that? And Ko immediately sent back. Because you already have so much to worry about. I didn't want to put any more on your plate. And in the end nothing really bad happened. I got a stern talking to from Powerloader and Principal Nezu. Afterwards Hawks offered to train me for the sports festival. Izuku could hear his mom starting to hit her forehead against whatever desk she was sitting, grinding her teeth and yelling about how he was the cause of all her graying hair. And that he would be the death of her, something Izuku didn't want her to do. Izuku then could hear the sigh and Ko released before sending the next text through. You accepted the offer, didn't you? Of course not. I only would accept training from All Might. Of course I did. Who do you take me for, or does my All Might collection not scream how obsessed I'm with pro heroes? Hetsum told me that I passed out the first 2 times Hawks offered. Mom, the day I don't accept training or an autograph from a pro hero is the day I've turned evil or been switched with an alien. Okay, fair enough. It was a dumb question to ask. I'm just glad that you're moving so quickly in your studies and glad that nothing bad has happened to you. So how prepared are you for the sports festival? Ko sent in quick succession. Very. I think I even have a shot at getting noticed, maybe even my name called out by the announcements. Are you going full suit or waiting? I'm going to wait. The first 2 events are always something random, but the third is also a one-on-one rounds tournament style. Izuku said he didn't want to reveal all of his tricks early on. His best weapon was going to be the element of surprise. Did you get all your equipment checked and signed in? I would hate for you to be disqualified for unregistered equipment. I did that Tuesday. Surprisingly, it was Hatsune that reminded me. So will you be able to make it? Izuku asked and held his phone against his chest. They had been a team since Hisashi had died and had been there for each other. This was the first time they had been apart for an extended period of time. And that was part of the reason Izuku had dove some heavily into his schoolwork and working on Project Hero Suit. It was a few minutes before Izuku's phone chimed again. When it did, he lifted it and saw the first word of the text, sorry. Izuku sighed as he signed into his phone to look over the rest of the text. Sorry, but I don't see my schedule clearing up anytime soon. I'm sorry, sweetie, but I only have 1 meeting on Monday. It's with the board and I can't miss it. But I promise to have my phone tuned to the present Mike's highlights. And Ko's text had a few smiley faces at the end. Aren't the board of directors going to be mad that you're listening in and might cheer if I do well? Izuku sent it with a smile on his face. He had a small picture of Inko suddenly jumping out of her chair cheering for him when he won. Then giving an extremely smug I do what I know face to the board of directors. Are you promising to do something worthy of the highlights? Inko sent and Izuku chuckled. You know us Midoriyas. Watch out for us or we'll knock your socks off, Izuku said as he laughed. It had been a while since Izuku was able to have this kind of conversation with his mom, where they talked about their worries but in a joking manner from an outside perspective. He just wished Inko would be there to watch it in person. Even if she had to leave right afterwards, it would still be nice to see her again. Just remember, I'll be cheering for you in spirit. Always, as I have always done and will do, Inko said, then looked at her phone waiting for her son's text. She had sent her initial text in a small hope of a distraction from her work, as despite it being past the time she was supposed to be clocked off, she had some personal work to do. After a few seconds of the 3 dots appearing, Izuku's text came through. I love you, Mom. Thanks for always being there for me. Good night. Inko sighed. Her little hero was safe and sound. Good night, Izuku, Inko said, then turned off her phone. She slipped it into her pocket. She had been distracted long enough, and now was time to turn her attention to figuring out what had happened to cause Mr. Soutine to disappear. While the board of directors tried to give the impression they were looking into his disappearance, Inko had seen firsthand how much those were lies. Whenever Inko brought it up in her meetings with them, they gave the same answer and shot her down. After being lied to so many times, Inko had decided to take it upon herself to get her answer. She typed a few keystrokes on her computer and the monitor turned black before reappearing as a dim white screen. Inko pulled open one of the drawers under her desk and pulled out a pair of glasses. As Inko slipped on the glasses, the computer monitor came back into view and on it was a Sushin Co. server. Inko sighed. It had taken a bit to get into Mr. Sushin's private hidden server, his secret way to have a look around his company's work without being detected. It wasn't all that dissimilar to how Hisashi's paranoia showed itself years leading up to his death. However, what had truly caught Inko's interest was the fact that she had to get a surprise pair of glasses from Mr. Sushin's office to view it. She guessed that she had caught him wearing these glasses a few times, whenever she came to his office to drop off some documents. She was so close to a mystery, and looking back now she should have paid better attention. Yet at the time Inko didn't think of it that much. Perhaps they were just blue light glasses, to help from staring at a screen all day, as she owned a pair of such glasses and used them on occasion. It wasn't until Inko found her way into Mr. Soutein's private server, and after running out of theories, that she thought back to the glasses. Mr. Stein's vision might have been 20/20, but clearly his foresight wasn't. With a close ear to her office door and with a quiet breath, Inko grabbed the mouse and continued looking over communications between her boss and someone by the name of Dr. Izuku woke up even more tired than when he had fallen asleep. It was Friday, 3 days before the sports festival, and he had one more day of training with Hawks, as Saturday and Sunday were left to him to make final checks with his suit. Izuku looked at the phone in his hand, that he had fallen asleep holding. The clock read 7:05. He had an hour and 25 minutes until he had to meet Hawks at BGMI. Izuku wished he could fall back asleep, but he was the kind of person who once he was awake in the morning couldn't fall back asleep. So with a defeated sigh, Izuku rolled out of bed and hit the floor. With a small groan, Izuku got to his feet and took a small step to the door. His legs gave out and he landed on his butt. Apparently yesterday had taken more out of him than he figured. Izuku reached up to his nightstand and pulled open the drawer. After reaching inside and blindly feeling around, he pulled out a small multimeter the Hatsum had modified to more accurately read his quirk. 500 million volts. Izuku's eyebrows rose as the multimeter told him he was only producing half a gigajoule per second while his usual was 50. Yesterday had taken a lot of him. Maybe he should tell Hawks that he needed to take a break from training and get back on Saturday. Izuku shook his head. He needed to train and needed to catch up to his opponent if he wanted a chance to show the world he belonged in the hero course. Setting the multimeter back in the drawer, Izuku reached in further and pulled out a taser. Gripping the two metal prongs in his left hand, Izuku pressed the button down on the trigger. Immediately electricity from the taser jumped into his body and recharged his quirk. After a full minute of the taser feeding Izuku electricity, it sputtered out and died. Izuku would need to recharge the battery. Izuku sighed. He needed to find a better way to quickly recharge his quirk. While his arc reactor could siphon off his quirk's electricity and feed directly to his suit, without a constant flow of electricity the arc reactor could only hold a charge for 10 minutes. Not that useful when an unpredictable recharge was needed. Izuku threw the taser back into the drawer and closed it. It was time to get ready for the day. Izuku got out of his sweatpants and shirt and got dressed in a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt. After grabbing a pair of socks, his wallet and his phone, Izuku headed downstairs to make himself breakfast. Once he arrived in the kitchen, he quickly set about making breakfast, having decided on some rice with fish and pineapple. Once everything was cooked, Izuku sat down at the table and looked over Mei's text from last night that he had kind of skipped over. "I'm going to watch you train tomorrow." Well, today was tomorrow, so Izuku prepared to see Mei at BGMI. Yet that brought a question Izuku hadn't been able to focus on last night. Mei should be getting prepared for the sports festival too, finishing her gyrospheres and testing them. Yet Mei didn't say she was going to train or practice with Izuku, she was just going to watch. That raised another question. How long was Mei going to watch? Izuku didn't think it would be very long, as she would eventually get bored and go back to the support department. Mei wasn't the kind of person to be away from her workstation for long, and whenever Izuku pulled her away to go do something, she always fought and tried to sneak back. Even when she willingly sat down to do something, play games, or watch a movie, Izuku could always tell that when she hit her hand she was moving them as if she was drawing a blueprint. No point in wondering, Izuku thought as he finished up his breakfast and headed out to catch a bus to UA. After a quick bus ride, Izuku walked through UA's front gate and headed to the support department, where he scanned his ID and headed to classroom G6. After another security wall, Izuku walked in and grabbed his equipment. As he was ahead of schedule this time, Izuku took his time as he slipped the gauntlets and boots into his backpack and headed to BGMI. He was not only surprised to see Mei waiting for him, but was surprised to see her willing up so early in the morning. Her hair even looked freshly cleaned, and she wore a pair of fresh jeans overall and actually had the straps over her shoulder instead of hanging down around her waist, and over her shoulder was a camp chair. "Good morning, Hatsum," Izuku said as he pulled off his backpack and headed inside. Mei didn't say anything as she followed Izuku inside, a small content smile on her face as she did so. Walking in, they were greeted by Hawks, who were waiting in the middle of the gym. "Good morning, Midoriya. Happy to see you as well, Hatsum. Have you come to train with us?" Hawks then noticed the camp chair slung over her shoulder. "No, I've just come to watch. I wanted to take a break from inventing," Mei said. Izuku tried and did somewhat of a good job hiding his surprise. Never, not once in the years Izuku had known Mei, did she ever willingly, to this level, take a break from inventing. If Izuku was a pedantic boyfriend, he would check Mei for fever, rash, or any sign of sickness as she was not acting like herself. To force his mind from that, Izuku turned to Hawks and asked, "What are we working on today?" "Well, we've worked on mobility and defensibility. Time to finish the trifecta with offensive ability." Hawks said, "I don't think defensibility and offensive ability are real words," Izuku said as he pulled out his gauntlet. "Maybe, but you get the point. Being able to dodge and not get hit. It's good and all, but doesn't mean anything if you can't hit back." Hawks said, "What, you don't think I know how to throw a punch?" Izuku said. He knew how to throw a punch. He had training from Crimson Dynamo. Of course, he knew how to throw a punch. "All right, try to make a first with your equipment on," Hawks said. Izuku rolled his eyes, then made a fist with his right hand. Well, tried to at least, but his hand was stopped from fully closing as the repulsor got in the way of his fingers. "All right, clearly I can't make a fist." Izuku tried not to blush as Mei let out a small giggle, before promptly shutting up and standing at military-style attention. Her eyes were glued forwards and looking up, as Izuku directed his focus once again back to Hawks. "You can get the basic shape of a fist, but if you tried to punch normally, your fingers would hit before your knuckles, resulting in you hurting your hand more than whatever you hit," Hawks said, then pointed up. "That's why we'll be training with that." Hawks pointing up, causing Mei and Izuku to follow his line of direction to find a punching bag hanging from the ceiling. "You know, your training has been kind of low budget," Mei absently said out loud. "Well, it's not like I had much time to get everything together. It would have taken at least a week to get all my training equipment from my agency, and another 2 days to get everything set up," Hawks said, though not sounding that offended as he was given the offer and knew he had a limited time when he gave the offer. "Yeah, I noticed, but it's working, so not much I can complain about," Izuku said as he continued to look up at the punching bag, getting a feeling he would need to soak his hands in ice when he got home. "Well, let's get up there and start training," Hawks said, kicking off from the ground and rising up to the punching bag. Izuku looked over at Mei, who was already pulling out her camping chair and setting it down on the ground. "I'm good to watch from a distance," Mei said as the crosshair of her irises zoomed in and out. Izuku chuckled a bit as Mei swayed before and forth a bit from her sudden and quick change in depth perception. Izuku took a few steps away from Mei, then ignited his equipment and flew up to Hawks. Once he was level with Hawks and the punching bag, Izuku decreased his power and hovered in the air. "So you want me to start by trying to punch the bag?" Izuku said, as that's how the past 2 days of training had gone. Hawks always had Izuku try something before explaining anything. "Yeah, you're starting to catch on. Aerial combat is something you only learn through practice," Hawks said. Izuku huffed and cut the power from his right repulsor, instantly having to wave his left hand around a bit to regain his balance. Once he had stable footing, Izuku threw his right fist forwards and hit the punching bag. With a solid thud, the bag swung back a bit, as did Izuku. He quickly stopped himself and moved back to the bag, his mind working on the problem. His mind going back to when he first tested the gauntlets at Haystum Industries. He was thrown back from the force generated as he hadn't properly stood his ground, thus resulting in no leverage. It's in Jiraiya, Newton's third law of physics. When I hit the punching bag, it pushes against my hand with the same amount of force, and since I don't have anything to stabilize against, like the ground, I'm sent backwards, Izuku said, as he held his right first against the bag but didn't push against it. "You don't have the ground to stabilize against, but you do have your repulsors," Hawks said. "But they're keeping me up. I can't angle them to push me forwards or I would drop." Izuku paused for a second. "I meet in the middle. Instead of tilting a whole 90 degrees, I go somewhere between that, 40 to 45. That way the force is directly opposite of my punch." Izuku threw back his right arm and readied it again. Then in sync, he threw his right arm forward, while angling his feet back. His fist hit the bag, but unexpectedly, Izuku continued to go forward and crashed into the bag. Izuku dropped a bit in the air before he managed to catch himself. Hawks had a small smirk on his face as he said, "The bag can only withstand so much force before moving, and since you continued to apply more force to it, you chased after it. But how am I supposed to know when to stop moving forward?" Izuku asked as he looked between his mentor and the punching bag. "That's the funny thing, you don't," Hawks said, as he drew his feather blade and used it to cut the punching bag. "You can do what I like to refer to as a slow attack, or..." Hawks moved back from the punching bag and rose a bit into the air. Then he dove straight at the punching bag, holding his blade out to cut the bag along its side, or a fast attack. "Normally I need some room to get up to a good speed, but with your equipment that shouldn't be such a big issue. Why don't you give a fast attack a try?" Izuku nodded as he hovered away from the punching bag, giving himself plenty of room to get a running start. Acceleration was not issued, but Izuku wanted to give himself time to bail if something went wrong. With a sharp breath, Izuku leaned forward and blasted towards the punching bag. As Izuku got near, he cut off the power to his right gauntlets and held out his right first, noticing that he didn't have to shift his weight over to his left side. At the last second, Izuku threw his right fist forward and it connected to the punching bag. With a crack, the punching bag immediately flew backwards. Izuku's punch was so hard that it swung on its chain and quickly rose until it nearly hit the ceiling. Luckily, Izuku was already out of the way, as it began to fall back down, allowing Hawks to catch it so they didn't have to wait for it to lose its momentum. Izuku flipped around and looked at the punching bag. It was weird. His attack was so much stronger and more controlled. Sure, his speed had easily added to the force behind Izuku's fist, but that didn't explain why it felt so much easier to throw the punch than when he was trying to hover. So how did it feel? Hawks asked as Izuku hovered back over. Easier, like I had more control. When I raised my fist to attack, I didn't have to shift my weight like I had to when I was hovering. Izuku said, but why was that? He had thrown the punch the same. He hadn't thrown it any harder than his first punch. The only difference was he was moving forward before he attacked. Izuku scoffed and realized what was happening. It was a simple physics lesson that he had completely skipped over. A spinning top had more stability than if it was standing still. Since Izuku had been moving forward, inertia and momentum had kept him up. In aeronautics terms, lift had kept him up. It was lift because I was already moving forwards. The momentum kept my body stable until it sped down enough for gravity to take over, Izuku said, smiling as if that could be the only possible explanation. Hawks nodded. When you use your equipment to move, you have complete control over that, but gravity and such don't just disappear and regain control when you stop using your equipment. These forces, you'll have to learn to fight against, but as you've probably realized, your attack was a lot stronger the second time. You have force behind it because you have more speed, so you'll also have to learn how to use gravity in your fights. I think I'm starting to understand how to fight in the air, Izuku said as he stared back at the punching bag. Good, because you've only got 2 more days before the sports festival. Let's get as much of an aerial advantage as possible, Hawks said. As training went on, Hawks had Izuku practice slow and fast attacks on the punching bag. Slowly, Izuku got a feeling of how to hold his body in the air to keep him stable and deliver as much force as he could behind every attack. After breaking for lunch, Hawks took down the punching bag and had Izuku switch to attacking him. At the beginning of such training, the Hawks easily dodged Izuku's attack without throwing back any counters at all. But eventually, suddenly and without warning, Hawks began to attack Izuku after his failed attacks. After the first time, Izuku was hesitant to attack again. But Hawks explained that not every attack of Izuku's was going to land and he had to be ready to dodge or block the incoming attack. Izuku decided to focus on the former, using his speed to dodge Hawks' attack and ready himself for another pass. Hawks congratulated Izuku on that decision as it was important for an aerial fighter to keep their aerial advantage. As soon as you are kept on the ground by your opponent, you've lost most of your mobility. A smart villain will know this and will try to keep you on the ground, so it's important to get back into the air as soon as possible. You regain your mobility and get out of their range if they don't have any projectile, Hawks said, as Izuku got out of Hawks' melee range before diving back into the attack. They continued to train and practice the whole afternoon, and if blessed by the gods, Hawks called the day early, around 3, a good 3 hours earlier than Thursday and Wednesday, something Izuku was extremely grateful for, as he fell on his butt to catch his breath. His body was exhausted, but his mind had been firing on all cylinders since he had seen how Hawks cut the punching bag with his feather sword. Izuku knew he needed a more melee-based option for fighting and had been working on it for the past week, and seeing Hawks close up had given him some ideas. So after dropping his equipment, Izuku stayed in room G6 to spend some time on his idea. A hidden blade in his gauntlet, on the outer forearm that could pop in and out whenever Izuku needed them. The perfect tool to use for the close-quarter combat that the third event of the sports festival was bound to be. So Izuku worked late in the evening, only leaving it half finished as he had sat to work on it. As he walked through the front gate, Izuku had a smile knowing he was more than prepared to give it his all. After working Saturday and a bit of Sunday, Izuku woke up with his face against the holo table. It was turned on and showed Izuku's newest additions to his suit finished and set to manufacture. Izuku blinked at the bright light and rubbed his eyes until his vision cleared up and the world came into focus. Izuku yawned as he sat up and looked at the hologram floating in front of him. It was a pair of retractable blades, taken from Hawk's feather sword. Each gauntlet held a hidden blade and would help with close-quarter fights. Izuku shook his head as he saw a notification that the blades and their mechanisms had been built and added to the suit. He began to smile, wanting to test them out, but then his eyes got the clock on the wall. It read 8:23 and Izuku realized it was now Monday. The sports festival began at 9. Jebisu, give me my gauntlets and boots, Izuku said as he swiped his arc reactor from the holo table and then turned it off. He walked over to the corner where the equipment he requested would appear. Which pair would you like? Jebisu asked. Izuku thought about it for a second. There was no telling what the first event was going to be, and his equipment could get dangerous. Sure, he improved and made them stronger, but the UAS entrance exam was fighting giant robots. How much bigger would the sports festival be? My primary pair might get broken, so give me both. Right away, sir, Jebisu said, and shortly Izuku's primary gauntlets and boots appeared. Izuku slipped his hands and feet into them and began tightening the screws while Izuku's old prototype gauntlets and boots appeared. The main difference between the pairs was the prototype gauntlets overheated after a few shots and the prototype boots were unable to achieve lift. But it was better to have them in case the Izuku primary set got broken during the event. With his primary pair of gauntlets and boots now, Izuku slipped his arc reactor under his shirt and worked the wires. Once he heard the sound of his equipment powering up, he swiped the prototypes and shoved them into his backpack. And with that, he was ready to head to the stadium. He made time to stop by the lunchroom and get breakfast from Lunch Rush. He found Mei eating her breakfast by herself in the lunchroom. Izuku sat across from her and began to eat. You ready? Yeah, I'm a little nervous, but it will be fun. This will be a good opportunity for some marketing, Mei said, looking down at her breakfast, toast, eggs and fish. Mei, Izuku said to make sure he had her attention. Do you remember what I said on Friday about marketing? Izuku looked Mei in the eyes as he spoke. He took a sip of milk as he waited for her to answer. Mei tried to look away but eventually met Izuku's eyes. She hated how much his nonsense logic affected her. I'm not allowed to embarrass the other students. Izuku nodded, then asked, and what are you planning on doing? Not embarrassing other students, Mei said with a huff. But how was she supposed to show off all of her baby? She could only wear so much equipment before it became a hindrance, and if the other student agreed to it, why shouldn't she be allowed to do it? Good. Now let's finish up and head down to the open ceremonies, Izuku said. Now that might become an issue later now, but he would just have to keep an eye out for it. Together they finished their breakfast and then headed down to the stadium. Because Hawks had decided to stay in town, Principal Nezu made him work as security for the event. With the promise, he could watch the matches from the air. Hawks landed next to them and walked with them to the stadium. Well, I would have to say this is the biggest crowd for the first years I've ever seen. Most must have heard the news about Class 1 getting attacked. Heard 2 students were pretty injured. Yeah, the spotlight might be on them, but soon they'll be sharing it with Izuku. Mei smiled, quieting her fears that she wouldn't be able to see Izuku as much once he got transferred, by focusing on how happy he would be when he got transferred. Come on, I've seen them training. They have 4 powerhouses. One of them is even Endeavor's son. No one is going to notice me, Izuku said. He knew that if he went against one of the Class 1 powerhouses, then he would most likely be defeated. However, if he won, he would be shoved into the spotlight. Maybe that would help him get transferred to the hero course more quickly. As they walked, they came across a crowd of people who were looking around the stalls, which were selling hero merchandise and other goodies, before the festival officially began. As people began to notice Hawks, Izuku and Mei tried to hide their faces, but besides their clothes, Izuku only had his backpack, and holding that up would only draw more attention to him. Hawks noticed this and with a smile, said, "All right, this is where I leave you. The opening ceremony is starting in 30 minutes. Make sure you're there and ready." Both students nodded and Hawks took off, the crowd following him as he rose above the stadium roof to take his position for the event. With the attention away from them, Izuku and Mei quickly snuck their way through the crowd and into the stadium. They quickly scanned their student IDs and went through a door that led to the student waiting rooms. "Come on, I still need to get my gear on," Mei said as she walked over to a table that had her hover shoes and the corresponding equipment. As Izuku followed Mei, none of their fellow support students glanced at them. Then while Mei slipped on her equipment, Izuku sat down and waited. Today was the day. Izuku had trained so hard for the entrance exam and had failed. And since then he had been building and training, preparing. Today was the day he saw if that meant anything. Would he be able to show off his tech to the world and prove that he belonged in the hero course? He hoped so because he had done so much training to get here and he wasn't going to let it go to waste. As Mei slipped on her goggles, she looked over at Izuku and asked, "Where's your suit?" "Still in G6. I'm probably not going to need it until the 3rd round when the one-on-one starts," Izuku said. While the first 2 events were for most elimination rather than start-up fighting, the event still pitted all the students against each other, so some fight was going to occur. But Izuku still hoped that his speed would help him get around those. Finally, one of the students in the rooms noticed Izuku and Mei and asked, "What is all this?" Every student in the support department, even the 2nd and 3rd years, knew who Izuku Midoriya was. The student who got special treatment had his own room to build stuff in. He never got in trouble for not paying attention in class. While that ticked off most support students, what ticked off the 3rd year was that Izuku was better at inventing than them. Their teacher made sure of that. As word of Izuku's repulsor technology was made known and they had heard word from the 3rd year hero course student that they had seen Izuku flying in a suit, projects like that were supposed to be allowed until the 2nd semester of the 2nd year. This is our gear that we filed to use in the sports festival. We might be in the support department, but we're still going to try and do our best," Izuku said as he flexed his finger. While Izuku and Mei were the best two students in class, neither of them held the title of class president. That belonged to Zeke Sito, a well-respected bioengineer in his own right. He was one of the shorter students in classes. With his red hair and white tips, Zeke always looked at Izuku with his narrow eyes. Out of all the students in Izuku's class, he was the one that butted heads with Izuku the most. Izuku's seemingly arrogant personality ticked off Zeke to no end. "You really think you'll have a chance to do anything? What do you think the business has been doing for the past week?" Izuku looked over at Zeke. "I'm making deals with different sponsors to sell their product." "Exactly, because that's what they came to UA to do," Zeke said, standing up so hard he pushed his chair back. "But you've been arrogant since the second day of school. You think because you can invent so well, you can be more. You think you can get transferred to the hero course. That's right. I know about your little deal with the teachers and you actually think you've got a chance. Oh, because Hawks gave you some pity and trained you for a week. And you think that's enough to make you a hero. And what's wrong with that? If it's Midoriya's dream to become a hero, then let him try," Mei said, jumping down from the table, stepping in front of Izuku and looking at Zeke. "Oh, and you." Zeke pointed at Izuku to emphasize his point. "You think because you have your repulsors you can become a hero. Well, I think that grand idea has gone to your mind and made you act like you're already a big shot pro hero. I bet you wouldn't be such a great inventor if you didn't have a power loader in your corner. We've all seen him meeting you in that old classroom, getting special treatment. I bet he's the one that gave you the blueprints to your repulsor," Zeke said, pushing past Mei and getting in Izuku's face. He was bitter because he was supposed to be the best in the class. He deserved the special treatment, not some wide-eyed student who had failed the hero entrance. Yeah, Zeke knew about that. Powerloader should have never given Izuku that chance to get into the support department. He didn't deserve it. "Actually, it was my father," Izuku said. "Oh, see, you're just a freeloader. Someone else should have been given the blueprints, someone that could have made something of them," Zeke said in a loud voice. Zeke had to claw tooth and nail to gain all of his knowledge and his achievements, but Izuku just had everything handed to him. Izuku gripped his hands tight, his repulsors humming a bit as Izuku's quirk sparked a bit. "You really think you can make something out of my father's designs? I would like to see you try. Good luck finding a power source," Izuku said, shouldering Zeke and headed for the door. "I can and I won't have to rely on my stupid quirk to do so," Izuku heard Zeke yell before the door fully closed. He then heard it open and was ready for Zeke to punch him, but Mei ran up to him and put a hand on his shoulder. "You know Sito is just working you up," Mei said as she squeezed Izuku's shoulder. "I know, he's never liked me before. He is just trying to push my button so I do something dumb and get kicked out," Izuku said as he looked down at the ground. "You know Principal Nezu and Powerloader would never expel you. Besides, once you get transferred, you won't have to deal with Sito and he'll finally shut up," Mei said as she rubbed Izuku back. "Yeah, but then there will be Kaken. It seems no matter where I go I have to deal with a Kaken," Izuku said as he stopped and put his back against the wall. He then slowly sat. "You'll always have me," Mei said, sitting down next to Izuku. "Sito is just mad that he's met you. I've looked over his file. He's won a few competitions and had a few companies willing to hire him right out of UA. Suteen Co. is one of those. But then he met you and you proved yourself to be a better engineer. He took some blows to his ego. But Sito's right. I didn't make my repulsors. I just copied my father's design. I probably would have never come up with these if my mom hadn't given me those blueprints," Izuku said, dropping his head in between his legs. "Maybe, but he made them for you, so you need to use them. You might not have made them, but you did improve them. You added your name to the blueprints," Mei said. Izuku laughed a little at the corny metaphor. "Thanks, Hatsum. I've made so many people help me. I guess I forgot I can stand on my own. I think I'm more ready than I was before." Mei's heart dropped a bit as Izuku spoke. She was happier than Izuku was about to stand on his own, but that meant eventually he won't need her anymore. She watched with hollow eyes as Izuku picked himself up and held out a hand to help her up. "Come on, let's go show the world what we can do," Izuku said. Mei beamed brightly at that and greedily accepted Izuku's hand. She was more than happy to show Izuku what her inventions could do. "Welcome to this year's sports festival. For this stadium we have the first years, so now is the time to make sure that you're in the correct stadium. But if you're not, then you're going to surely miss a spectacle. I'm Present Mike and I'm here with my co-host, Eraserhead. Eraser, any words you like to say?" Present Mike said, hyping the crowd as the cannon and confetti went off to signal the start of the festival. "I'd rather be in bed right now," Mr. Aizawa said as he worked with his wrapped arm to get a straw into a coffee mug. As his arms were still in casts, it would be impossible to hold a mug, so Mr. Aizawa had made sure to bring plenty of straws. "But then you would miss seeing how wonderful the students are. Speaking of students, here they are now. Starting with the hero Kraus, we have 1A. They survived a deadly villain attack and have gained so much experience from it. right behind them. This class hasn't had the limelight on them yet, but they are just as awesome. It's Class 1B. From the general class it's C, D and E. Then from the support course, it seems some of the students have brought along their invention. It's Class F, G and H. Then from the business course it's I, J, K. As each class was called, its students walked out into the field in the middle of the stadium. Izuku looked around and saw that every seat was taken up by parents, siblings, and pro-heroes. I found them, Mei said, grabbing Izuku's shoulder and jumping up and down. Where? Izuku asked, knowing Mei was referring to her parents. The Hatsum had made a point of accepting their yearly tickets from whatever pro-heroes had extra. They usually turned them down, just saying they'll catch the highlight. But since Mei and Izuku were participating, they decided to come in person. The section under the banner that has Present Mike's podcast logo. 5 rows down, seats 18 and 19. They're with Crimson Dynamo, Mei said. Izuku followed Mei's instruction, and while he couldn't spot Mrs. and Mr. Hatsum, he could spot Mr. Hatsum's pink dreadlocks that were all too similar to Mei's. Did your mom say if she would be here? I can find her for you. No, she's still in Fukuoka, probably in her meeting with the board of directors. Izuku had to yell as the sound from the crowd was deafening. For this year, we have the R-rated pro hero Midnight as our in-field announcer and referee, Present Mike said, drawing the crowd's attention to Midnight as she stood up and held out her microphone. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Present Mike. I'm happy to see the excitement our students have generated today, Midnight said. Izuku heard offhand comments from the other students that Midnight's costume was not appropriate for the event, and that it should come with a warning. Before we begin, we will have the student pledge by Katsuki Bakugo, who placed first in the hero course entrance exam. Izuku looked over the crowd and quickly found Bakugo's spiker ash blonde hair. Izuku watched as his old childhood friend moved through the crowd and up to the stairs that led up to Midnight. As Bakugo climbed the stairs, Izuku noticed he was scanning the crowd, and then the two of them locked eyes. Zeke Sito could threaten, bully, and throw glares at Izuku all he wanted, but he could never be on the same level as Bakugo. Izuku quickly dropped his head and hid from Bakugo, but he could feel Bakugo's eyes on him as he walked up to the microphone and spoke into it. I'm only going to say this once. I'm going to win. The crowd went silent for a moment. Midnight knew Bakugo had a bit of an ego, but she was not ready for that. Neither were the students on the field as they all began yelling at Bakugo. Probably would have begun to throw tomatoes like they were at a bad play if they had any. As Bakugo walked back down the stairs, he yelled out, "Not my fault. The rest of you are stepping stones on my way to victory." He walked back to Class 1A, where Gaizan promptly put himself between the hothead blonde and everyone else. While Gaizan may not like Bakugo's attitude, he rather not have everyone try to attack Bakugo. That would just result in people getting hurt, and enough people joined in, maybe Bakugo too. Gaizan just looked forward, over Bakugo's shoulder and up at Midnight. You could have phrased it differently. Bakugo spun around on his heels and looked ready to kill Gaizan. Oh yeah, how you have Fate 582ing phrased it. I challenge you to try and take first place from me. That would be how I would phrase it if I was a hothead. Gives you more of a challenge, since everyone will be coming after you, Gaizan said with a shrug of his shoulder. I'll be in first. Everyone will be coming after me anyways, Bakugo said. Yet, Todoroki gave his declaration of war to me, even compared me to All Might, Gaizan said, and Bakugo growled. Though Gaizan kept his displeasure of being compared to the blonde idiot a secret, and by making it a challenge you could have made it more personal. Everyone reacts more when their pride is wounded, Gaizan said, stopping himself from saying Bakugo was Exhibit A. Bakugo growled and turned away from Gaizan. Exhibit A. Now it's time for us to get started, Midnight said, raising her whip and cracking it to silence the crowd and get everyone's attention back on her. Yue really doesn't believe in giving us a chance to catch our breath, huh? Achako said, and everyone around her agreed with a nod. Now what will be the first fateful event of this year's sports festival? Midnight said, drawing everyone's attention. She cracked her whip and the Jumbotron behind her turned on and began showing off a roulette of all the different events. Izuku caught some that said, paint field, trivia show, fishing, and scavenger hunt among others. As the 30-second mark passed, the roulette began to slow down and took another 10 seconds before it stopped and landed on. Stadium Dash will be the first event, Midnight said, with another crack of her whip. In this treacherous contest, all 11 classes will participate. Within this contest, everyone will have to run a 4-kilometer track around the stadium. They will have to evade, dodge, fight, and overcome a number of different obstacles to make it to the end. And I'd rather not restrain anyone, at least not yet. Gaizan felt his right fist clench extremely tightly, and it was not helping that Midnight gave a seductive look as she was looking directly at Gaizan. How did Gaizan know his modern art teacher was looking at him? Well, she had recently told him that it had become one of her life missions to get him to blush at her antics. Gaizan shook his head, showing he wasn't smitten. Midnight's smile dropped for a split second, but she refocused and continued with the explanation. So as long as you are on the track, you're free to do whatever your heart desires, whatever you can to slow down your opponent. Now then, take your place, contestants. Suddenly the noise of a large metal gate opening echoed through the stadium, drawing everyone's attention to a metal door that was opening that obviously led out to the track. However, none of the students noticed how narrow the hallway behind the door was. Izuku was pulled along in the crowd as all the students raced over to the starting line. Once Izuku was able to find his footing, he was able to make a clear thought. He thought about everyone who had helped him: Hisashi, Inko, Mei and her parents, Principal Nezu, Paoloder, and Hawks. Each of them had helped Izuku get to where he was. From helping him find his passion in engineering to growing his skills, to making a clear path forward, showing what he had to do to become a hero, always believing in him. Now it is time to prove he belonged somewhere special. As Gaizan walked with the student body, he caught up to Ochako and smirked. Ochako knew what that smile meant. During their training, Ochako had tried to get Gaizan to hold open more about his past. At the moment, Ochako hadn't realized, but after the USJ attack, Gaizan only talked about his father's story, not his own. She tried to trip him up with complex questions or suddenly ask them in the middle of a conversation, hoping he would absently answer. Yet not a single word out of Gaizan. While All Might explained a bit more about One for All and was happy about the new information he had against All for One, Ochako wanted to learn about her new mentor. She had begun to give up hope until she offered a deal to Gaizan. During the sports festival, if they fought each other and Ochako won, Gaizan would have to talk about his past. Gaizan countered with the bet that he won. Ochako had to tell him about when All Might offered One for All to her while stating that because of the bet he wouldn't hold anything back during their fights and proposing that if they didn't fight each other, whoever got the furthest would be the winner. Ochako quickly accepted Gaizan's term. He already knew about One for All and how bad would it be if he learned why she got it. Besides, Gaizan had proven he could keep a secret, so Ochako saw it as a fair trade. So you ready or what? Gaizan said as he cracked his neck by twisting it. Yeah, you ready to have your butt beat? Ochako said as she stretched her shoulder. I think you forget, no matter how hard you hit, I can hit back harder. Along with the fact that you don't have good control over One for All and still have the tendency to injure yourself. Gaizan whispered into Ochako's ears so no one could hear him. Yeah, I remember. Don't localize the power, let it flow through you like blood. Input-output. Got it, Ochako said, remembering the different advice Gaizan gave her as he taught her how to control One for All. After a few sessions, Ochako had gotten a handle on using One for All and could control about 3%. However, she struggled with her focus during fights, causing her to either use 100% or stop using it entirely. I'm starting to hate the smuggle look you get. Sorry, but it's the only one I've got, Gaizan said, smirking. And I'll wear it until you beat me using One for All. If that's what it takes, fine, Okaho said as they arrived at the giant door and it stopped moving out of the way. The lights above the door flashed red and then turned green as a buzzer went off. And then all hell broke loose. Every single student was pushing, shoving, clawing to move forward and out of the stadium. So what is the first obstacle our students will have to face today? President Mike asked. The door, Mr. Aizawa said. Gaizan couldn't help but think that Mr. Aizawa was a little late with that analysis. He pushed a student forward, only to feel 3 more people squeeze him from all sides. It was going to take forever to get out. Then he felt a small chill fill the air, a feeling that drew his mind back to the first hero class, where Todoroki had frozen an entire building to win. Gaizan looked up and saw an ice cloud rise from the front of the mess of students. Gaizan quickly jumped up, just as a layer of ice froze everyone to the ground. As he landed, Gaizan cracked the ice under his feet and then looked forward to the ice that Todoroki had built an ice wall to stop anyone from moving forward. And Todoroki of Class 1 has given himself a massive lead. It will take a while for students to free themselves and then they'll have to deal with the ice wall, President Mike said. Agreed, but Todoroki underestimated some of his classmates, Mr. Aizawa pointed out. Using a bit of his quirk, Gaizan jumped onto the shoulder of 2 of the other students and saw that Kirishima, Audryu, and Shoji were the ones that also stayed free. That made sense as those 3 were in the mock fight with Todoroki. Gaizan leapt forward and within 2 jumps made it to the front, where Kirishima and Shoji were trying to break the ice. When Gaizan joined them and punched the wall, he immediately knew that the ice wall was very thick, well over a foot thick. With a smile, Gaizan powered up his right arm and punched it against the ice wall. Small cracks formed up the wall, but it managed to stay together. Give me a try, a green-haired student said as he landed next to Gaizan. He held his hand, palm open, against the ice wall, then his hand glowed and a concussive force ripped the wall apart. As the ice cleared, Gaizan got a good view of the equipment around the green-haired student's arms. While Iron Monger had a complete suit and Gaizan had no way of knowing the electrical system within, Gaizan would never forget that sound of the repulsors, and the disc and the green-haired student looked the same. Could the student next to him be related to Ironmonger? The similarities in the tech couldn't be missed. If Gaizan was not on national television and having to worry about the sports festival, though he didn't care about winning, this was just a way to get his name Gaizan Hisahito known. If none of that was happening, Gaizan would instantly be on the green-haired student, asking where he got his tech, as Ironmonger was tied to the League of Villains, and if the green-haired student was related, he could be a spy. The green-haired student waved to Gaizan and said, "All right, bye." Izuku took off through the now open doorway and out into the actual track, only to find that Todoroki had frozen the floor outside, making it extremely difficult to walk across. Izuku smirked. Since training and practice with his boots, Izuku had begun to gain a good sense of balance. "Guess I'll have to try something new," Izuku said, taking a running start and jumping out onto the ice. It took a few seconds to regain his balance, but once he did, Izuku began skating across the ice, directing a small portion of power to his boot to add to the frictionless ice to help him glide more smoothly. "Ha, I love your idea," Gaizan said, as he began skating behind Izuku. "I haven't been ice skating since I was a kid." While Izuku and Gaizan continued to skate across the ice, more and more students were beginning to free themselves and make it outside the stadium. Each of them had their own way of making it across the ice. Bakugo was using his explosion to fly. Momo had made herself a pair of ice skates, taking the idea from Izuku and Gaizan, though she struggled a bit to stay up. Ajaru and Takoyami were using their quirk to slingshot to the front. Kirishima used his quirk on his feet to break the ice as he ran. Mina melted the ice under her feet and began skating across also, while Minda used the sphere from his head to provide a trampoline to jump across, while Achako got a running start, took away her gravity, then went flying towards Gaizan. "Hisahito, after you, I'm taking out Todoroki," Achako yelled as she flew past Gaizan and Izuku. Deactivating her quirk, Achako hit the ground, sliding on her knees like a football player. With her speed, she was able to slide and slowly catch up to Todoroki, hopping up and running when she hit the end of the ice patch. "Come on, Todoroki, that was a cheap shot. Give me a real challenge." In the time leading up to the sports festival, Achako had tried to keep her competitive nature on the down low. A few times it is shown through class, mainly coming out during her one-on-one training with Gaizan. Something about that smirk he always wore during training got her blood pumping. And now in the middle of the race on international television, Achako couldn't hold competitive herself back. She felt like tearing Todoroki a new one. Suddenly Minda came flying past Achako and was easily gaining on Todoroki. "Ha, Todoroki, I've outsmarted you. How pathetic. Once I win this competition, I'll have my pick of all the girls in our year," Minda said. Achako didn't know to worry whether Gaizan had heard that. It seemed he had a sixth sense whenever Minda did or said anything inappropriate. Now she didn't need to turn around and see that Gaizan was baring his teeth. Suddenly the scream of Minda caught everyone's attention. He was suddenly flying over everyone's head, back in the direction of the start. Then a robotic voice said, "Target acquired. Mission termination." And it seems the leaders of the pack have arrived at the first real obstacle. Real steel. "I bet we're in a treat with all the different enemies that have shown up. Truly a test of strength and cunning," President Mike said, giving a name to the hordes of robots that stood in front of the student. "Those are the robots from the entrance exam," Achako said. Everyone looked over and recognized the design of the 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers robots from the entrance exams. I don't remember the 2-pointers having miniguns," one of the general ed students said, and everyone agreed. It was only supposed to be a mild project, given out for the chance for extra credit, but done because Izuku had gotten bored. He needed something to distract himself from working his suit, as becoming too laser-focused could become a hindrance. So when Powerloader offered the assignment, Izuku took it. The assignment was to submit a blueprint of a design of how to improve the robots from the entrance exam, an idea that irked Izuku a little bit, as he was still fuming a bit over the entrance exam. The robots were designed well enough and had been a challenge for all, so why did they need to be improved? Because of this, Izuku was half tempted to submit a complaint. However, in the end his overachieving mindset won, and he submitted a blueprint of a chain-fed minigun that resulted in fewer jams happening, and the barrel wouldn't overheat as often. So as Izuku looked at the improved 2-point robot, he recognized his design and he had a sheepish look on his face. Then he looked over at the other robots. Some didn't have any noticeable improvement, but most did. As Izuku looked at more and more robots, it was becoming more and more clear that Powerloader had taken the submitted design and added them to the robots for the entrance exam. As more and more students arrived and saw the robots, they all became increasingly worried. Many of them had struggled against the normal robots, but now they had been improved and had new weapons. The robots began attacking. Rubber bullets were fired, flamethrowers went off, and fists were launched forwards to attack the students. "Is you crazy?" a student yelled out, and from there, chaos continued. All of them had to duck, weave, dive, dodge, or use their quirk to protect themselves. "Are they expecting us to die?" How are we even supposed to get these? Izuku dodged some rubber bullets. They wouldn't kill, but they were harmful. As Izuku rolled from a flying fist, he noticed that Todoroki had barricaded him behind an ice wall. He looked over at the different robots and scoffed. If this is what everyone else had to fight during the entrance exam, that's just pitiful. I wish UA would actually put some effort into this since my father is watching. Izuku felt a small sting of annoyance. Not only had he helped design one of those robots, but those robots weren't what the entrance exam was. Even with the harder robots, Todoroki didn't even see it as a challenge. Todoroki stepped out from behind his barricade and sent a massive ice wave at the robots. Izuku was taken aback. He had seen Class 1 at training but had never seen Todoroki go this far. Now the stench that Izuku felt wasn't because Todoroki wasn't disillusioning himself, which he wasn't, but it was for the fact Izuku's design didn't hold against a hero course student. With the robots frozen, Todoroki took off and weaved his way through and got another massive lead. Other students noticed and began running towards the forest of frozen robots. But then the one-pointers with the flamethrower began to thaw themselves out. Once they thawed, they turned and began freeing their companions, and within a few seconds the fight started all over again. Izuku had to dodge a launched fist from a three-pointer and barely had a chance to breathe as a two-pointer began firing at him. Izuku used his gauntlets to backstep and then looked up at the robots. While they had new weaponry and programming to handle weapons, it appeared that their base structure was the same, with only the three-pointer arms being rebuilt stronger to handle their extended arms. Hopefully, that would mean their internal wiring wouldn't be changed that much, as Izuku had a chance to look at the blueprints of the different robots. He knew where their weak spots were. The three-pointer's fist hit the ground next to Izuku. He sidestepped it and then flew his way up to the head of the robots. Drifting over and around its shoulder, Izuku grabbed its head and looked for a hatch that would have a switch under it. Yet Izuku couldn't find the hatch. It had been there on the blueprint. Maybe Powerloader had removed it, or it was just an entrance exam thing. Whatever the reason, Izuku had to move to Plan B. Dropping under the arm, Izuku shoved his arm into the shoulder joint of the robot. Due to its massive arm, and even more so now to its bigger arm, the three-point robot held a lot of wiring within its shoulder, and not taking a chance on the armor cutting the wires. The underside of the joints was exposed to the air. This allowed Izuku's arm to easily slip inside and unleash an uninterrupted shot at its internal computing system. Not only did the blast destroy the internal computer, but the heat from it fired the wiring. Izuku pulled out his steaming arm and waved the heat away. Then he jumped away from the three-point robot as it fell to the ground. He looked around and saw that many of the students were working there through the robots. Then he noticed that some of the robots were still frozen and had fallen over, which must have been Todoroki's initial plan. Then suddenly the back panels of one of the frozen robots caught Izuku's attention. The panels shook, then broke away, and Kirishima appeared. "Screw you, Todoroki. If that had been anyone else, they would have died," Kirishima said as he crawled out of the hole. He stood talking with the shirt torn to shreds, then took off running down the back of the robots and trying to get through the other robots. Then the back of another frozen robot busted open and Tetsu appeared. "You think you're funny, Class 1A. If that was anyone else, they would have died." Tetsu jumped out of the hole and began running forward. Izuku noticed that it was slow progress for everyone trying to through the robot's blockage. There were just too many of them to get through unscathed. But with all of the robots' attention directed downward, it left the sky open. And that's how Izuku was going to get through. It would be quick and nobody would notice until he was out of the clear. With that plan, Izuku took off and jumped onto the robot Tetsu came out of, as one of its legs was pointed up to the air and would provide a good ramp to jump off of. So Izuku readied himself, and then with an exhale, green lighting jumped across his eyes and he took off. He activated his boots to boost his speed as he quickly climbed the legs, and then jumped. As he leapt from the leg, for a single moment Izuku ignited his boots and gauntlets up to 5%. This resulted in him blasting over the horde of robots untouched. He sailed through the air and appeared to clear the robot horde, but then a three-point launched both of its arms into the air. Izuku used his equipment to right him and then dodged the attack. With that being the last obstacle, Izuku flew to the ground, using his equipment to stop himself from hitting the ground too hard, but he still had to roll to keep himself from becoming too injured. And it appears we have our second student, Izuku Midoriya, to make their way through the first obstacle. Present, Mike announced, but it fell on deaf ears as Izuku looked forward and saw Todoroki slowly sliding across metal trapeze wires. And the third student, Gaizan Hisahito, is through. That got Izuku moving again, and he took off to the next obstacle. If he wanted to keep his place, then he would have to keep up the speed. Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya. That was the student in front of Gaizan, and it wasn't a name he recognized. Could he be from General Ed? Gaizan remembered the General Ed student Hitoshi Shinsu who was in the crowd that faced one after the USJ. He was the main student who talked about how students from Class 1 and 1B could be transferred out and replaced. A threat Mr. Aizawa confirmed was true, and how he would do so if a student from Class 1 didn't perform well enough. We now have a fourth place, Katsuki Bakugo, President Mike announced. A name Gaizan recognized. Fighting against the hoarder of robots had lowered his quirk's energy, and he could do with a recharge, and he knew just where best to get one. He looked over his shoulder and the ash blonde of Class 1 glared at him. Gaizan decided to drop back to say hi. While Gaizan went to get a recharge, Izuku arrived at the next obstacle. It was a series of pillars jetting out of a massive hole. Connecting the pillars were metal trapeze-tight ropes. With Izuku's speed, he had to put his arms in front of him and use his gauntlets to kill his momentum. You students better watch your steps, or you'll be stuck and left behind in the fall, President Mike announced. Izuku stood at the edge of the obstacle and looked down into the dark pit. No time to think of how UA could build something like this so quickly. He had a race to win. Izuku stepped onto the closet tightrope and began to walk across. Izuku took a few steps, but then his balance began to waver, so Izuku quickly stuck his hands out to the steps. His gauntlets quickly turned on, and this allowed him to keep his balance even as he began to speed walk across the wire. When Izuku reached the first pillar, he released a breath he didn't know he had and moved on to the next tightrope. With his boots and gauntlets, Izuku felt a little off balance, and his feet slipped a bit, but he was always able to catch him. He safely made it to the second pillar when he suddenly howled, "Look out below." Izuku barely had time to look up when something landed on the pillar and kicked up a cloud of dust. The cloud of dust was waved away, and Izuku found him to be eye to eye with Gaizan. Gaizan's eyes were shining a bit yellow as he smirked at Izuku. "Oh, you're the green-haired student from the beginning that broke through Todoroki's ice wall." Izuku Midoriya, you're right. Yeah, and you're Gaizan Hisahito from Class 1A. Izuku said, showing he knew who he was talking to. Gaizan stole a glance at Izuku's equipment. Since Ironmonger had been wearing armor, there was no way of knowing what his internal equipment looked like. But the way Izuku had been using it and the sounds it made, it was too similar to be a coincidence. What was Izuku doing at UA if he had ties to Ironmonger? Gaizan needed to learn more about who Izuku Midoriya was. I saw you flying earlier. Why are you doing it now? Gaizan asked. Hook was set. Maybe the teacher didn't know about the similarities between Ironmonger and Izuku's tech. But Gaizan wasn't going to wait for them to do some. He needed to keep an eye on Izuku, and part of that was seeing what kind of person he was. I'm waiting until the next round to reveal myself, Izuku explained, but he said it in a half-hearted tone. Like he didn't believe it himself. I'm testing myself. That sounded even worse in his head. He had training from Hawks, and this wasn't the place for testing. That was during practice and in the lab. Smart, don't let your opponent know what you can do. But at what point do you hinder yourself more than your opponent ever could? As it won't help you if you don't make it. Now's not the time to test oneself. Now is the time to prove oneself. Besides, you were in second place. Gaizan looked behind him. Well, bye. Gaizan smirked, then ran forward and then leapt to the next pillar. When he landed, he disappeared into another cloud of dust. Izuku tilted his head. You were in second place. Izuku realized that he was in second place for a bit. His name had been announced, and now Gaizan had taken it over. But then he had looked back, drawing Izuku's attention to look back too. What he saw terrified him. More and more students were reaching the fall, and leading the pack was a seeing red Bakugo. Todoroki, Hisahito, I'll make you pay for that. Bakugo had arrived and shot him up across the chasm. Izuku was a little confused as to why Bakugo didn't spare a thought towards him. Todoroki and Hisahito must be bigger threats to Bakugo's ego than Izuku was at the moment. Izuku watched as Bakugo caught up to Gaizan, then passed him. Gaizan, however, seemed to smile as he was blasted in the face. What the hell, I'm thinking. I am here to prove that I can be a hero. All I'm doing is holding myself back. Izuku looked at Gaizan leaping between pillars. I shouldn't be content with any place besides first. Izuku looked down the hole in front of him. Screw it. With a strong resolve and deep breath, Izuku took a step forward. Then with no fear, Izuku fell into the chasm. As he free fell, Izuku started to enjoy the feeling a bit, but he knew he had to get back to work. President Mike, who had been watching the race through the hidden camera laid throughout the race, did a spit take as he watched it happen. He couldn't believe that had a student fallen to their presumed death. The audience didn't know the net had been placed at the bottom, and it would only be time until Izuku's fall was shown and people would voice their concerns. He had to act fast. Shota, President Mike said, rewinding the tape a bit to get a look at the student. It was the kid Powerloader made a bet over. You know, that green-haired student from the support course that you and Powerload have a bet over. The one that destroyed part of UAS lawn with his equipment. Yeah, the one that got in trouble for flying over Fukuoka. Still, I think Hawks should have arrested him, Mr. Aizawa said, taking a small sip of coffee. What about him? I think he just jumped into a hole, President Mike said. Then noticed the Jumbotron showing the corresponding replay. President Mike redirected his friend's attention to it, and Mr. Aizawa spat out his coffee. Izuku took a single step forward and then quickly disappeared from view. What? Did the kid have a death wish? After the trouble he got into, Mr. Izuku figured he would be smart enough not to pull off any more stunts like that. Where the hell did that come from? Present Mike was about to make a comment to ease the crowd about how there would be a net to catch him. But then a small dust cloud rose out of the hole. Then Izuku shot out of it. He flipped in the air, landing back on the pillar in a superhero pose, and he couldn't help the massive stupid-looking grin on his face. He hadn't realized how liberating and freeing this would feel. He stood up, confident that he had Japan's attention, so he took a running start and leapt into the air. His repulsors caught him. Then he leaned forward and shot forward, a massive dust cloud billowing behind him. Izuku flew across the chasm and began to catch back up the guys on Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku smiled as he could only imagine the look of shock and horror on everyone's face as they watched him fall into the chasm. Moreover, Izuku could laugh as he imagined their reactions when he suddenly reappeared and then went flying down the course. He laughed as he caught up to Gaizan, who gave him a smirk and said, "Nice." All more to learn about who Izuku was. Izuku went flying past him and soon caught up with Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku slowed his speed down a bit as his hair was starting to get in his eyes. He became neck and neck with Todoroki and Bakugo. They too noticed him. Todoroki was confused as he had never met Izuku before. Bakugo, on the other hand, the moment his eyes landed on Izuku, all he could see was red. Bakugo had thought Deku had learned his lesson after the break-in, to never let him see Izuku ever again at UA. "Oi Deku, where the hell did you come from?" Bakugo then raised his right hand and shot an explosion at Izuku, who easily dodged by barrel rolling over to Bakugo's left side. "Can you believe it? We have a three-way tie for first place and the students are duking it to see who earns the right to keep it," Present Mike said. Izuku was not between Bakugo and Todoroki. Todoroki continued to run on his ice, while Izuku and Bakugo kept themselves up in the air. "I came from the support department." Izuku cut his right repulsor and threw a punch at Bakugo. As Bakugo had more experience in aerial combat, he more gracefully dodged the attack, but since he had used both hands to dodge, this allowed Izuku and Todoroki to gain some more distance. Bakugo yelled as he shot forwards to be tied in first place and then threw another explosion at Izuku. However, Gaizan suddenly appeared between them, his hand covering his face from the explosion. Gaizan's hand glowed a bit, then the glow transferred to his eyes. Izuku expected Gaizan to fall behind when he landed, but he simply hit the ground and kept up with them. Now it's a four-way tie as Gaizan Hisahito has caught up to the front. This is what the sports festival is meant to do, students giving it their all, fighting with everything they have to be number one. Present Mike commented. Gaizan smirked at Bakugo and said, "Thank for the boost, Bakugo, it should last me for a way. See you at the finish," Gaizan said and began to speed ahead of the group, but the other three weren't going to lose him. "I'm going to kill you, Hisahito," Bakugo said as he increased his explosion. "I won't let you win again," Todoroki said, using his ice to slide forward instead of running. "I'm not done yet," Izuku said, increasing the power directed to his equipment, and the battle for first place began properly. Everyone else was fighting for fifth. As the four raced ahead, they switched who was slightly ahead, keeping pace with each other. None of them gained much of a lead and none of them gave much of a lead. They didn't fight each other, just pushed themselves forward with all their strength. One was running to prove his father wrong. Another was running to show he could be a hero. Another was running to prove he was the best, and the last one was running to hide his past. And they ran until they passed a sign that Izuku directed his quirk to his brain to give him time to read it. It had a skull and crossbones and it read, "Danger Explosives." Izuku was confused about what that meant, but then a small click sounded and suddenly a rather large explosion with pink dust sent Todoroki flying into the air. All were caught off guard by this as the three boys' eyes went wide. The front runners have reached the last obstacle. Hot lava rocks. In front of them is a field hiding a multitude of mine. "Don't worry about being hurt. They're only strong enough to send you flying," Present Mike said, then began to laugh. Gaizan slowed down so he could keep an eye on where he was stepping, while Izuku lifted himself a bit further from the ground. This allowed Bakugo to gain a lead and he began to laugh. "You extra are finally in your place." As Bakugo laughed, he fell close enough to the ground that his foot brushed the ground, just in the right spot that a mine went off. What the F31626K? Bakugo was launched into the air, leaving only Gaizan and Izuku in the first place. Gaizan began to laugh as Bakugo continued to scream curses as he fell when suddenly Gaizan disappeared in a pink cloud. Izuku expected to see Gaizan go flying too, but then he ran out of the cloud and appeared to still be laughing. "I love this school." Gaizan set off another explosion and now his eyes were glowing yellow again. It seems the four-way tie has become a race between two students, Gaizan Hisahito and Izuku Midoriya, and it seemed no one will be able to catch up to them as they easily ran through the last obstacle of the race. Minefield. Everyone better watch their feet or they'll be sent onto a wild ride into the air, Present Mike said, as more and more students got past the fall and were reaching the minefield. Gaizan hit another mine, slowing down a bit so his quirk had a chance to absorb the kinetic and thermal power. His quirk was about 45% filled, so he caught up to Izuku and grinned as he asked, "How about a race to the finish line to see who is the fastest?" Izuku gave a small smirk. He never expected someone from the hero course to speak to him so casually like they were friends. But Izuku accepted the challenge. Sure, why not? Javisu increased power to 10%. Go. A small beep came from the earpiece in Izuku's ear as he instantly sped up and a dust trail appeared behind him. He expected Gaizan to take a few more split seconds to go, but Izuku looked to the side as Gaizan was keeping pace. Gaizan had a dust trail behind him with pink smoke mixed in whenever he stepped on a mine. They raced across the minefield and were soon out of it, and the home stretch was coming into view. Yet now one of them was running into an issue from the increased speed. Despite his hair being pulled back from the hair, giving him a clean line of sight, Izuku's eyes were starting to water from the wind rushing past his eyes. This made this vision start to go blur, and as Izuku was not confident in his natural instinct, he was afraid he would fly into something. This caused Izuku to slow down, and Gaizan did the same for a bit. Gaizan turned to Izuku. He was skilled. He knew how to use his equipment well, no doubt about that, but he was still only human, something Gaizan could go beyond. I look forward to seeing how you handle yourself. Support students in the coming events. Gaizan then sped back up and left Izuku behind. But then he heard Izuku call out from right behind him, "You lit a fire under me. Now you have to deal with the consequences." Izuku was not going to accept any place except for first. They were nearing the end of the track. There wasn't any room for more traps. So Izuku shouldn't have to worry about running into anything. And despite how blurry his vision was, he could still accelerate his mind to use the information it got from his eyes to stop himself from hitting anything. As Izuku redirected some of his quirk's electricity to his mind, he shot forward and caught up to Gaizan. Gaizan was still a good 2 to 3 paces ahead, giving him a clear first place, so Izuku pushed his output to 20% and began to slowly catch up to Gaizan. Gaizan felt a small electric buzzy sensation in the back of his mind. This caused him to look over his shoulder and see Izuku coming straight at him with green lightning jumping behind his eyes. Izuku caught up to Gaizan and began to pass him, so Gaizan responded in kind and used more of his quirk to keep the lead. And just in time, they reached the end of the track where it was redirected back into the stadium. Gaizan slid across the ground, leaving small trenches with his feet, while Izuku stuck his hands out in front, both coming to a complete stop as both knew they wouldn't be able to turn such a sharp corner at their current speed. "First one to the line," Gaizan said, his eyes narrowed on the light at the end of the tunnel. "First one to victory," Izuku said as he exhaled, and the arc reactor light turned from blue to green. Then in sync, both took off into the stadium. It was now a fight of acceleration. And while Izuku thought he had it, Gaizan still had plenty of energy to expend and regain the lead. Not wanting to give up so close to the end, Izuku increased his power output up to 35% and slowly climbed to become neck and neck with Gaizan. Both were flying down the hallway until the morning light greeted them both. And the first student back is Gaizan Hisahito from Class 1A. Present, Mike announced as the Jumbotron showed the photo finish with Gaizan a mere few centimeters ahead of Izuku. Gaizan slid to a stop, yet again digging trenches under his feet. This time much deeper than before. So deep in fact that his feet were underground, and right behind him is Izuku Midoriya from class. Am I reading this right? I don't believe this. But in second place is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1H, which is the support department. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in UA history, a student from the support department won second place at the sports festival. Izuku instantly held his hand out in front of him, backflipping into the air, before cutting all power and falling to the ground. He landed with a fist and knee to the ground, then slowly raised his head and grinned at Gaizan. He couldn't believe he had earned second place in the sports festival. His equipment had worked and he was one step closer to his dream. "Ha, I nearly had you." "Yes, you did. I guess I was right. You're from the support department. I mean, why else would you have such equipment?" Gaizan said, as he brushed some dust off of his UA tracksuit. Now that he wasn't running, he got a good look at Izuku equipment. They looked a little bare, but if they were that powerful, Gaizan was a little afraid of what power Izuku could hold if his equipment wasn't just bare bones. "Thanks, my father designed them for me," Izuku said as he stood up and rubbed his knuckles as they had gotten a little red from the landing. Gaizan nodded. So it was either Izuku standing in front of him or his father. Either one of them could have been involved with the USJ. Was that how the League of Villains knew to attack the USJ? Was Izuku a spy of theirs? But why the support department? Or was that Plan B? Either way, it would be a good excuse for why Izuku would have technology similar to Iron Mantra. But with technology that unique, Gaizan couldn't be the only one that noticed. Mr. Aizawa got a good enough view of Iron Mantra. Now Gaizan wasn't going to outright accuse Izuku. Maybe he didn't know about his father's involvement. His father might be using his son, the same way Gaizan's father did the same. And there was still the same chance they weren't the only ones with this type of tech. But Gaizan could tell from the power he felt coming from the boots and gauntlets they were solely working off of Izuku's quirk, making him lean more to the side that Izuku and his father were the only ones with the technology. Gaizan would have expressed interest in Izuku's tech, giving off the question he was curious about what could match his quirk, but then something had caught his attention. More and more students were finishing the race, and Gaizan noticed someone had decided to test his luck. "If you would excuse me, Midoriya, I have something I have to take care of," Gaizan said, holding a finger. He then turned from Izuku, and his natural resting expression, which to others looked more like indifference, became one of great irritation. Izuku nodded and Gaizan walked away to handle the issue. Momo Yaoyorozu has finished in 15th place and my Neurominda has placed in 16th place with a creative method of finishing, Present Mike said, already knowing, along with Midnight, that something was going to happen because of Minta's creative end. Mr. Aizawa simply just didn't care. It was time for the small after show. As Gaizan walked up to Momo and Minta, he heard Minta comment something about finishing and the fact that he already had done so. A comment that went through one ear and out there another, but still made Gaizan grit his teeth in anger. "You are beyond unprofessional, Minta," Momo said, as she tried to reach back and grab the shortest student of 1A. He had latched onto her half through the minefield and refused to let go ever since. She was able to make a metal bat and hit Minta, not worried about acting ladylike. But then she noticed Gaizan walking up to her. No matter how hard she hit Minta, it won't be compared to what Gaizan was about to do. "Hisahito, would you mind helping?" Gaizan nodded, then grabbed Minta by the neck and ripped him off of one of Vice President. Miraculously, without pulling off Momo's track shirt, Minta appeared to be in a daze, so Gaizan lifted Minta up to be at eye level and growled, "What did I say earlier?" Minta didn't answer, so Gaizan growled, "Do I need to give you a reminder? You don't scare me, Hisahito. Besides, I'm within my rights. We were told we could do anything to win," Minta said, somehow gaining the confidence to actually look Gaizan in the eyes. Said confidence immediately disappeared as death entered Gaizan's eyes. This stare caused Minta to begin to squirm and try to break free, but Gaizan just tightened his grip on Minta's neck. "Then I'm within my right to do this. Now, what did I say earlier?" Minta looked like he was going to try and defend himself, but then his shoulder dropped and he said, "Not to do anything inappropriate." "And what did I say would happen if you did anything inappropriate?" Gaizan said. Minta didn't answer, but his struggle became more. Gaizan grabbed Minta's jaw and forced him to lock eyes. Gaizan gave Minta a view of death incarnate, causing Minta to stop resisting. Gaizan then finally let go of Minta and let him fall to the ground. "Now get out." Minta quickly picked himself up and ran away, moving his legs as fast as he could to get away from Gaizan as soon as possible. All the while Midnight had seen this, and while the race was over, she found it in her best interest to keep to herself and left Gaizan to lay down his law. "Thank you, Hisahito," Momo said as she tried to pull off Minta's quirk from her track shirt. She could easily take it off and create a new one, but she'd rather not be a modist on TV and not waste her quirk on that. "Do you want some help?" Gaizan said, dropping his glare and giving a small smile to Momo. Momo was confused about how Gaizan could help, but she nodded nonetheless. Gaizan grabbed the two purple spheres and pushed his quirk's energy into them. They glowed yellow and then disappeared. Momo waited for the back of her shirt to be ripped apart, but then felt the small weight disappear from her back. Momo looked over her shoulder and saw that Minta's quirk had been removed. She looked up to thank Gaizan, but found that he had already walked off to be somewhere else. Even though Class 1 for the most part became close friends with the exception of Bakugo, Todoroki, and Minta, Gaizan was still a mystery to them. He sat with them during lunch and talked with them, but most of the time he was just a silent observer. The morning was boring and Inko, grateful for the distraction of being able to listen to Present Mike's highlights, meaning she was only half listening to the board of directors as they talked about the quarterly income of Suteen Co. Inko looked at the project road while it was projecting the real income of the company. Inko knew full well that the amount within the folder in front of her didn't tell the full truth. It had backroom deals, personal expenditures, and all which were stricken from the records. But that won't account for half the money. No, the real income of Suteen Co. were black market deals. On Mr. Suteen's private computer, those had taken some time to find, but Inko was a patient person. So why hadn't she gone to the police? While exploring the hidden server, Inko found a list of cops that weren't on their payroll but could easily be paid off. So if anyone caught word of Inko's plan, then one of the board members was bound to find out. Then it was just a matter of making her disappear. Even then, Suteen Co. was a well-respected company. No one would believe it had a shady underbelly. Yet at the moment, none of that managed to Inko. She was only half listening to the meeting. The other half of her attention was listening to the headphone that was in her right ear, which was connected to her phone. She was listening to the highlights of the UAS Sports Festival, and it was just reaching the end of the first event. And the first student back is Gaizan Hisahito from Class 1A. Present Mike announced, then continued with, and right behind him is Izuku Midoriya from Class, hold on, am I reading this right? Izuku Midoriya from Class 1H. That's the support department. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in UA history, a student from the support department has won second place at the sports festival. Inko smiled and tried to contain herself. Izuku had won. He had gotten second place only to be beaten by one Hero Kraus student, meaning he had left the other 39 in the dust. As pride swelled in Inko's chest, she let out a semi-quiet yes that caught the attention of everyone else in the meeting, who turned to Inko. Chief Director Akinoa cleared her throat and then asked, "Is there something you would like to add to this meeting, Mrs. Midoriya?" Inko blinked a bit, as in her excitement she had forgotten where she was. She stared back at Chief Director Akinoa, the worst member of the board. Inko used her happiness over her son to hide her disdain. "Forgive me, I'm listening to UAS Sport Festival. And the first year just completed their first event." The entire board looked at Inko with contempt, until Oki Ran reminded them, "Your son is in the support department." Inko nodded. "How did he do?" As Ran asked that question, Inko could see in the other members' eyes they weren't expecting a decent answer. And why wouldn't they? What could a support student have against a hero student? Inko gave a smug grin and said, "He got second, only a few seconds behind a hero course student." The board all gave false smiles and Idomio asked, "What was the event?" "It's UA, it must be something challenging." "Well, if you consider fighting against giant robots, a bottomless pit and a minefield challenging, then yes." And Izuku did well to stay in the lead for most of the obstacle course, Inko said, as President Mike continued to list off the student that had passed. "Oh, well, keep us informed of how well your son does," Chief Director Akinio said, already thinking of a plan for how to use Izuku's success to have him intern at Suteen Co. and boost their standing within the hero community. While offering him an internship, it would be easier to watch mother and son if they were under the same roof. Back at UA, the crowd was cheering over the excitement of the course. There had been spectacular moves, amazing comebacks, and surprises all around. The only person not completely joining in on the celebration was Toshinori. He was happy for the student, yet with how tired he was, he didn't show much excitement. He was leaning against the railing looking down at the field. Gaizan getting first place was no surprise. His quirk just put him a step above his classmates. Yet it was surprising how into it he got. Toshinori was expecting Gaizan to leisurely run his way through the different obstacles, and it seemed Izuku Midoriya was the reason for it. After the first meeting with the support student after the USJ, Toshinori hadn't kept too many tabs on him. He was a heroic teacher and he was a support student. They didn't often cross paths, only hearing from Eraserhead and Powerloader when Izuku had gotten into trouble with Hawks. And who could blame Toshinori as he focused rightfully on helping his successor? But now, Toshinori was wishing he had, as Izuku had come out of nowhere to get second. And just seeing how advanced Izuku's inventions were above everyone else kind of reminded Toshinori of his old friend David Shield. Even more, Toshinori had to hand it to Izuku, he was a good showman. Though Toshinori knew that there were ropes at the bottom of the pit, his heart still momentarily stopped when Izuku fell into the pit. But then Izuku came flying out and everyone got a good look at Izuku's eyes. Many would see that a fire had been lit under Izuku and that was causing him to do what he did. But Toshinori could tell, it wasn't a firing being lit, it was being fanned. Izuku Midoriya had something to prove. And was it that fire that had gotten Gaizan into the event? It looked like he was taking Izuku's actions as a challenge. As Izuku was trying to prove he could be a hero, was Gaizan trying to prove he was better than Izuku? Gaizan didn't portray himself as that, so why else had Izuku caught Gaizan's attention? First and second place did well enough. They conversed their strength until they knew they could gain the upper hand and keep it. Toshinori was pulled from his thoughts as he heard some students behind him. A group of business students were leaning against the wall and talking amongst themselves. But just look at them, they are both kind of plain looking. Second place having it worse, the second business student said, gesturing to Izuku and Gaizan. True, but first did have that small light showing going on with his quirk. And second place, being from the support course, he's going to have a lot of company looking at him. President Mike did say that a support student has never won second place before. A third business student said, yes, and look at this equipment. Anyone can see how advanced it is, but the question is what all his equipment can do. Simply make him fly. There are plenty of other heroes and support equipment that can do that. It will be interesting to see what else he can do, or is he just a one-trick pony? The first business student said. Toshinori nervously chuckled. It seemed the business course students were still as cutthroat as ever, analyzing everything and taking everything into account. But that's not to say they weren't wrong. Toshinori looked back down at Izuku. With his green hair and freckles, he didn't stand out among the students with more unique features from their quirks, though anyone with an inventor's mind would know the equipment Izuku was wearing wasn't some that could be brought off the shelf. Toshinori thought back to the holograms he had seen when he met Izuku. His focus had been on the villain's suit, but he had seen what Izuku's suit looked like. Toshinori almost wished he had gotten a photo of it to show to David Shield. Then David could tell him how advanced it was, though Izuku might not appreciate that, copyright and all that. Yet if he was planning on wearing the whole suit, the Class 1 and 1B had an even bigger surprise coming. And depending on when he put it on, he could easily make a big show out of it. Toshinori laughed a bit, reminiscing on his youth when he always tried to put on a good show when he showed up to a battle, then cringed a bit as he remembered how often it didn't work. Down on the field, Izuku watched as Gaizan walked away to help one of his classmates from a different classmate, and though it was subtle, Izuku didn't like the look Gaizan had gotten when Izuku said his repulsors were his father's design. It is judgmental, but not in the same way Zeke judged him. What could Gaizan possibly be thinking about? Was Gaizan thinking that Izuku had only gotten second because of his equipment? Without it, would he have never finished? Sure, Izuku wasn't as fit as the hero course student, but he wouldn't have let that stop him from doing his best. In the end, wasn't that the most important? Izuku's attention was drawn from his thoughts as he heard Mei's name was announced, and his worries quickly disappeared. He turned to look at the finish line, just in time for a blur to tackle him to the ground. Once Izuku's vision cleared, he looked up and saw Mei smiling down at him. He took in how exhausted she looked, but how proud she was to have gotten 40th. And it didn't help that the sweat on her arms was making them glisten. "I can't believe you got second. If you have flown from the start, you have gotten first," Mei said as she sat on Izuku's midsection. Her thighs instinctively began squeezing Izuku's side, and she managed not to blush at that. Whenever Izuku wore any of his equipment, Mei couldn't help but think of that dream she had. "Thanks, but I doubt it. Hisahito would have caught up to me anyhow," Izuku said, forcing his eyes to focus on hers, as he knew looking lower would not be gentlemanlike. And Inko had made sure to raise the most upstanding gentleman the world had ever seen. "So what made you suddenly start flying?" Mei asked as she pointed Izuku in the chest. She had seen him jumping into the pit and she had almost yelled her name, the screaming only not coming out because it got stuck in her throat out of fear. But when he reappeared, she couldn't help but cheer his name and then use everyone's confusion to jump forward some spots. "I realized I was holding myself back. Though I had to wait to prove myself, when I should have been going all out from the beginning, prove myself through everything, and I wasn't just a one-time kind of thing." "And good job yourself, you got 40th, Izuku said, shrugging his shoulders. Mei laughed, jumping up and down a bit. Hatsum, you're making it a little hard to breathe," Izuku said as the wind was knocked out of him. Nor did the location of her butt help Izuku's mind at all. But before his mind could wander to that place, his social awkwardness kicked in. Something Izuku had never been more thankful for than in that moment, as it kept his gentlemanly status. "Are you calling me fat, Izuku Midoriya?" Mei yelled as she stopped bouncing and glared down at Izuku, with a bit of playfulness in her eyes. Izuku's brain restarted and he was able to quickly laugh and say, "No, just your equipment and you're sitting on my lungs." It had been a long time since Izuku had gotten used to Mei's antics such as that, but it didn't help him with the small blush he got on his cheek. "Good answer," Mei said, as she got off of Izuku and then held her hand out. Izuku accepted Mei's hand and she hauled him to his feet. "So what now, Mr. Second Place?" As if to answer her question, President Mike announced, "Now that all students have passed, we'll be taking a small hour break. After the break, the second event will be announced, all with placement. Come, let's see if we can find my parents and get some food," Mei said, grabbing Izuku's hand and pulling him off the field. In the hallways, Izuku and Mei weaved their way through the growing crowd until they got to the food court, where they found Mei's parents sitting at a table with a briefcase. A briefcase they had brought to store Izuku and Mei's equipment. And yet while Mei stored her equipment, Izuku opted to keep his on. He explained it by saying since his equipment had more screws and took longer to slip on and off, he was just going to keep them on for the day. But in reality, in his mind, his equipment gave him power to stand up for himself and show the world that he was. And after doing so well with said power, Izuku didn't want to depart with it. The Hatsum had already bought some food, so Izuku and Mei dug in, happy for the chance to refill their tanks. Mr. Hatsum had even brought a sports drink for Izuku that was filled with electrolyte. "I'm so proud that my daughter is moving to the second round." Mr. Hatsum wrapped Mei in a huge bear hug as she tried to stuff her face with noodles. Izuku smiled at the sight, though it made him wish that his mom could be there to congratulate him, but he knew she was listening through her phone. He would probably get a text once she was done with all of her meetings. "I only got 40th place. It was Izuku that got second," Mei said, trying and struggling to break the hug. Izuku guessed a perk of being an engineer was having massive grip strength, as Mr. Hatsum tightened the hug around his daughter. "Yes, that he did. I'm proud that you managed to get the flight issue taken care of. Though when you jumped down into that hole, I think you nearly gave everyone a heart attack," Mrs. Hatsum said, rubbing Izuku's hair. "Where's your mother?" "Sorry, I realized I was holding myself back. If I want to be transferred to the hero course, I need to prove myself. I figured doing that was a good way to get everyone's attention," Izuku sheepishly said. He should have figured that out sooner, but it was the first time he had been a part of something like this, so it was natural for him to revert to his isolated younger self. As for my mother, she's still stuck in Fukuoka. Well, you most definitely got everyone's attention, especially your stunt with the second obstacle. Afterwards, President Mike had the Jumbotron stay on you and the students from 1A. The you and the yellow hair pulled ahead and everyone was on the edge of their seats. Hawks said, pulling out a chair and sitting down next to Izuku. I saw you attack the blonde spiky-haired kid from class 1A. Your skills have improved since last week. You must be the Hatsums. Hawks looked over at Mr. and Mrs. Hatsum. I've had a chance to see your daughter work in action. I'm no engineer, but your daughter has real talent. Mr. Hatsum's eyes turned to stars. Having a chance to talk to such a high-ranking hero, he had been the same with Miroku Gaimon for repair. Luckily for him, he was able to hide behind the amount of stardom Izuku showed. While Mr. Hatsum calmed himself down by taking a sip of water, Mrs. Hatsum deeply bowed. However, Hawk's smile faltered a bit and he said, mind if I borrow Midoriya for a bit? Sure, May responded. As before, her parents were dumbfounded, both still absorbing the praise of the number 3 hero. Thanks. Hawks wrapped his arm around Izuku's shoulder and led him away from the crowd. They didn't say anything until they were alone in an empty hallway, at which point Hawks sighed and leaned against the wall. Well, needless to say, you're screwed. Izuku was confused. He had a slow start, but he finished in second place. He had overcome the first event and people knew who he was. Izuku tried not to panic at that thought. People knew who he was. Not great to have when you're antisocial and an introvert. Yet what could Hawks be talking about? What do you mean? I was able to use my training to get second. That's the first time in UA history. President Mike said so. I'm one step closer to getting transferred and I plan to keep that momentum forward. Show UA I deserve a second chance. Izuku tried to focus on that thought. Yes, congratulations on that. By the way, I'm sure UA will be having a meeting about you and you're becoming transferred. But I mean you're screwed in terms of the Hero Public Safety Commission. After Fukuoka, they ID'd you and kept a close eye on you. They really want your father's suit. And your stunt at the second obstacle, well, in their eyes that makes you reckless and dangerous to those around you. Hawks said, shaking his head. Anyone who knew Izuku knew that wasn't who he was. It was just the HPSC choosing it to see that way, as that's how they saw Hisashi. But I'm not, Izuku said with a huff. Sure, his stunt could have been reckless, his equipment could have failed and he could have fallen to the ropes, and dangerous to others. He barely even attacked Bakugo and it was Bakugo who tried to do even more back to Izuku. I know that, but they don't. Not that it matters. Any way you act, the HPSC will view it in the way they want to. And because of that, Hawks paused for a bit, then continued in an urgent and distressed tone. Last time they demanded I hand you and your suit over. This time they gave it as a command. So, you follow their order or you're stripped of your hero rank, Izuku said, picking on Hawks' tone. Izuku had gotten closer to Hawks, having him as a mentor, but also as one of the first heroes who believed in him. If to save Hawks' career was Izuku wishing to hand over his suit, something he had worked so hard to make, that his father had essentially given his life for. But being a hero was only a possibility. Having Hawks and May as friends, that was here and now. Hawks huffed and drew Izuku out of his thoughts, among other things. But don't worry, I'm not going to give you or your armor up. I'm going to talk with Principal Nezu and see if we can get you transferred to the hero course sooner. Since you're in the support department, you don't have as much leeway as the hero students and you're an easy target for the Hero Public Safety Commission, Hawks said. Izuku nodded his head then shook it. But I'm not a hero or currently in the hero course. They're the Hero Public Safety Commission, hero. They shouldn't be able to touch me. Normally yes, but you still go to UA, a private hero high school, and somehow they know you're trying to get transferred. They will fight tooth and nail to keep you there as a support student. They have more freedom with their jurisdiction, as laws surrounding hero students are more exact in wording. Izuku thought about that for a few seconds. Many support course students from UA were hired at hero agencies after graduation. Izuku sighed, just another thing for the HPSC to use. However, a new question came to mind. He hadn't met Hawks in the best situation. He was typically using his quirk illegally, but it didn't take much for the Hawks to come over and support Izuku. Why are you doing all this for me? Back in Fukuoka, there were multiple times you could have turned me over. Even then you stayed for a week to teach me how to fly better. Why are you doing all this for me? Izuku asked. Hawks quickly answered, I have my reasons. Just know when the sports festival is done, I'll say my goodbyes and we probably won't be able to meet one-on-one as we have done in the last week, Hawks said, then began to walk away. Hey Hawks, thanks for all you've done for me, Izuku said before Hawks left his sight. No problem, kid, Hawks said, then walked away. As he turned the corner, he knew Izuku wouldn't see the next step coming. Hawks had acted like he would never see Izuku again. But that was the last thing Hawks was going to allow. The HPSC were hellbent on getting Hisashi's designs, and now with Izuku caught in the middle, he was target number one. It didn't matter when or how the HPSC would decide to play ball. Hawks was going to be next to Izuku the whole time. So now it is time to make sure that happened, and the best way to do that was to coordinate with the person that controlled most of Izuku's schedule. Hawks pulled out his phone and dialed Principal Nezu. It was quickly picked up and Principal Nezu opened with, "Good morning, Hawks. Are you proud of your student? He's done well to make himself known. I see he's taken his training to heart." "I am, but that's not why I called. Are you free to talk?" Hawks asked. A small beep went off and then Principal Nezu said, "I'm free." "Well, we're screwed. The HPSC isn't going to back down anytime soon, and now they're serious. They're commanding me to bring in Midoriya and his suit," Hawks said as he continued down the empty hallway. "Does Izuku know of the situation?" Principal Nezu asked with urgency. "I told him that it was the same thing as last time, just more serious. I didn't mention the blackmail or, more importantly, how the HPSC would label Izuku as an enemy of the state. UA would be shown as harboring a national fugitive, destroying its reputation within months. Needless to say, they're serious and are willing to pull out all the bells and whistles at their disposal," Hawks said, glad that Principal Nezu understood the importance of it all. "Just to get a suit of armor. That won't even work with Midoriya's quirk," Principal Nezu said as if he was musing at a joke. A joke that Hawks understood. Hisashi had the suit, he designed it and built it. But well known to those who knew that Hisashi couldn't find a power source for it to work. "That's not even half of it. The military is starting to get in on it," Hawks said. One of his feather he had planted around the HPSC headquarters had caught a conversation behind the president of the HPSC and a general from the military. Now that is a surprise. The military have not been interested in Hisashi's design, so why are they throwing their hat in the ring? Principal Nezu said, leaving the question of why the military had suddenly left Hisashi alone unspoken. But now it seemed they were once again showing interest and were teaming with the HPSC to get what they wanted. Does it really matter? They want the suit. Most likely they want the suit to militarize it and use it in war. With the HPSC and military working together, there isn't much they can't do. They'll have the support of Japan's government doubled over. If we don't give them an answer in enough time or an answer that ticks them off, then they're going to send the military from Tartarus to make sure the job is done. They're going to bust down your walls and take the kid's suit," Hawks said, walking outside of the stadium and flying into the air to get some distance from the crowd. "We need to talk with Powerloader and Eraserhead about getting Izuku Midoriya to the hero course. There you'll be able to keep a closer eye on him. And it will also cause a bigger issue for the HPSC when they try to move against him. You fought hard for that as principal of UA. You would have complete say over what happens with your students. The HPSC won't be able to touch Midoriya until he starts his work studies in the second year. Even then they would have to go through the hero he goes to. And that's just another barrel of monkey, but it would give us time to cover all of our bases." "That is true. However, Mr. Aizawa must also agree to the transfer. We can't force Midoriya upon him, and Mr. Aizawa isn't known for doing nice things for his students," Principal Nezu said, laying out their cards. They had to be careful to play their cards right. Every day it was becoming more and more clear that more than just Izuku's life and career were at stake in this fight against the HPSC. The question is, who would you rather anger? The Hero Public Safety Commission or Eraserhead? Hawks pointed out. Principal Nezu thought about that for a moment. Mr. Aizawa was a close friend and had the respect of Principal Nezu. And Hisashi Midori did so as well. One of the few Principal Nezu would claim matched his own level of intelligence. And, well, Mr. Aizawa was always annoyed at something. And Principal Nezu would hate to give him extra on his plate. At the same time, the HPSC and now the military were making it very clear what they wanted. And though the past had become high-strung, they were now making it clear what they were willing to do to get what they wanted. So what could Principal Nezu and Hawks do to help Izuku? Principal Nezu looked down at the waiting crowd. Though the heroes were on the government's payroll through the HPSC, the group of interest that held the most power over the heroes was the public. The billboard popularity held a lot for heroes. If they were well-liked and handled fights, they were ranked higher and had a chance to be paid more and be able to do brand deals. All of that came from the public opinion on heroes. Maybe Principal Nezu could use that power to serve his own purpose. Principal Nezu looked down at a UA alumni ring that sat on his middle finger. It had been Hisashi despite not graduating from UA. He had given it to Principal Nezu just a few days before he died. It was supposed to be a meet-up with a black market supplier. Yet still, he had given his right to Principal Nezu, making the white rodent think that before he even left, Hisashi knew he was going to die. While the ring in itself was nothing special, the standard gold UA alumni ring with 3 rings around the main emblem to signal support course. Yet to Principal Nezu, it was a reminder of the good Hisashi tried to do with his life. The sacrifice he had made, a life he didn't get to live in order to protect those he most cared about. "I don't think I need to answer that question," Principal Nezu said in a resolute tone. "Then we have an understanding." "Good." Hawks hung up his phone and let out a small sigh. He generally tried to keep away from stuff like this. The HSPC already had a tight leash on him, but Hawks could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Though he knew it was going to get a lot worse before it got any better. And here I thought this ended when you were lowered to your grave, Hisashi. But I think your kid is going to be an even bigger pain than you were. At least you knew how to lay low. Once the hour break was over and President Mike gave the announcement, the crowd quickly made their way back to their seats, while the students filed back into the arena. Once President Mike made sure everything was ready, he gave a signal to Midnight, who walked back onto her platform. Welcome back to UAS Sports Festival for its first year. Within the last event, everyone fought hard, but the winners made themselves clear. In first place, we have Gaizon Hisahito of Class 1A. The Jumbotron behind Midnight switches to showing Gaizon. Gaizon gave a small wave, then crossed his arm in front of him. And in second place, the surprise contender, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1H. Izuku froze as the Jumbotron switched to him. He managed to give a small wave before Midnight continued. In third place, Shoto Todoroki and fourth Kazuki Bakugo. Now it is time to gird your loins and prepare yourselves for the next time of this sports festival. Midnight cracked her whip and the Jumbotron changed to a roulette. The roulette was similar to the one that decided the first event, however it was much quicker this time. After a minute it slowed and landed on Cavalry Battle. There you have it, folks. The second event for the first year's sports festival will be Cavalry Battles. Midnight, if you would please explain the rules, President Mike announced. Thank you, President Mike. For Cavalry Battle, those of you at the top will suffer the most. Of course, that is to be expected at UA. The rules for this event are simple. The 42 passing students will get into teams of 2 to 4 as they see fit. At maximum, there can be 1 rider, 2 horses, and a front. As Midnight explained the rules, the Jumbotron showed a picture of All Might riding on Cementos and Snipe's shoulder while 13 was in the front. Each player has been assigned a point value placed on their ranking from the previous event. Each team's point value will be the total of each student within a team, and being on the rider's headband. Now for the points. Starting from last place with 5 points, each placement goes up by increments of 5, meaning 41st place is 10 points and 40th place is 15. Izuku quickly did the math in his head to figure out his point value, as many other students did too. His total would be 205 and first place would be 210, so no massive gaps in points, so stealing them would be kind of pointless unless the lower team managed to get several headbands, except for a special restriction placed upon the first place contestant. Their point value is 10 million. Midnight announced with a wicked glint in her eyes as she licked her lips. Izuku gasped as many others did. Then he noticed a not-so-subtle shift in everyone's aura. It all turned dark as they realized that whoever managed to steal and keep a hold of Gaizon's points was guaranteed to win. Hunger appeared in their eyes as in sync they turned and looked at Gaizon, who was simply crossing his arms across his chest in a relaxed pose and had a smile on his face as if he was having the best time of his life. Izuku was grateful that he had gotten second, as if he had gotten first he knew he would most likely be royally screwed. But be cautious, as the more headbands you steal, the more difficult it will be to keep all of them. Midnight cautioned, and the Jumbotron showed the headbands piling up around All Might's neck. But don't worry, even if your points are stolen, you are still in the fight. So continue fighting until time is up. Now you have the next 10 minutes to make teams, Midnight announced, only taking Izuku's attention away from Gaizon. She noticed, so she raised her whip and cracked it again. Then, just like the spell was broken and everyone began to form teams, Izuku immediately looked over at Mei and smiled. It just made sense. Not only were they the only 2 students from the support course to make it, they were the best of friends, so it was natural they would think of teaming up, and with Izuku's catalog of hero students and all of Mei's inventions, they could easily fend off anyone that came after them. Mei said as she smiled back, "Honestly, I don't think anyone else will take me. I'm the weird girl from the support class. You, on the other hand, are the support student that made it into second place. You plan to use me to show off your inventions," Izuku said, knowing Mei's whole plan from the start. Not that he felt used, as he was happy to be a selling point for a friend, and that didn't mean he wasn't planning on using her too. "My thoughts precisely," a purple-haired student said, walking up to the duo. Izuku looked at him and smiled. "Hitoshi Shinzu. Pleasure to meet you. I'm from class 1 degrees Celsius. General, it seems like you're the only one from the class," Izuku said. With him, Mei and Shinsu, all the only spots were taken up by hero course students. Izuku paused as he did quick math. 40 hero students plus the 3 of them. That made 43 students, and only 42 students were able to pass. So which hero student didn't pass? Izuku looked around the group of students as they tried to form teams. He wasn't surprised that Bakugo had several of the class 1 around him, while it appeared that Todoroki and Gaizon had already formed their teams. Izuku then noticed that he couldn't find Yuga Aoma, making him the hero student that failed. "Yeah, my fellow classmates didn't think they had what it takes to be a hero, and they don't think I could. I would like to prove them wrong." Shinsu said as he rubbed the back of his head, then held out his other hand. If Shinsu got through with help from a non-hero student, then he could use that to show that the hero course students weren't all the cracked up to what they thought themselves to be. Looks like we're on the same page. Izuku accepted the hand and they shook. What's your quirk? Simple. Who's your favorite pro hero? Shinsu asked. Izuku did ask, and with Shinsu's quirk it was easier to show than tell and explain. Izuku's years of being around Bakugo, Mei, and crossing paths with several pro heroes made his instincts flare up. Instincts that told him not to answer the question. Yet Izuku didn't feel any malice behind it. Izuku took a breath then began to answer. Easy it's all. Midoriya, Mei said as Izuku had stopped halfway through his answer, especially when he had a chance to talk about All Might. Mei could never forget the endless conversation Izuku had with practically himself, as Mei would distract herself with invention and only answer questions that she caught. Mei held up her hand and snapped in front of Izuku's face, but he didn't even blink. He was frozen mid-sentence with his mouth open to continue speaking. Might. Izuku suddenly unfroze. Then he paused. He couldn't believe the feeling of suddenly losing control over his body, only for it to suddenly come back. Whoa, what? When someone answers me, not only can I freeze them, I can command them to do basic things that don't require much thinking. Shinsu explained the last bit of his quirk. So the difference between walking and answering a difficult math equation? Izuku questioned and Shinsu nodded. Izuku was about to dive in and ask Shinsu to explain his quirk further and about to pull out his journal, but then he sensed someone walking up behind him. He turned around and found a girl with a brown bob cut. Hello. The girl, who Izuku recognized as Ochako Uraraka from, was looking down at the ground. She looked a little ashamed of herself. Hi. Do you mind if I joined your team? Izuku remembered her quirk being able to cancel gravity, while she seems to have a second hidden quirk that she only used against Gaizan. You're from Class 1A. Shouldn't you be teaming with your classmates? Shinsu scoffed, but Izuku softly raised his hand and that was enough for Shinsu to stop. Izuku would think about Shinsu being harsh at a later time. Izuku looked Ochako over. She had a reason for not teaming up with her classmates. She looked ashamed to have to come to Izuku, but not prideful enough to stop herself from doing so. For now it was simply better to find out than speculate. It's fine, yes, you can join our team. But to restate Shinsu's question, you have trained with your classmates and would be able to work well with them. So why are you coming to me? Izuku asked as he lowered his hand. He might have gotten second, but the points from being second were close to the top 10 places and could easily be matched by teaming up with the lower-ranked students. Ochako looked at Izuku and had a forced smile on her lip. Everyone I wanted to team up with, always have a team. Want to team up with, meaning powerful and an easy pass to the third round. Shinsu scoffed as he glared at Ochako. She was the class that had that hothead prideful blonde that thought he was going to win, so Shinsu didn't see her as any different. Shinsu, Mei said. She might not be the most social aware person, but even she could tell that was an insult. He isn't entirely wrong. I'm not exactly good in events like these, but in one-on-one I'm pretty strong. That seems to shut Shinsu up. I have to make it to the third round and face off one of my friends. Ochako said. A small fire appeared in her eyes, knocking Izuku off guard a bit. Hisahito, Izuku guessed. He had seen them training together, so it would make sense they would want a chance to fight each other. Their rivalry seemed pretty important to each other. Yeah, how did you know? Ochako was surprised that a support student could guess that. Did Izuku somehow know about their extra training? Did that mean he knew about One for All? Toshinori was concerned about Gaizan knowing. Yet Gaizan had made it well known he wasn't going to go around sharing that secret. Yet Ochako didn't really know Izuku, so how could Izuku have found out about One for All? I've seen you train with him and saw you two talking. I didn't sense bad blood, just a rivalry. Anyway, I accept you onto our team. Your zero gravity will be a big help in our mobility, Izuku said, as he slipped off his backpack that he grabbed from his locker. Mei was going to try and get other students to wear her invention to show them off, and while Izuku was doing the same thing he was going to do it in a more sneakily fashion. You have 5 minutes left, Midnight announced. So how do you want us to form up? Mei asked, as Izuku opened up his backpack. Izuku was silent for a few moments, but Mei could see some green lightning sparking behind his eyes. Izuku stood up and the green lightning disappeared. All right, here is the plan. Hatsune with your boots, you'll be in the back. Uraraka to be able to reach everyone to use your quirk, you'll be joining her. Shinsu that leaves you for the front, while I'm on top. Uraraka, you can't have your quirk active for the entire event, or you'll be out too quickly. Ochako nodded as Izuku referenced how she could become nauseous. Izuku then reached into his backpack and pulled out equipment that looked similar to what he was wearing. This equipment can help you keep up with Hatsune's boots. Ochako looked them over then down at Izuku's feet. They looked very similar, and so she questions, is that the equipment that helps you fly? Yeah, but they're also good for other stuff, Izuku said, then turned to Shinsu. Well, Shinsu, you can use the gauntlets. They can help with our range and keep everyone from getting too close. Ochako and Shinsu looked over the equipment that Izuku was holding. This was the equipment that made a student from the support course beat 39 of the hero course student. They would be dumb to think it wasn't helpful to use. Sure, why none? Ochako said, and Shinsu gave a simple nod. With that agreement, Izuku handed the boots to Mei, who helped Ochako into them. While this was happening, Izuku helped Shinsu into the gauntlets. As the last 2 minutes were called, the last few screws were tightened and Izuku hooked everything up. Then everyone got into their formations. On his team's shoulder, Izuku hooked all the wires to his arc reactor, and after a few seconds Shinsu and Ochako's equipment powered up. It should have been a mess of worse, yet Izuku had years of experience and was able to put everything in an orderly fashion so nothing could accidentally become detached. With that, everything was set and ready to go, yet there was just one issue for one of them. Why don't I get my own pair of repulsors? Mei asked, a small frown on her face. As Izuku continuously improved his tech, Mei couldn't help but notice how much cooler and more efficient they were. Because you have your Hoover boots. Besides, Shinsu's and Okako repulsor are last resort. They're my backup set in case my primary ones were broken. They aren't as well manufactured and only have a few good uses before they're destroyed, Izuku said, as he made a final check over the wires. Wait, these will explode, Shinsu said, not liking the sound of that as he looked at his hands. He wanted to make it to the third sound, but he'd rather not to have injured himself to do so. No, just overheat and melt. Your hands and feet might get a small burn, but nothing Recovery Girl can't easily fix. Izuku chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Great, that sounds fun, Shinsu complained as he looked at his hands. You made your choice, deal with it, Mei said, smirking at Shinsu. These look really nice, Midoriya, but they do look a little bare. Ochako looked down at her feet. Her pair looked like techno-advanced stilettos that would be shown in a per-quirk sci-fi movie. Not her style, nor were they completely level, making it so it felt like Ochako was small on a small downgrade. While they are usually covered by armor, I didn't want to have to wear the entire thing all day, and without the whole suit, the boots and gauntlets are heavy, Izuku explained as he checked his own gauntlets to make sure they were ready. What do you mean armor? Ochako asked. Izuku and Mei might have been from the support course, but they made it clear they were not to be underestimated. Izuku had even gotten second and he wasn't using everything at his disposal. That made Ochako question how much Izuku had left to show. Izuku looked over the different teams as everyone got into position. Then his eyes fell on Todoroki's team and a plan came to mind. Izuku looked down at Mei and asked, do you have a spare magnet on you? Yeah, Mei said, reaching into her many pockets until she found one. Can you feel the tension in the air, folks? It's almost time for the second event to begin and all eyes turn to one team in particular. It's going to be a hard fight ahead of them. Will they be able to fight and stay on top, or will they fall and have to crawl their way back up to win? President Mike said, begin. Midnight yelled and cracked her whip. Then it happened. Before any team could make a move or form the thoughts of attacking, a chill overtook the arena. The cold held the air for a second. Then the next ice was blasted over the arena, covering the ground. The ice then quickly climbed everyone's feet, trapping them to the ground. Yet for one team that quickly pushed forwards towards Gaizan and his team. And Team Todoroki has made their move. It seems they plan to leave everyone in the cold. Unless the students are able to free themselves, they'll be nothing more than sitting ducks, President Mike said. Yet that was only half of Todoroki's plan, the rest being revealed as two ice walls sectioned off the arena, trapping Todoroki and his team, along with Gaizan's team. Gaizan smiled as Todoroki's team began running straight towards him. And Todoroki has cut off everyone from getting to Team Hisahito. It seems he doesn't want anyone getting in the way, President Mike said. Todoroki knows everyone will be going after Hisahito and his team, so he eliminated those variables, Mr. Aizawa said, as he looked from Todoroki to Gaizan, who didn't look the least bit concerned. Gaizan had guessed the villain's plan during the USJ, though Mr. Aizawa won't use the word guess, more like he knew how the villains were going to attack. So Mr. Aizawa planned close attention to see how Gaizan would handle the coming fight. Playing cutthroat, Todoroki, Gaizan said. He had felt it since his points were announced. Everyone had kept an eye on him, but only Todoroki and Bakugo were shooting daggers. Bakugo's reasoning was obvious. He wanted to be number one, but Todoroki's was a little less clear, as Gaizan suspected his quirk wasn't total ice control, but ice and fire, yet for some reason Todoroki never used his fire. Could it be something with his face? NG Todoroki, Endeavor, the number 2 heroes in Japan. While Endeavor was the number 2 hero for his strength and power, unlike others, Gaizan didn't allow that to cloud his judgment. Endeavor was rash, stubborn, and hot-headed. And perhaps that translated to his home life, but what kind of upbringing could Todoroki have had to make him refuse to use his fire? But for now, Gaizan needed to focus on getting his team of Takoyami, Sato, and Ajiru free. Takoyami called on Dark Shadow to try and break the ice, however he was struggling due to the sunlight. Anjiro's tail had got completely frozen and couldn't move, and Sato didn't have any sugar. Gaizan knew he couldn't touch the ground or he would be disqualified as per the rules. He needed to do something else. He could empower one of his teammates as he did with All Might during the USJ. Empowering Anjiru Quirk won't be that useful, and there was no tell if Dark Shadow would get stronger or weaker. That just left. Sato, this might feel weird, but trust me. Okay man, Sato said, as he looked up at Gaizan, confused as to how he could possibly be helpful as he wasn't able to use his quirk without any sugar. A question that Sato had asked when Gaizan first asked him to be a part of his team, and one he still hadn't answered. Thanks. Gaizan could force his energy onto people. He had done so when giving All Might the energy to continue fighting. But he found the transfer went better if the person accepted the energy. Gaizan put his hand on Sato's head and his iris glowed a bit as he pushed energy into Sato's body and directed it to his classmate's quirk. What the? Sato said. It was weird, he could feel his quirk activating on its own and without any sugar. How long had Gaizan been able to do this? Don't worry, just break the ice, Gaizan said. He withdrew his hand, having filled Sato with enough energy to last the majority of the round. Right, Sato lifted his foot, breaking the ice, then brought it down. The ice covering Takoyami and Ajiro's feet shattered. They were free and were able to move. Well, if the ice wall were directing them forwards. Now let's deal with that. Gaizan looked ahead and saw Todoroki, along with Ilda, Momo and Kaminari coming at them. Ice, creation, speed and lightning. Let's see how we fare. Gaizan hit his fist together and made his iris glow yellow. Come on, Todoroki, come at me with everything you've got. His three classmates began running towards Todoroki and his team. Takoyami sent Dark Shadow ahead to try and steal the headband. Yet Kaminari, along with the assistance of a metal pole from Momo, managed to keep Dark Shadow at bay. Eventually Gaizan's team met them head-on. Todoroki tried to refreeze their feet, however Sato quickly broke them out. They passed each other and with nowhere to go, Gaizan and his team turned around to face them again, just as Todoroki and his team did the same. Kaminari, it's ready. Momo as she produced a blanket that she moved over to cover herself, Todoroki and Ilda. It was an insulated blanket to protect the three of them while Kaminari used his quirk. This is where the fun begins. Let's go. 1.3 million volts, discriminated shock. Kaminari began to charge up. Yellow lightning jumped across his body a few times. But then it exploded down the metal pole Kaminari was holding against the ice wall. The lightning began jumping across the ice wall and headed straight for Gaizan. Electrical power was Gaizan's least favorite energy to absorb as it also made his arms feel numb. Nevertheless, Gaizan held out his hand ready to absorb the energy as it got close. But he never had to, as suddenly the ice wall broke apart and someone screamed, 1.3 million volts. Try 15 gigajoules. Begin. Midnight yelled. Izuku's teams, like everyone, began to move forwards, but then a frost overtook the arena and everyone was stuck to the ground. Izuku looked down and saw a good layer of ice over everyone's feet. We're stuck. Ochako stated the obvious as Izuku continued to work with the magnet in his hand. It would be needed to deal with one member of Todoroki's team, not something like this. Yet if they wanted a chance to fight, they would first need to break themselves out. Uraraka, while I'm sure Hisahito and his team can fend well on their own, you would prefer not to take any chances of that. Right, Izuku said as he finished attaching the magnet to 2 lengths of wire and secured them by melting the wiring to the magnet. Yes, I'm the only one allowed to beat his ass, Ochako said as she strained against the ice. Her face went red with all the blood as she nearly pulled something. It seemed Todoroki had used just enough to keep everyone pinned to the floor without using too much. Fair enough. Izuku, attaching the magnet and wire to his belt. He then held his hand out to the side and fired off 2 blasts. Not only did it shatter the ice covering their feet, it began to break the cement floor underneath the ice. Let's make sure you have that chance. Besides, this gives us a chance to steal Todoroki's points. Izuku and his team dashed across the ice. Shinsu easily slid forwards, as Mei and Ochako used their equipment to push the team forward, straight towards the ice wall, specificity the middle point where the other 2 teams were most likely to meet. As they got near the wall, they heard Kaminari yelled, 1.3 million volts, discriminate shock. Yellow lightning began jumping across as Izuku held up his right hand and unleashed a blast. The energy hit the wall and wasn't just a hole big enough to get through that appeared, but a hole wide for a truck to fit crumbled away. As his team passed through the hole, Izuku took the magnet and wire from his belt. Izuku almost laughed. Only 1.3 million volts. That was nothing to what Izuku was capable of. Ha, 1.3 million volts. Try 15 gigajoules. Izuku swung the magnet around, then like a sling released the magnet. The magnet flew through the air and then wrapped itself around the metal pole in Denki's hand. A pulse of green lightning came out of Izuku's arc reactor and arced down the wires, through the metal pole and straight to Denki's brain. For a split second, Kaminari felt like he held the power of the ancient gods of lighting. He had never felt so powerful before. His yellow lightning became mixed with green as it floated in the air right in front of Gaizan's outstretched hands. A small smirk appeared on his face. Then the fuse in his head snapped. "Wait," Denki said and started to drool, and all the lightning disappeared and Izuku dropped the wire from his hand. This resulted in the wires dropping and being disconnected from the arc reactor, so Izuku's quirk was not feeding into Kaminari's. "I think you fired his motherboard," Mei commented after seeing Denki's face. Izuku too and saw that Denki had stopped moving and using his quirk. Worse, his eyes were glazed over and unfocused. Izuku had forgotten how much more powerful his quirk was compared to other lightning-based quirks. He wanted to prove himself, but didn't want to seriously harm any of the other students in the process. Some of them might be his classmates in the future. "What's this?" Team Todoroki had Team Hisahito dead to right, but Team Midoriya decided to crash the party. Is Team Midoriya just trying to get themselves known, or do they have an actual plan to steal everything's points? Thoughts? President Mike said, "Heroes rely on support companies all the time. They can build the craziest things. Izuku Midoriya is the top of his class and he's been working to become a hero. You can bet he has plans to use against each and every student of the hero courses." Mr. Aizawa: "Plans? Yes, inventions for every student, only some don't need to work. Lower than a snowball's chance in hell." But that wasn't going to stop Izuku anytime soon. He was still feeling that fire Gaizan had lit under him during the stadium dash. He wasn't going to settle for anything less than first. Yet still he didn't mean to hurt Kaminari. "He'll be fine. He usually short-circuits himself during training," Momo said as she pulled the insulted blanket off and discarded it. She spoke as if this was nothing more than a small cut. Izuku felt his chest relaxed a bit as Momo knocked the metal pole out of Denki's hand and the wires were pulled away and wrapped themselves around the pole. At the same time, Ilda tried to reach up and grabbed Izuku's points. Izuku had become completely distracted. Luckily, Ochako had paid attention. "Midoriya, keep your head in the game." She activated her boots and pulled her team out of a hole in the ice wall and out of harm's way. Izuku blinked and his mind caught up to everything. He took a hollow breath. He would have been out if Ochako had been paying attention. Izuku nodded. "Thanks for the save." Now with an opening in the ice wall and a way to escape, Gaizan urges his team forwards, using the temporary conflict between Todoroki and Izuku's team to escape. They rushed past Todoroki and his team and the next moment they were free from the ice. As they passed Izuku and his team, Gaizan gave a small salute and said, "Thanks for the assist. See you next round." Gaizan was going to get his team far away from Todoroki and keep his points. But then from the person he accepted least, attack. Izuku could have let Gaizan and his team escape. His own team was still in second, but the fire from the first round was until him. Izuku wasn't going to settle for anything else besides first place. So as quickly as he could, Izuku lifted his left hand and used his gauntlets to flashbang Gaizan. Gaizan might be disordinated, but his team was still capable of carrying him and his points away, something that Shinsu was tasked with taking care of. Back when Izuku was helping Shinsu with his gauntlets, Izuku had taken the time to explain his plan. He would use his gauntlets to discombobulate Gaizan. Then he said Shinsu was part to stop the other thing. Shinsu was confused how he was supposed to stop three all at once and he asked about it. "You don't have to hold them in place, you just have to keep them from moving," Izuku explained with a smirk. Shinsu was ashamed it took him so long to realize what Izuku meant. "Hey Takoyami, I've got a question. Emily Dickerson or Edgar Allan Poe?" "That's an easy question, Edgar." Takoyami suddenly stopped and as he was in front, that stopped Gaizan's entire team in track. Dark Shadow suddenly appeared from behind Takoyami and moved to the front to wave his hand over Takoyami's eyes. "Hey, what happened?" Dark Shadow said, as he began lightly tapping against Takoyami's forehead. That didn't work, so Dark Shadow gripped Takoyami's shoulder tightly. "Did you get what you needed?" Shinsu said, as he looked up at Izuku, surprised to see that he was already finished. Working in the shop night and day had given Izuku fast hands, so he was able to complete his part of the plan. Now it was time to escape and make sure no one noticed what had happened. "Then let's get out of here," Izuku said. As Shinsu, Ochako and Mei turned and began to run away, Dark Shadow began to jerk Takoyami back and forth. And as they were finished with Gaizan's team, Shinsu let go of his hold over Takoyami, leaving them all confused of what Izuku's plan was. Gaizan was heavily caught off guard by Izuku's actions, as he wasn't expecting someone from the support course to be so bold. Then again, Izuku had gotten second, so Gaizan should have known he would have more tricks up his sleeve. Gaizan directed his quirk to heal his eyes and he began to blink as the world came back into focus. Gaizan rubbed his eyes and opened them. He was able to see and it was Izuku and his team running away. Gaizan then looked back and it looked as if Takoyami was coming out of stance. "What happened?" Gaizan looked over his shoulder at Anjuru and Sato, but they shook their heads as they didn't understand much of what happened either. The green-haired student blinded you and then something was done to Takoyami by the purple-haired kid. Ajaru said, and Gaizan looked over and saw the purple-haired student was Shinsu. If he was able to stop someone like Takoyami so easily, then why was he in general? Gaizan's mind then jumped to his points. He quickly raised a hand to his forehead and felt that headband. It was still there, but that still left the question of what Izuku was doing a mystery. Why did Izuku blind him? Was Izuku trying to show off what his equipment could do? So what was the purpose of blinding him? Was Izuku trying to show off what his equipment could do? That's generally what students from the support course did in the first round. So maybe Izuku was going further because he had the time to do so. But there was time to speculate later, as Gaizan looked over his shoulder and saw Todoroki's team getting out of their stupor. Todoroki locked eyes with Gaizan and then urged his team forward. Todoroki was even starting to get a vengeful look in his eyes. "Come on, we still have a fight," Gaizan said as he urged his team forward again as Todoroki began to pursue them. Gaizan kept a close eye on them as the chase continued. Denki should have been out of commission by Momo had given him and herself a pair of skates, allowing Ilda to more easily pull them around. Then suddenly Todoroki looked from Gaizan over to Izuku, and then the next second Todoroki said something to Ilda and they switched from chasing Gaizan to going after Izuku. Gaizan noticed and tapped on Takoyami's shoulder and pointed, "Look." Gaizan's team watched as Todoroki switched to targeting Izuku's team. What was the reason for the sudden change? Had Todoroki figured that with Denki out of commission, it was the better option to go after the seemingly easier target? No, Todoroki wasn't like that. He had made a declaration of war to Gaizan. What's this? Team Todoroki was locked on Team Hisahito, but now they're changing to Team Midoriya. Going from hero to support team. What is going through Shoto Todoroki's mind right now? Present Mike said. What do you think made him switch to Uraraka? Maybe he doesn't like that her team so easily broke through his eyes. Sato asked as he and the others noticed the change. No, Todoroki isn't the type to hold that kind of grudge. His change was more strategery, but I don't know why. Gaizan said. Todoroki had declared war on him. He was dead set on proving something. That he was the best, maybe dealing with something about only using his eyes. Half and half declared war on the wrong person. Came from the person who held all kinds of grudges. Gaizan turned around just in enough time for Bakugo to blast him in his side. Burning his shirt. "Ha, finally got you, Reflux. I'll be taking your points and showing the world I'm the next #1 hero." "Cute," Gaizan said as his eyes glowed yellow and he patted out the small flames left behind on his shirt. "But my hands aren't the only part that I can use my quirk on." Gaizan waved the smoke away to reveal his yellow glowing eyes and the focused look within them. Gaizan walked and Bakugo began to fall, and if he hit the ground he would be disqualified. So Gaizan decided to help him out a bit. He drew back his right fist, a small biblical light flicking to life as Gaizan's right hook shot forward. It traveled faster than Bakugo should have been able to react. Yet Gaizan's attack still missed. As at the last, Bakugo was pulled back by a seemingly invisible force. As Bakugo flew back, Gaizan noticed the strand of tape attached to the back of his shirt. Gaizan followed the strand tape and found that Bakugo had recruited Shiro, Mina, and Kirishima, now his team. With Kirishima in the front, he would be able to bulldoze his way through any attack, and Mina and Shiro were some of the better students in Class 1 for mobility. "We told you not to go flying off without us," Shiro said as Bakugo landed back on their arms. Bakugo growled as the tape fell off his back to the ground. He hated having to rely on stupid extras. Why did this have to be a team event? He just wanted to get to the one-on-one fight where he could put everyone in their place. "Reflux, half and half, and damn Deku. Just shut up and get me close again," Bakugo said as he began to hit Kirishima on the head, urging his team forward in his own kind of way. He wanted absolute victory. He was going to take Gaizan's point. He was going to be above everyone else. He was the next #1 hero, because he was better than everyone else. "We're working on it. Todoroki's ice is still making it hard to move," Mina said as she slipped a bit. They weren't the only team that was still struggling with Shoto's initial attack. But as Bakugo looked over at Deku's team, it seemed they weren't hindered by the ice at all. Like they were gliding over it. Was that the purpose of dreadlocks and pink cheeks boots? 5 minutes remaining. Viz Midnight announced, surprising the student and making through that had made little progress to earning more points. Worried. If they wanted to get to the third event, they would have to start working harder to steal points. There's only 5 minutes remaining and teams are going at each other, all while still struggling against Todoroki's eyes. Standing are Team Hisahito, Team Midoriya, Team Todoroki, and Team Bakugo. Present Mike said. Bakugo growled as he launched himself forward and then unleashed an explosion to propel himself towards Gaizan. However, after the way through, he was suddenly stopped midair, catching everyone off guard. Gaizan tilted his head a bit and saw some light reflecting right in front of Bakugo. Suddenly a team shot behind Bakugo with the rider grabbing Bakugo's points. "Well, isn't that a shame? Even after you said that you were going to win everything. I guess Class 1 isn't as great as they think they are, Monoma said in a sarcastic tone as he twirled Bakugo's headband on his finger, flaunting it. I mean, you can't even keep your points, and you lost them because you were so focused on being number 1. Tsuburaba, Gaizan said as he didn't pay attention to Monoma at all, but to Tsuburaba, who was Monoma's front horse, while Kaibara and Kiryoyo were in the back. Tsuburaba's quirk gave him the ability to create air constructs, which he must have built on to stop Bakugo and break his concentration. Bakugo gripped the top of the air wall and looked over at Monoma, murder clear as day in his eyes. He looked ready to kill the loud blonde of Class 1B, but the present mic announced something that not only caught his attention but everyone else's. What's this? It seems besides Team Hisahito and Todoroki, Class 1 isn't doing so hot. And look, Team Monoma from Class 1B just climbed up to second. Where did they come from and where did they get all the other points? Present Mike said, standing up from his chair in excitement. The other teams, Mr. Aizawa pointed out so obviously. He had noticed Class 1B, keeping close to each other during the obstacle course, never too far ahead of the rest of the students but never too far behind Class 1A. They must have had a plan like this from the beginning. While Mr. Aizawa would never admit it, it seems at the moment Class 1B had better teamwork. Gaizan looked around and besides his team, Todoroki and Achako's, all the members of Class 1A were missing their headbands. Gaizan continued to look around and saw that most of the headbands had been stolen by the teams of Class 1B. You from Class 1 are such short-sighted folks. All you were dashing for the top points, wasting energy while keeping nothing to keep your lead, Monoma said, in a tone like he was the smartest person in the room. While Gaizan had only met Monoma a few times in the hallways, after the third it was enough for Gaizan to dislike him. While Gaizan could agree with some of Monoma's points, the way he went about stating them always sounded hypocritical to Gaizan. You always have to prove yourself the best, but never in the ways that matter. The obstacle course was just the first game, and we figured that they wouldn't weed out too many of us. The sports festival is all about making a show. Assuming they would keep at least 40 of us, and give all of us from the hero course a chance to show off, it was clear what we as Class 1B had to do. Gaizan nudged Takoyami with his foot and pointed at Monoma, then slowly rotated his arm in a circular motion. They needed to approach slowly, so Monoma kept his focus on Bakugo's team, then waited for the perfect chance to attack. Luckily, Takoyami understood and they began to move. So as the idiots from Class 1A, let's not forget the blazing runner-up either, showed off your quirks and tried to make yourselves known, while we as your superiors prepared ourselves to win the war instead of the battle, Monoma said as he slipped the headband over his head and wiggled his finger. It seems Team Monoma went solely after teams with members from Class 1A. If they don't get their headbands back, then they're going to lose their spot in the third round. Watch out, student, time's ticking, Present Mike said. Bakugo growled as he saw red and small explosions unleashed in his hand. Forgive about Glow Squid. We're going to get our points back and then we're going to kill those extras from 1B, Bakugo said. With that, Kirishima, Mina and Shiro all began running forwards. Once the distance had been closed, Bakugo launched himself at Monoma, but he wasn't the only one. While Monoma had explained his class's plan, Gaizan had his team get into position and the moment Bakugo's team charged, his team did too. With both teams rushing in a pinches formation, Monoma's team attention would be split and either one of them would be able to get through. You think such a tactic could work on me? Monoma said and exhaled. An air wall formed in front of Bakugo. Bakugo growled as he stopped himself from ramming into it, grabbed a hold of the top and lifted himself. Don't think I didn't notice you, Tsuburaba said, and another large air wall formed in front of Takoyami. Takoyami crashed into the air wall, sending Gaizan flying towards Monoma, yet Gaizan with his quick reflex furthered his momentum by jumping off. Gaizan pushed off the air wall and launched himself at Monoma. As he got in close, he looked at the air walls Tsuburaba and Monoma had formed. Was it possible they had a similar quirk? No, the quirks weren't just similar, they were the exact same. Gaizan then remembered Monoma's file. Copy, giving Monoma the ability to copy a person's quirk with a single touch, allowing him to hold up to 3 different quirks for 10 minutes, though he can only use 1 quirk at a time. Copy, a quirk that Gaizan feared for unconventional reasons, as Gaizan could assume that Monoma had never encountered a person with multiple quirks before. There was no way to know if Monoma would be able to tell that Gaizan had multiple quirks. As Gaizan rocketed towards Monoma, he figured it was time to find out. His secret might become known by another, and Gaizan would have to play it by ear if Monoma found out. Monoma, Gaizan yelled as he got near. Monoma thought Class 1B was superior, and Gaizan wasn't that opposed to showing him how wrong he was. Pride sees pride in others but never itself. Monoma turned and looked at Gaizan and smiled. Ah, a quirk worthy of my own. You are the only one that held his own against Namu. Let's see what you think is great. Monoma began to reach for Gaizan's leg, but Gaizan jumped over Monoma and flipped to land on Tsuburaba's head. Gaizan quickly shifted back to his shoulder and looked down at Monoma, who yelled as he reached for Gaizan again. but Gaizan kicked Monoma's hand away and then jumped over to land on Kaibara and Kuriru's heads. Suddenly Kaibara rotated his shoulder and grabbed hold of Gaizan's leg. This gave Monoma enough time to turn around and grab hold of Gaizan's leg. As Monoma's hand made contact with Gaizan's skin, he immediately copied the yellow blonde's quirk. Monoma tried to use the quirk except nothing happened. Gaizan and Monoma looked at Monoma's hand that was still gripping Gaizan's ankle. Your quirk takes time to stockpile energy. And here I thought it was worthy of my time, Monoma said, but a glow appeared around his hand and Gaizan's ankle. Gaizan felt energy starting to transfer between the original and the copy. It seems your quirk reacts to itself. I will use this energy to win. Then suddenly Gaizan felt his secondary quirks flare up. Then as if growling like a lion, his secondary quirks stole the energy back. Hands off, Gaizan heard as he heard a growl escape his own throat. He quickly swiped the head beads from around Monoma's neck and his job was done. He directed some energy to his legs. He then jumped away, slipping out of Kaibara's grip. Gaizan had directed away from Monoma and landed on the air wall that Bakugo was gripping onto. Gaizan looked back at Monoma and could still feel the copy of his copy residing in Monoma. If Monoma had noticed multiple quirks, he didn't say it outright or made an underhand comment. But if Monoma had held on longer, was it possible he could have felt them? And what was with the voice he heard in him growling? He wasn't the type of person to do that. I don't need your help. Bikago growled but made no move to attack Gaizan. Gaizan didn't say anything but dropped one of the headbands he had grabbed. It landed on Bakugo's head. As Bikago reached up and grabbed it, Gaizan jumped back over to his team. Bakugo scoffed and grabbed the headband off his head. He flipped it over and saw that it was his headband. RELUX. Damn you. He needed the help of a stupid extra to get his points back. With only 2 minutes to go, Team Monoma falls back down to last place and Team Bakugo reclaims their spots. It seems like Team Monoma's points have been stolen by Hisahito with some expert movement. Thought on how well your students are doing, Eraserhead. Present Mike announced. Mr. Aizawa didn't say anything. He kept a close eye on Gaizan. He should have fallen to the ground from the sudden stop. The instinct of people would have been to cover their heads to protect themselves as they fell. Yet Gaizan hadn't done that. Within nanoseconds, Gaizan read the situation, saw an option and used his momentum to launch himself. That wasn't something someone could plan on or practice. It was a skill gained through repetitive running into that issue, an issue that not once came up during training. Moreover, Gaizan was able to fight on unstable ground. Mr. Aizawa had learned that skill from years of fighting on wooden box towers, crumbling buildings, unstable footing, and Mr. Aizawa was still improving that skill. Yet Gaizan had handled himself perfectly, acting as if he was a gymnast as he was hopping from head to head, and not once did he look unbalanced. Each student that came to UA came from a different background. Some came with extramarital art skills, only trained in arms combat. But the skills Gaizan had just demonstrated came from fighting in the streets, where there were no rules except for losing resulted in death. But there was time for spectacular later. The event was still going on. While Gaizan was having to deal with Bakugo and Monoma, Ochako and Izuku weren't cruising themselves. Todoroki and his team were trying their hardest to steal their points. When the announcement that Monoma's point had all been stolen and his chances of moving on were practically zero, Ochako breathed a sigh of relief. For the same reason Gaizan feared copy, she did so as well. He could learn she had 2 quirks and that would just raise questions from the Class 1B loudmouth. Yet Ochako couldn't stay distracted as Todoroki and his team had not let up. They continue to give chase, and that brings up the question of, so is he just holding a grudge, or do you think one of them noticed? Shinsu said as they jumped to the side to dodge a beanbag from Momo's gun. She had begun to fire off volleys of those in an attempt to allow her team to advance, but Izuku had noticed and had his team move backwards each time. None of them are the type to hold a grudge, so I think they noticed. Otherwise they would still be going after Hisahito, Ochako said, as she and Mei used their boots to slow their sideways movement and continued moving backways. I think they're the only one, or Present Mike or Midnight would have announced it. I mean even Kaken went after Hisahito, Izuku said, stealing a glance over at Bakugo. It seemed that Bakugo and Monoma had put aside their differences and were going after Gaizan together. Gaizan dodged Bakugo's attack, but before he could dodge, Gaizan hit Bakugo in the chest with a palm thrust and sent the ash-blonde bomber flying back to his team. Midoriya, focus, Mei said as she and Ochako moved to the left to make Izuku dodge an ice shot from Todoroki. But Mei's leg was clipped by a beanbag and she took a knee. Ochako had to plant her feet against the ground and hold up Izuku, quickly activating her quirk on Izuku to help with the load. Mei picked herself up, putting most of her weight on her other feet, allowing Ochako to press her fingers together to deactivate zero gravity. I'm good. Sorry, that was what Izuku was going to say, but then he was thrown to the side. All 4 of them looked down and saw that they had been forced into a trap. Todoroki had prepared a trial of ice to hold them to the ground and directed them to it. The ice overpowers Mei and Ochako's boots and anchors them in place. Shinsu, Mei and Ochako tried to break their feet out, but Todoroki was not taking another chance of them breaking free like at the beginning of the event. He sent more ice to encase their ankles and then slowly worked up their legs. When the ice was around their knees, Ochako asked, "Can anyone get free?" Mei's legs began to shiver as her hover boot was just making the air colder, so she and Shinsu shook their heads then were trapped. "Uraraka, try the boots," Izuku said as he dodged a beanbag. "I've been doing that, but the ice is thicker this time," Ochako said as she tried to move her knees but they were locked in place. Even with the heat from the boots, the ice was starting strong. Izuku looked down at the ice and saw Ochaok's statement was true and the ice was slowly climbing up everyone's legs. He could have tried to use his gauntlets, but they would have to be raised, maybe to the point that it would also harm his teammates, something he wasn't willing to do. "Uraraka, I'm increasing the power to your boot. Try it again," Izuku said as that was the only thing he could think of. A pulse of green arced through the arc reactor and traveled down to Ochako's boots. On it, Ochako said and activated the boots. She had been using the boot at a low 0.5% to make her movement against the ice nearly frictionless. But if Izuku was redirecting more power to them, maybe it would be enough to break the ice. "Alright, 2%. Nothing. Let's try 5%. Nothing. 10%. Nothing, but this time," Ochako said. Oh, my legs are starting to burn from the heat." Not just that, but she could feel the repulsor within the boot melting. At a low 2%, but the ice did not break. She increased to 10% and the ice began to crack. Luckily, the ice quickly cooled the melted repulsor so Ochako's feet weren't too injured. They melted. "Crap," Izuku said. There was no way Mei's hover boots would do any better. There was no clear way to escape and Todoroki's team was closing in. Izuku judged the distance, the speed they were moving and the time that was left. It was going to be close, but Todoroki's team was going to be short by 2 seconds. Recrypro burst. Ilda yelled and suddenly his speed increased and went flying towards Izuku, with Momo and Denki being pulled by along. Todoroki looked ready to send ice at Izuku and trap him, preventing him from escaping. This made Izuku's earlier timer void. He had to think of something quickly. "I'm coming for you and I'll prove that I don't need his fire," Todoroki said. Izuku directed some of his quirks to his mind. Waiting for the timer out was no longer an option. Todoroki would get his headband, and Izuku and his team would not be able nor would have the time to get it back. Izuku looked down at the ice. It was growing thicker by the second, and it was far beyond the point that Izuku would be able to remove it without harming his teammate. Izuku was stuck and had nowhere to go. Then it struck Izuku. He wasn't stuck, just his teammates. Izuku confirmed this by seeing that the ice hadn't reached his legs yet. Moreover, he wasn't bound to his teammates. He didn't need them to move, and he would only be disqualified if he hit the ground. But for a month now, Izuku hadn't been tethered to the ground. Jumping onto Mei and Ochako's hand, Izuku disconnects the wiring leading to Ochako and Shinsu's equipment. This left Shinsu with enough juice for one attack, and Izuku was going to need it. He had to keep his plan a secret or Todoroki would try and interfere with it. "I'm sorry, but this is the only way I see us winning," Izuku said. Could it be seen as him willing to leave someone behind if it meant winning? That's probably how the HPSC would see it. But Izuku could only hope that's not how Shinsu and Ochako saw it. "Shinsu, give me a light screen." "Oh, Shinsu said through chattering teeth. He held up both hands, used all the energy left, and created a flashbang. As the light died down, Izuku ran forward and jumped off of Shinsu's head. Izuku began falling to the ground. But before hit, he ignited all repulsor, catching himself inches above the ground. Then with a thought, Izuku shot towards Todoroki, specifically Todoroki's left side, as Izuku had noticed something that few in Class 1 had done so as well. Half ice, half fire was Todoroki's quirk, granting him the ability to generate ice from his right side and fire from his left. While Izuku watched Class 1 in training, he noticed that Todoroki never used his fire in battle and rarely in general. Something for Izuku to exploit, as Todoroki would struggle to hit him on his left. So as Izuku shot past Todoroki, he gave a well-earned smirk. However, before Izuku was fully past, he felt, for a small brief period, heat generated from Todoroki's otherwise cold body. Had Todoroki almost used his fire? Had Izuku been the cause of that? Something to think about later, as Izuku angled himself up and shot into the air. He quickly rose above the stadium and only then stopped his ascent. He looked down. No one was looking up at him, and then came President Mike's announcement. Another bright display from Team Midoriya. But how exactly is that supposed to help get rid of the ice or deal with Team Todoroki? President Mike said, clearly oblivious to Izuku's plan. Izuku could almost laugh as he looked down at the stadium. No one was looking up at him. Izuku Midoriya wasn't dealing with the ice. He knew his team was stuck and there was nothing he could do. So he took the logical approach and made sure their points couldn't be taken. Mr. Aizawa said, having noticed many things throughout the event. Izuku was a planner, but his team weren't foolproof, and it seemed he overcame that by improvising. But to be a hero, plan needed to be ready 100% from the get-go. Improvisation needed to be the last resort, if used at all. What do you mean? Present Mike said as he, along with most of the stadium, had yet to notice Izuku up in the air. A thought that made Izuku chuckle a bit. He was too fast to be noticed, even by pro heroes. Look up, Mr. Aizawa pointed out as the Jumbotron switched from the confused Team Todoroki and the teammates Izuku had left behind. Now it was showing Izuku hovering in the air. He gave a small wave as he quickly located the camera. This caused everyone to look up, and collectively everyone's jaw dropped. A student from the support department had managed to overcome a challenge from a hero course student, along with the fact that he was flying so effortlessly. Many pro heroes, in the audience and outside the stadium, pulled out their phones and began to make plans to send him internship offers. Since when can he fly? Present Mike exclaimed. What was the kid from Power Loader's bet capable of? Present Mike thought back to the initial demonstration. The kid had a lot of power, but this was a massive 180 in versatility. He was doing it during the first round, Mr. Aizawa said, confused about how his co-commentator had forgotten about something that he initially pointed out. Yeah, sure, if you want to get technical, but there's a big difference between that and this, Present Mike said, pointing up at Izuku. He couldn't believe his mind. How could someone who could keep pace with guys on, break Todoroki's ice and fly so easily, fail the entrance exam? Izuku Midoriya of the support course clearly understands something many of those in the hero course struggle to realize. Mr. Aizawa. He wanted to leave, but Present Mike had locked the door from the inside and broke the key inside the lock. And what is that? Present Mike said. The sky was never the limit, only one's imagination. Mr. Aizawa said. One can never be bound by preconceptions. On the job, pro heroes always have to adapt to different battlefields, improvise in the heat of the battle, and overcome any challenge they face. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at Class 1A's teacher remark, nor did he ever expect to hear something like that from him, especially after the Fukuoka incident. But it seemed Mr. Aizawa was willing to keep credit where credit was due. However, it did seem the comments were more aimed towards putting Class 1A down. And not to be rude, Izuku was more than happy to be used as an example of that, as if to say, if a support student could do this, a hero student should be better. Izuku was then drawn out of his thoughts when Hawks flew over to him. The Amit hero had been watching over the arena since the event started, and he kept quite a close eye on Izuku. Though he was a little confused about the first flashbang, he understood the purpose of the second flashbang. It was a good way to provide cover for Izuku's escape, even if Todoroki and his team had seen it coming. Hawks flapped his wings and hung in the air next to Izuku with a smirk. A smirk Izuku matched as he said, "Yo Hawks," after the Hawks couldn't hold on to it. Mr. Aizawa's comment. Everyone's confusion, Izuku's joyous expression. Hawks was going to come back to his moment whenever he needed a good laugh. But the Hawks looked over Izuku. A boy that he would admit when he first met Hawks thought he was shy, timid, and lacked confidence. Oh boy, did Izuku prove him wrong. During training, Hawks saw how much Izuku got into it, the look of fire in his eyes as he worked to get new skills under his belt. And with how fast he was able to pick new skills, he could easily become egotistical and prideful. But when Izuku was training, Hawks saw that he was always calculating, planning out his next move. That ability was going to take him far. Once Hawks was done laughing, he said, "Hey kid, looks like you decided to show off again." Izuku's grin turned into a sheepish grin, and Hawks saw he moved to rub the back of his neck but stopped himself. Well, my team was stuck and we weren't going to get out of that ice anytime soon. And with Todoroki closing in, I had to get away. And this Izuku gestured to himself and then spun around in the air was the only way I saw working given the circumstances. Izuku then looked down and saw that with Mr. Aizawa's comment everyone was starting to look up at him. Still on an adrenaline high and not wanting to stop his momentum, Izuku laughed and began to put on a show. Using all the skills he learned over the past week, Izuku put on an aerial show that won't soon be forgotten. To top it up, Izuku shot into the air and was surprised when Hawks joined him in the quick ascent. Izuku looked at Hawks, who said, "Together." Izuku nodded and their ascent turned into a spiral until at the top Izuku cut the power to his repulsor and Hawks curled in his wings. The both of them hung in the air for a second before they backflipped and dove back down to the air. As they got close to the level with the roof, Izuku ignited his repulsors and Hawks caught him with his wings. They stopped right behind the roof and the crowd within the stadium stood up to cheer them on. The cheer was so large that the stadiums housing the second and third years, which were near the other side of the campus, were able to hear it. So much so that the teachers overlooking the second and third years sent questioning texts to Principal Nezu, who found it best to not stay another and make the other teachers have to walk the highlights. Hawks looked around and let out a sigh of relief. Mean flying, just flying, friend. Up here I don't have to worry about anything. Villains, the Hero Public Safety Commission. It's so. Hawks paused to find the right word to describe why he always flew around Fukuoka aside from the obvious. Liberating. Izuku said as he felt that feeling build in his chest. During the test he had been too concerned about making sure everything went correct and that he didn't run into anything. But now, flying above the stadium, it felt like he was taking his first true breath of air since starting UA. He didn't have to worry about school, grades, or being stuck in his father's shadow. Up here I don't have anything, just relax and feel the breeze. Izuku took a deep breath and let it fill his lungs as he felt a soft breeze move across his body. He began to close his eyes to feel whole relaxed, but then reality came in to anchor him. And that's the end of the second round, and we ask that Izuku Midoriya please return to the ground. Thank you for the show, but we must move forward. And we get it, you can fly. Midnight said the last part in a sarcastic tone that got a laugh from the audience, along with Izuku and Hawks. I know, but unfortunately we have to face reality, Hawks said with a wink and then flew away. Izuku continued to smile as he slowly lowered back to the ground. He dropped the last foot, landing hard on the ground. And as Todoroki had already begun to thaw the ground, Izuku's landing broke the ice apart. I didn't think you were going to leave us behind, Mei said, punching Izuku in the arm. She knew Izuku wanted nothing more but to get into the hero course, to go to that extreme and leave her behind. Her worries rose in her heart again. Izuku had so easily left her to win, would he do so to become a hero? Sorry, but it was the only way Tadokori and his team couldn't get our headband. I want to win this as much as anyone else, Izuku said, rubbing his arm where Mei had hit him. He knew Mei was joking, but still in his mind he struggled to leave them behind. It was a fake fight, with no lives at stake, just points, but it still didn't sit right with Izuku. He didn't want to be seen as the kind of guy who was willing to step over any, even friends if it meant victory. Ochako coughed into her hand to get Izuku's attention. Excuse me, but Midoriya, would you perhaps be gunning for the hero course? Izuku turned to Ochako with a look of surprise on his face, where the support course was not the only one to hear about the rumors. After Shinsu's declaration and Monoma's constant teasing, Class 1A and Class 1B learned the rumors about a support student who had the skills to get transferred. Yet most of the Class 1A and Class 1B were quick to dismiss those rumors, Ochako being one the first. It was unheard of, so she could not be blamed. But the rumors spoke of a student within the first-year support course that had technology that gave him the power to rival many of the hero course students. Now here was Izuku Midoriya standing in front of her, a green-haired student from the first-year support course who had technology that gave him power to rival many of the hero course students. And with how Izuku was doing with said technology, it was clear he wasn't going to stay in the support course for long. Hee, you heard those rumors too, huh? Izuku said, looking down at the ground in slight embarrassment. Where had those rumors even started? And from who? It was only supposed to be between Powerloader, Eraserhead, Principal Nezu and himself. And Mei wouldn't tell anyone, so who? Shinsu scoffed and said, even the generals have heard the rumors. Didn't think they were true. A support student that had the potential of getting transferred directly to the hero course just sounds crazy. Shinsu then saw the glare Mei was giving him. And with her quirk, it looked as if she was glaring at his very soul. Help to be proved wrong though, and that means you and I are working towards the same goal. Acheok then twirled her front bang between her fingers a bit out of embarrassment. Why was she so embarrassed? She just wanted to get some help on some new support equipment and she would have to do so through a support company anyway. Ochako found her voice and said, well, you've got second and first, so a transfer might be in your near future. So, do you mind if I run an idea by you before you leave? Ochako saw that Izuku's eyes began to shine. Literally too, as an arc of green lighting jumped between both of his eyes. A chance to work on the support equipment from a fellow first year. Izuku thought his birthday had come early as he was over the moon. None of the first years were allowed to look over the hero course students' equipment unless they asked for help, which was what Ochako precisely was asking for. Izuku let out a breath he knew he was holding and took one in to clear his mind. He looked at Ochako and said, sure, we can talk about it after the festival. Midnight cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. Once she was sure she had it, she said, a brilliant display from Izuku Midoriya, and now to clarify a point. In the beginning, it was stated that if the rider was to touch the ground, they were immediately disqualified. Yet not once did Izuku Midoriya touch the ground. He stayed above it the entire time. As Midnight spoke, the Jumbotron changed to show a replay of Izuku jumping off of Shinsu's shoulder and catching himself before hitting the ground, even zooming in to show the gap between Izuku's feet and the ground. As for leaving the stadium, a height maximum was not put in place. As staff of UA, we did not see something like this happening. Izuku could almost hear Powerloader and Principal Nezu laughing. As such, Izuku Midoriya did not break any rule in that regard, thus he is not disqualified. Now as for the rankings. In first place we have Team Hisahito, Midnight said, but then was cut off by Izuku waving his hand, making his repulsor glow to get everyone's attention. It was time to reveal what the purpose of blinding Gaizan was and why Izuku was so happy that it worked. After his escape from Todoroki and his show with Hawks, this was the perfect cherry on top. I'm sorry, Midnight, and excuse me, but I believe you're wrong. You see, Hisahito of Class 1 doesn't have his headband. Izuku then gestured over to Gaizan, who after a moment of confusion, quickly ripped off the headband on his head. He has mine. Gaizan flipped his headband and in the most amount of confusion he had ever felt exclaimed, "What?" Gaizan then read the points written on it, 395. It was the total of Izuku's team. When Gaizan's mind began to replay the cavalry battle, he had been mindful of his surrounder, a skill he had been taught from a young age. The only time he didn't know what was happening was, "You switched them when you blinded me." Izuku smirked as he took off his headband and flipped it around as he had turned it to hide its point total, which was technically allowed as it wasn't his initial headband. Izuku began twirling it around his finger, but then it gripped it and held it up. All the cameras zoomed in on it and the best view was put on the Jumbotron and showed the point total of 10,365. The stadium couldn't believe Izuku had stolen Gaizan's headbands and gotten away with it. "I failed the entrance exam and had to go into the support course, so I'm here to prove that I belong in the hero course. Overall, I'm here to prove that second chances are possible and can be taken. I could have easily just stolen your headband, but I did promise Uraraka that she would get a chance to fight Hisahito in the third round." Izuku wanted badly to indirectly call out the HPSC, say something like, "And now I'm ready for my next fight." But he held himself back. "Alright, in first place we have Team Midoriya, and in second is Team Hisahito, with Team Todoroki in third place and Team Bakugo fighting their way back to fourth." Midnight announced and Bakugo began to growl. Bakugo was supposed to be first, undefeated, the best. But then the glow stupid beat him in the obstacle course and then Deku had to steal his points and get first. "I'm just glad we are moving on." "That was really stressful," Mina said as she flickered her hands to get the acid off that was sticking to her skin. "We'll have to thank Hisahito later, since he was the one that gave Bakugo out points back," Zero said, and small explosions began to accompany Bakugo's yells. Dude, I don't think our team leader wants to hear that right now," Kirishima said, looking down at the ash blonde. He then looked over at Gaizan, who was looking at their team. Gaizan gave a small nod then turned back to Midnight. "And now to announce the final round of this year's sports festival. In the past we've had foam war, gladiator pits, but this year we're stripping all that away. For this year's third event, it will be a bare-knuckle fight to see who comes out on top, which will begin in 40 minutes, Midnight said. With that, the crowd went wild as the third event promised to be the most spectacular one of the three. And with how much of a joy it was to watch the first and second events, the third event was going to knock the socks off some people. So as the 16 students that were moving and moved to get ready, Izuku quickly took the time to turn to his teammates. "Alright, I have to disappear for a bit. Got to get things ready." Ochako and Shinsu's smiles disappeared. Ochako looked confused about what Izuku could mean, while Shinsu looked concerned about what Izuku could mean. What more could he have in store for the sports festival? Weren't his gauntlets and boots enough? Though Ismay understood what Izuku meant, she gained a smile and just grew and grew, her breaking it out. "I thought it won't be until later. I just need to get it ready," Izuku said, a Cheshire grin appearing on his face. "What exactly are you doing?" Shinsu asked as he looked between Izuku and Mei. They looked like two kids in a candy shop. Kids that knew how to make a bomb out of Snickers, Smarties, and the stick from a lollipop. "Sorry, it's a surprise," Izuku said. He wanted to tell them but knew the shock and awe would be worth it. He had waited this long, and he knew if he waited any longer he would burst. "Anything to deal with your talking with Hawks?" Ochako asked, pointing up to where Hawks were circling the stadium. Izuku followed her finger and then shook his head. "Not entirely, but he is aware of what I'm doing. I'm going to need that equipment back." Izuku pointed at Shinsu's arms and Ochako's feet. They were useless without Izuku's quirk. And Ochako's boots were melted and were nothing more than accessories, but Izuku wasn't going to take any chances. "Yeah, sure," Shinsu said, so Izuku and Mei pulled out a screwdriver from out of nowhere. While Izuku helped Shinsu, Mei helped Ochako, then Mei handed over the boots to Izuku. With all his equipment back, Izuku bowed. "Glad I'm back on my own feet. Those boots made me feel like I was walking on a small hill," Ochako said, taking a few steps back and forth. The cool solid ground felt good under her feet. Even with her zero-gravity quirk she had never missed the floor as much as she did now. "Yeah, I fixed that problem with my primary set. Sorry for not warning you," Izuku said, blushing a little. Out of a fight and the adrenaline wearing off, Izuku was becoming very aware of who he was talking to. Ochako just waved him off. "It's okay. It was fun using them, so the discomfort was worth it." Izuku smiled as he walked from the group, grabbing his small backpack that he had left on the outside of the arena. Once the spares were stored, Izuku headed towards the exit. As he walked through the hallways he stuffed the broken boots and nearly fizzed gauntlets into his backpack. As Izuku walked through the crowd a lot of people recognized him and waved to him. Izuku waved back as he made his way to the support department. Yet with all the people around him, Izuku noticed someone following him. Izuku first caught a glimpse of a man in a pair of jeans and a nice shirt with a pair of blackout sunglasses through the reflective side of a food vendor. Izuku thought nothing of it at first, but through more reflection, he saw the man was indeed following him. But with Jabisu only being in his ear, the AI assistant could only accept verbal orders, meaning Izuku was left without his facial recognition. But it was clear who he was. It seemed the Hero Public Safety Commission had sent an agent in. Izuku had to hand it to them. They worked fast. But why? Just to keep an eye on him. They could have easily gone through the online viewership. But that was only during the event. Outside, the HPSC would be blind. The thought the HPSC was trying to kidnap him crossed Izuku's mind briefly, and it made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. And in a large crowd, the HPSC agent could easily come up from behind and force Izuku to follow him. Then again, Izuku had his equipment and he was no longer a pushover. He wasn't going to go without a fight. Luckily, Izuku didn't have to deal with the HPSC agent as Hawks stepped in. "Hey, Agent Agento, what a lovely surprise," Hawks called out as he dropped down and blacked Agent Agento from Izuku. "I'm surprised you're here. Is the Hero Public Safety Commission finally making an effort in making sure the future generation of heroes can handle the job?" "Hawks, we were informed you had taken a security detail here," Agent Agento said. Izuku didn't hear any more of the conversation as he disappeared into the crowd. He was running out of time to get everything ready. And if he was late for his fight, then he was forfeit, and then his chances of showing off his suit would disappear. Izuku's focus became so laser-focused on getting to his suit that the sound of footsteps disappeared. He had to get to his suit and make sure everything was ready. He had been working so hard on it, and he wasn't going to let running out of time ruin everything. Then, as if to keep a close eye on Izuku, a red feather lifted on top of Izuku's eyes as if he had slipped a pencil up there. "Thanks, Hawks," Izuku said, knowing Hawks could hear him, and the small pressure on his ear kept him grounded. He didn't get lost in thought as he got out of the crowd and walked to the support department. After scanning his ID, Izuku hurried through the doors and began speed walking down the hallways. When he came across classroom 6G, Izuku pressed his fingertips across the door and a blue light flashed around them. With a hiss of air, the door opened and Izuku slipped into the room, causing the automatic light to turn on. "Welcome back, Master Midoriya. How may I be of service to you today?" Jabisu said as Izuku walked into the door. Izuku had given Mei 10 minutes to look over Jabisu's code, and he should have had just enough time for Mei to mess with the code and accidentally set Jabisu to a mode that she and Izuku had called Butler mode. And as Jabisu's code alone took up a server the size of a car, Izuku was unable to locate the change in code, meaning Jabisu was stuck in Butler's mode. Izuku shook his head and said, "Good afternoon, Jabisu. I'll be a Quirk. I need you to get my Project Mobile Hub." "Yes, sir. Right away, sir," Jabisu said, and a section of the wall pulled back, the panel folding in on themselves. Then smoke hissed out of the hole and a black pod the size of a bed slowly glided out. It was then lowered to the ground, where a thud echoed through the room, sounding off the weight of the pod. Izuku walked over and slid a hand over its smooth surface. After the first time assembling the suit, the issue of transporting the suit became apparent. For now, this was the solution, but Izuku was always looking for a better solution. Izuku slipped his hand around to the side of the pod and tried to pick it up, yet it wasn't going anywhere. "Crap, forgot how much this thing weighs. I'm not going to be able to move it without the whole suit." Izuku stopped before he pulled something and had to see Recovery Girl. Izuku thought for a few seconds about what he could do. He could use the suit within the pod to move the pod, but then everyone would see him, thus spoiling the surprise, and Izuku didn't want to do that. He won't have enough time to get a pair of helper bots to move the pod. Izuku was suddenly pulled from his thoughts when a flock of red feathers came through the open door and began to lift the pod. Once the pod was level with Izuku's shoulder, he slipped under it and took some of the weight for himself. "Thanks again, Hawks. Now do you think you can find me a way back to the stadium without any people?" The feather from behind Izuku's eye flew forward and went stiff as if acting like a virtual pointer. "I'll follow your lead." Izuku better shouldered the pod and followed the feather. Apparently, Hawk's path without people meant going into the forest and using the trees to hide from people. The feather helped carry most of the weight, however. Izuku feared that he wouldn't make it back in time. This meant his walk jumped up to a jog as soon as he was in the stadium. He jogged down the hallway to an empty room that Principal Nezu had set aside for him. Izuku opened the door and pulled the pod through the large door. Izuku quickly lowered the pod to the ground and then pulled out his phone. He looked at the clock and saw that he only had 5 minutes to get back to the arena. With that thought, he took off, quickly making his way through the crowds moving throughout the stadium. Izuku reached one of the hallways that led down to the arena. He swung himself around the corner and took off down the hallway until he ran into the arena and stood by Mei. "What took you so long?" Mei asked as she looked over at the sweating Izuku's. "Pod was heavier than expected and Hawks decided to have me take the scenic route," Izuku said, a little out of breath from the running. He leaned forward a bit and put his hands on his knees. "Now the matchups for the third event will be announced. Pictures of each student swirled around the screen until they settled at the bottom, and then Midnight called them out. The first block will be Gaizan Hisahito versus Eijiro Kirishima. Meshurao. For the second it will be Meshurao Ajiru versus Rikido Sato. After them it will be Mei Hatsum versus Katsuki Bakugo. Mei flinched as her fight with the ash blonde of Class 1 was announced, so Izuku put a hand on her shoulder to show his support. Then for the fourth fight it will be Ochako Uraraka versus Tenya Ilda. For the second block, it will be Shoto Todoroki versus Fumikage Takoyami. Then it was Izuku Midoriya's chance to fight Hanta Zero. Then the second to last fight will be Hitoshi Shinsu versus Mina Ashido. Then to finish it up, Momo Yaoyorozu versus Denki Kaminari. Who is Hatsum? Bakugo asked, then noticed her standing next to Izuku. She was the dreadlock Izuku's friend and a fellow student from the support department. Bakugo took notice of Deku's hand on her shoulder and scoffed. If Deku was that close to her friend, then Bakugo would be more than happy to put her in her place. Izuku looked over at the Jumbotron and then over at Zero. He found Zero looking back at him. Zero grinned and Izuku matched his grin, though Izuku's grin was a bit more devilish and caused a small shiver to go down Zero's spine. Was he afraid of a support student? The support that had matched Gaizan in speed and then managed to hold off Todoroki to win the cavalry battle. Izuku grinned, said he had plans of how to fight Zero and win. If Hisahito and Kirishima could make their way to the waiting room and wait to be called back. Midnight said. Gaizan and Kirishima walked away opposite the hallway and the rest in the arena were asked to go and sit with their classes. Meaning Shinsu went to sit with his general class student and Izuku and Mei made their way to the area for the support student, while the rest went back to Class 1A. As Izuku and Mei walked out of the hallway and down the steps, none of their classmates gave any kind of congratulations or anything of the sort. Zeke was the only one to look at Izuku and scoffed. While Izuku or Mei weren't expecting any kind of cheer, it would have been appreciated to see some smiles or nods. Past that, Izuku and Mei sat in the back row to strategize. So Hanta Zero, his quirk is tape, allowing him to shoot out strands of tape from his elbow. Izuku said as he pulled out his mental notebook. Zero was towards the top of Class 1 for speed and mobility, but he didn't have much fighting skills. He would usually try to capture his opponent from a distance. Izuku's repulsor could easily burn the tape away, but he had seen Zero training. He was quick on his feet in the draw. So if Izuku was caught in the tape, he would have to turn his repulsor on himself. Izuku then landed on an idea. I should get the blades from the pod. Could help. What am I supposed to do for Bakugo? Mei said, looking up at the tournament board. She had heard all about Bakugo's personality and quirk from Izuku. His explosion looks painful and it doesn't seem like he's going to go easy. Izuku looked at the bracket, and he shook his head. He knew Bakugo hadn't grown in personality in the last month, so if it was obvious how he viewed Mei, he's seen you around me and he hates me. So by extension, he's going to hate you. Expect him to hold nothing back. As for how to defeat him, I think your best bet is to advertise while you can, Izuku said. While he wished his old childhood friend had become better personality-wise, from what he had seen it was a fruitless wish. You mean, Mei said, getting a big smile and a hopeful look in her eyes from the implications of Izuku's words. Was he giving her permission to advertise more of her babies, meaning she could try and convince her opponent to wear some support gear? Even though she didn't like him, Mei did have a few inventions that worked with Bakugo's quirk. No, not like Casey-chan would accept any kind of help. I mean, he's going to make quick work of you, Izuku said. He wanted to believe that Mei could win, but that outcome was impossible. He also understood Mei didn't want to win, she just wanted to show off her inventions. So Izuku was trying to turn it into a win-win situation. Good prep talk, Mei said, sinking into her chair. From Izuku's expression, it looked like she was going to wind up in Recovery Girl's office. She was a girl. Wouldn't Bikago be gentleman enough to hold back? It wasn't like she would be that difficult to knock out of bounds. So show off your inventions while you can. Your hover boots and gyroscope should help you stay out of his reach. Say your piece before Bakugo catches you and puts you in the nurse's office, Izuku said, trying not to make it seem like fighting against Bakugo was a death sentence. He wasn't sure if it was working or not. You really think he would do that? Mei's eyes were as large as dinner plates. He is going to go into the match mad, and if you spend your time just dodging, then that is just going to piss him off even more, Izuku warned. Izuku knew Bakugo was headstrong and didn't like anyone who didn't fight head-on. Most of all, he hated people who fought with hit-and-run strategies. He saw it as a plan for the weak. Mei sighed as she resigned herself to her fate. Maybe Izuku would bring her a treat to pick her up in the Recovery Girl's office. But both of them were drawn from their thoughts as Midnight called out of Hisahito and Kirishima make their way to the arena. Gaizan hadn't even gone to the waiting room. He was fully prepared for Kirishima and his hardening quirk, and because of that Gaizan suspected he wouldn't need to use his other quirks. While Gaizan didn't want to disrespect Kirishima, the redhead, something Gaizan suspected was because of Dai, was a strong fighter. His quirk allowed him to tank some pretty strong attacks, even holding his ground against some of Bakugo's explosion. But that was all he had. Gaizan didn't see any skills such as martial arts like Anjuru or Gaizan had. His tactics were typically to tank an attack and counter it, and that would just make Gaizan stronger. Introducing the fighters for this first round. He's an unstoppable force. No matter how hard he gets hit, he'll hit back harder. It's Gaizan Hisahito from Class 1A. His opponent is an immovable wall, and his quirk allows him to be the perfect shield or weapon. From the same class, it's Ijiro Kirishima. Now let's see what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable wall. Thoughts eraser head present Mike. One of them gives up, Mr. Aizawa said in a cold voice. Even during the break, present Mike had kept him locked in the room, meaning he was close to kicking the door down. But with his injuries, he knew that would land him in Recovery Girl's wrath, so he accepted that he was stuck. Fortunately, there was a coffee machine in the booth. A coffee machine that he had currently making 2 mugs of coffee. Gaizan and Kirishima walked up to the platform. Kirishima had a smile, while Gaizan's face was more neutral. Kirishima was giving a wave to the crowd, while Gaizan was just holding his hands behind his head. A large portion of the crowd noticed Gaizan's neutral and relaxed stance and the seeming indifference in his eyes. And while Gaizan had gotten first and second and proved himself to be right, the people in the crowd loved nothing more than see a cocky student of Class 1 be beaten. Any word before we begin? Midnight said. Don't think I'll be so easy to take down, Kirishima said, hardening his arms and getting ready to fight. He looked over Gaizan. While he mainly trained with Bakugo, Kirishima had also kept a close eye on Gaizan and Todoroki. Gaizan would lead with a left cross or a sweep of the legs. Thanks for the challenge, Gaizan said, raising his hands ready to fight. Begin, Ms. Midnight yelled, throwing her whip down. At the crack of Midnight's whip, Gaizan rushed forward and threw a left cross. Kirishima smiled as he had called and he easily blocked, but stopped himself from countering. Something Gaizan noticed, he had stopped his body from instinctively covering his side. Gaizan took a step back and met Kirishima's eyes, who was still smiling and even laughing a bit. You saw the left cross coming, impressive, Gaizan said as he began to bounce back and forth on the balls on his feet to keep himself ready for any attack. You might be the most skilled, but even if you fall a bit into habit, Kirishima said as he deactivated his quirk over his quirk arm. Oh, Hisahito was wide open, yet Kirishima didn't counter. Present Mike said. Hisahito's quirk allows him to absorb and store different kinds of energy. In turn, he can use this energy to increase his strength and energy. The longer and harder his opponent fights, the stronger he becomes, Mr. Aizawa said, remembering Gaizan's extremely vague and doctored quirk file. His opponent would be wise to allow Hisahito to exhaust his quirk's energy and then to attack and knock him out swiftly. It seems the cat is out of the bag. I wanted to keep the specifics of my quirk a secret until today, but it seems you have a keen eye, Gaizan said as he slid into attack. But Kirishima had kept an eye on him and managed to block his sucker punch to his gut by hardening his abdomen. Gaizan's fist connected with Kirishima's abs and his hand felt numb. As Gaizan had given a lot of his energy to Sato to get their team out of the ice, he wasn't able to put enough into his punch to break through Kirishima's defenses. Gaizan took a step back and waved his fist to get the number feeling to disappear. Aside from using a lot during the cavalry battle, Gaizan would soon reach the time limit for this quirk energy before it disappeared. He had been counting on getting a refill from Kirishima. I've been watching you, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Bakugo from the beginning. You 4 are the top of our class in terms of strength. It was clear from Mr. Aizawa's quirk assessment you, Todoroki, Bakugo were strong and had strong quirks. Then the USJ happened and Uraraka helped you in the fight against Namo. She was manly to join you in that quirk of her. I just thought it turned off gravity, but clearly she was able to use it to hit heavy, Kirishima said. Gaizan took a sharp breath at Kirishima's comment. If someone like Kirishima could notice something odd about Ochako and her quirk, its sudden appearance and her lack of using it, then other members of the class were bound to notice. Luckily, it seemed Kirishima thought One for All was just a unique war. Ochako was using her zero-gravity quirk, and if others thought of it that way, then that would be the story Gaizan and Ochako worked with. Gaizan refocused as he dashed forward and hit Kirishima, pouring a bit more energy into his fist. Gaizan managed to feint Kirishima and got a hard hit on his right side. Kirishima was forced to his left and had to work to keep his legs under him. As Gaizan looked at Kirishima, he felt that he had only 10 minutes until his quirk ran out of time. He cursed the break between the events. It missed with his timing, and the time for energy he got from Bakugo's explosion during the second round was creeping. At a side, Gaizan didn't let up from his barrage of attacks. He feinted right, and as Kirishima fell for it, Gaizan covered with a left uppercut with energy behind it. He managed to hit Kirishima in the jaw, but Kirishima was quick to harden his head. Gaizan withdrew his fist, as his knuckles turned red and he barely got any energy from the recoil. He was quite literally punching a brick wall, and as he didn't have any energy to break through, he was feeling everything. Gaizan tried to think of what to do when suddenly Kirishima grappled around his chest and then used his smaller size to throw Gaizan towards the boundary line. Gaizan hit the ground and only rolled a bit and transferred his momentum to hop back up onto his knees, a skill that got many of the teachers to lift an eyebrow along with the crow starting to cheer, as Gaizan's movements were too smooth and looked like a cutscene from a game. "I can't hit you, so I'll just force you out of bounds," Kirishima said. Kirishima smiled as Gaizan had gotten close to the white line, something Gaizan over his shoulder to see. Kirishima had taken the risk and grapples seemed to do the job. There was no physical attack for Gaizan to absorb and he couldn't brace himself against air. Kirishima had clearly put this thought into this round, something Gaizan was not expecting from Kirishima. Now Gaizan didn't see Kirishima as stupid. That honor belonged to Denki and Mina. However, this level of fighting intelligence was a surprise when it came from Kirishima. Gaizan smiled a bit as this fight might actually be fun. Since Kirishima wasn't giving his quirk to anything to work with, Gaizan would have to work for the win. Gaizan got up and brushed the dust off his clothes. "So you won't hit me," meaning, in turn, I won't have the strength to break through your defense. However, as long as I dodge you, I won't be thrown out of bounds. This round could go on for some time. The microphone buzzed, catching everyone's attention, and after it stopped, Mr. Aizawa's voice came over it, sounding cold and non-negotiable. "Time limit is 15 minutes. If neither of you is knocked out, forced to surrender, or forced out of bounds, then you are both disqualified and your next opponent is allowed a free round. We don't have time for scorecards." Kirishima and Gaizan both had a look of sheepish panic on their faces. Gaizan focused in on his chest and felt he had 5 minutes before his energy disappeared. The wait time between rounds had really messed with Gaizan's initial plan. He would need to end this quickly, but if he wanted a chance to break through Kirishima's defense, he would need a bit more energy. And since he wasn't getting that from his opponent, Gaizan would have to use one of his secondary quirks. Gaizan looked over Kirishima and saw he was trying to keep as much weight off his chest, meaning there was most likely a bruise underneath his shirt, a crack in Kirishima's defense that Gaizan would use to his advantage. With that thought, Gaizan rushed forwards and unleashed a combo of punches to distract Kirishima. With every block or hit, Gaizan absorbed as much of the recoil he could. The more energy he had, the less he would have to push force multiplier. Once Gaizan felt that he had enough energy, he jumped back from a grapple and locked eyes with Kirishima. It was now or never to break through, or his chances of winning lowered drastically. He might have gotten new energy, but the timer for the old energy was slowly counting down and only had a little over 2 minutes. He didn't care about winning for the sake of winning or to prove that he was the strongest. But the further he got in the sports festival, the more the name of Gaizan Hisahito became known. The more he could bury his old name, his old life, his old purpose. "Say, Kirishima, how about we both attack? Go all out in one attack. The strongest attack wins. Yeah, like you won't wait for a second, then use my attack to increase your strength," Kirishima said as he jumped back and forth on his feet to stay warm. Gaizan was quick even without his quirk's energy. Kirishima knew he needed to stay ready. "I promise and swear I won't do that," Gaizan said. He was more honest than he had ever been in his life, as he needed Kirishima to agree to the plan. And he was able to be honest because he truly didn't have any other plan. On the other side, it was Kirishima's only hope as well. Kirishima had noticed what Gaizan was doing by relentlessly hitting him as hard as possible. It was slow and small, but Gaizan was building up his quirk. Moreover, Kirishima wasn't used to prolonged fights, meaning eventually he would slip up and Gaizan would punish him, or Gaizan would find another way to win, as he was the kind of guy that if he wasn't defeated in the first attack, the fight would most likely end as his victory. Kirishima would have to rely on his quirk to uphold against all the energy Gaizan's quirk held. "Fine, go," Kirishima said with a flex. He hardened his entire upper body and ran to Gaizan. Gaizan nodded, then ran to Kirishima. Both threw a right hook and both attacks connected, and Gaizan took the punch, a bruise instantly forming on Gaizan's jaw. Yet he didn't go flying, and Kirishima went wide-eyed as he looked down at Gaizan's fast. Kirishima smiled at the moderate force behind Gaizan's punch. However, he suddenly felt his skin begin to crack. Kirishima looked up and Gaizan's eyes went just not glowing yellow, they were glowing a deep gold, something that hadn't happened since the USJ. And Kirishima knew Gaizan was fighting seriously. Gaizan had to hand it to Kirishima. He was expecting the red hair to come up with such a good plan. He might not fully understand his opponent's quirk, but he worked with what he had and came up with a plan that could have worked against any lesser opponent. But Gaizan's a lesser opponent. He had been fighting since a young age, and when his quirk was found to be inadequate, he could always rely on his secondary quirks. That's why Gaizan appreciated Kirishima's plan. It was forcing Gaizan to actually have to work for the win. And a win he needed more than ever. He was in the middle of a televised sports festival, and anyone who recognized him would begin to question who he was. The more he heard his name, the more he would disassociate him from his old name. make anyone think he had a similar face. As Gaizan's fist connected with Kirishima's chest, a yellow biblical light appeared around his hand. Kirishima was able to keep his ground, but then he saw the downtrodden look on Gaizan's face as if he was saying sorry, which he was as he already promised to fight Achaku later on. To do this, Gaizan poured some energy into Force Multiplier, and the light around Gaizan's arm turned golden and his irises turned golden. Kirishima tried to keep his ground, but then he felt his head moving back, followed by his upper body, and then his legs came flying after him. Kirishima flew out of bounds and bounced across the grass until he crashed into the wall, his quirk embedding him in the wall. He gave a small groan as his head slumped forward and he spat out some blood. The bruise on his chest was screaming out in pain, and he was having too small a breath to keep the pain from getting worse. Kirishima has been forced out of bounds. Hisahito is the winner and is moving on to round 2. Midnight announced, causing the crowd to go wild. And we have our first winner. With a punch to break through, the unstoppable force is the victor and moves on. Present Mike said. Gaizan shook his head to clear it, as his mind went a little wild after using Force Multiplier. He then bowed a bit, accepting the praise, but then he sighed as he put his hands in his pocket. He slowly walked over to Kirishima, who had released his quirk, causing him to fall to the grass. The name of Gaizan Hisahito was becoming known more and more, but it wasn't doing any good towards Gaizan's real goal. Kirishima was on his hand and knee, trying to catch his breath when he noticed Gaizan walking up to him. I wasn't expecting you to have that much force. WW here did that come from? Gaizan held out his hand to help Kirishima. I had some left over from the previous round, but had to use the recoil to get enough. Kirishima hadn't considered that as he accepted the help, and Gaizan hauled his red-haired classmates to his feet. As Kirishima was pulled up, he noticed that the bruise he had given to Gaizan was already gone and hadn't left behind a scar. Then as Kirishima was pulled to his feet, he felt his chest lighten a bit, and he was able to breathe. Keep your back straight, shoulders back. It will help with the pain, Gaizan said as he let go of Kirishima's hand. Kirishima shook his head to get the rubble out, then did as Gaizan said, and he felt the pain ease up and he felt like he could breathe better. Come, let's get you to recovery, girl. Then together Gaizan and Kirishima began walking to Kirishima's tunnel as the crowd cheered on the sportsman's behavior shown by Gaizan. As they disappeared from view, Kirishima turned to Gaizan and asked, so how exactly does your quirk work? I figured out you can absorb an attack and use it to strengthen your own. You are on the right train of thought. It's not attacks but all types of energy, kinetic, thermal, electrical and all that. Some are easier, like kinetic, as my body can still heat up from thermal and electrical energy, making my muscle feel a little numb. I can absorb all that and use it to increase my strength and speed. But all the energy has a time limit. I can't hold on to it indefinitely. That was actually what my problem was. I was starting to run out of time and was hoping for renewal from you. But now I'm just even more empty. Because you played it smart, you managed to keep me on my toes, Gaizan said as he shrugged his shoulders. All that, what about nuclear energy? Kirishima asked as he smiled at how powerful Gaizan would be if he could harness nuclear energy. Gaizan stopped, then chuckled. That was a thought he had never had before. That's something I would rather not test. Gaizan looked over at Kirishima and saw that his smile had disappeared. Still, I wasn't able to defeat you and you were just running on fumes, Kirishima said, as they entered the hallway and began walking back to their class's viewing area. Gaizan gave Kirishima some tough love with a flicker to the forehead, and a red spot formed on Kirishima's forehead. Hey, I might not have been able to use my quirk, but you survived that long against me because you used your head over your muscle. You knew attacking me won't work, so you looked for a new angel and it was working. But I have more experience than you. In the end, that was the deciding factor. And I'm happy you thought everything through. I've seen a lot of pro heroes with enhanced strength rush in, thinking their strength is all they need. Gaizan said, thinking of all might. Like who? Kirishima asked. Crimson Riot always talked about fighting through fear, and rushing in was a good way to show that. To always stand and fight against a villain, no matter how helpless it seemed. All Might for one. Kirishima laughed. But there's always me. You mentioned my fight with Namu and I feared the example you thought I was setting. You see, when my quirk is at full capacity, it puts quite a mental strain on me and I can sometimes stop using my head. When I was fighting Namu, I was beyond my limit. I wasn't thinking straight at all and that got me into big trouble. You saw how I look afterwards, Gaizan said in a somber tone. Hey, you fought a manly fight. You protected all of us, Kirishima said, smiling and showing off his shark teeth. True, I was focused on protecting all of you. That's good, right? Kirishima said as everything Gaizan was saying was just making him more manly in Kirishima's book. Sure, but the cost I was willing to pay was not so much. I wanted to protect everyone so badly. To me it didn't matter if the cost was my life. Gaizan stopped. Maybe the fight against Namu had shaken him a bit. He had just done a good job hiding it even from himself. It had taken a bit, but he had come to remember the fight and now it was seared into his mind. Meaning he often spent nights thinking about how he had acted and if there had been a way to end the fight. At the time, Gaizan was new to being a good guy and he was still worried about staying hidden. Shigaraki and Kirigiri were people who could potentially reveal his secret. He couldn't simply let them go. So he took his advice and talked about it. In that fight, I didn't know whether I was going to make it out alive or not, and what scares me is that I didn't care if I did. The damage you saw wasn't because of Namu. It was because I stopped limiting myself. Kirishima stopped. Gaizan hadn't been the most open guy, so Kirishima was shocked. Oh, I didn't realize that's what you were working though. But Crimson Riot said something about fighting through fear and not giving up until the end. Show me a hero with fear and I'll show you a fool. Gaizan quoted Crimson Riot, then continued, I heard him say that a lot. One my favorite from him. But at what point does overcoming fear and continuing to fight become hazardous to one's life? What happens when that fool doesn't care about his own death? So when you said you looked up to me, I was a little afraid of what exactly you were looking at. Hey, you made it out alive. That's good in my book, Kirishima said as his smile came back. Gaizan had to stop himself from saying what about the next time, instead smiled and said, thanks, but I would prefer if you didn't use me as such to explain I'm not the nicest person. I had feared you were doing the same when you attacked Shigaraki. Hey, I might not be the brightest bulb, but I was aware of what I was doing. I didn't fully understand Shigaraki's quirk, but the hands all over his body were kind of a dead giveaway, Kirishima said. Gaizan went stone-faced, then started laughing. I didn't think about that. You're right, it was a dead giveaway. Kirishima joined in with Gaizan for a good laugh as they walked into Recovery Girl's office. While Recovery Girl healed Kirishima's chest and gave him a few vitamins, she made no comment about how the nasty bruise Gaizan should have had was already gone. Once Kirishima slipped his shirt on, they began walking back to Class 1A's resting area, where Ochako was thinking about the last few seconds of the fight. She watched Gaizan and Kirishima's fight intently. Kirishima had figured out the ins and outs of Gaizan quirk and come up with a workaround. Both seemed like trouble when Mr. Aizawa had made his announcement. Then both of them ran for the final attack. Ochako noticed Gaizan's eyes and the light around his arm. Ochako thought Gaizan's eye only turned gold when his quirk was full. Yet he was claiming he was on empty, and if he wasn't, he could have easily gone all God in the beginning and won. If Ochako believed him and he started to run on empty, the energy he reached during the fight wouldn't have been able to fill his quirk and turn his eyes golden. Meaning something else had triggered the change in Gaizan's aura. Something Ochako was going to ask him about as soon as she built him in their fight. She didn't care who her opponent was, she would beat them all and move on. Can Oidru and Sato make their way to the arena? Midnight announced, and Ochako was pulled from her thoughts. She had forgotten they had already been called out to prepare for their fight. As Class 1 awaited for the two of them to appear, Gaizan and Kirishima arrived back from Recovery Girl's office. As they appeared, they were both smiling and Kirishima was laughing. Well, I'm glad you two are still friends, Ilda said, standing up and chopping his arm up and down. You can calm down, Ilda. One fight isn't going to make us enemies, Gaizan said as he moved down the steps to his seat. He wanted to focus on the upcoming fight as whoever won would be going up against him. It's just you seemed pretty angry towards the end, Jiru said, referring to Gaizan's indifferent, almost sulking attitude after the fight. You weren't exactly smiling for very long after the fight. Well, neither of our plans were working, so you can understand our disappointment, Kirishima said as he sat next to Mina, who hugged her best friend. He's a martial arts master and will show it with his powerful tail. It's Meshuro Ajiru of Class 1A. He's a master chief that could make Gordon Ramsay look like a Caterpillar lunch lady. All of Class 1A laughed. Even Bakugo gave a light chuckle. From the same class, it's Rikadu Sato. It's a shame Class 1A stole the spotlight. You're so greedy, why not share it with the rest of us? Monoma had decided to terrorize Class 1A again. This time was going to be like the other, as Gaizan now knew that Monoma was safe to handle. Before Kendo had a chance to do anything, Gaizan got up and walked over. His height of 175 centimeters made it so he didn't have to stand on his toes like Monoma was. He leaned against the railing and looked Monoma dead in the eyes. As you have chosen to forget, there is a general student and 2 support students fighting too. Maybe if you hadn't focused so heavily on my team during the cavalry battle, then maybe you could have earned a spot. So maybe you would to explain why they're fighting and you're not. Gaizan's voice was its usual calm as he spoke, but it became a bit distasteful at the end. Because they had the help of your girlfriend, Monoma said. Ochako went bright red from her comment. Gaizan's girlfriend. Her, no. They only trained together because Gaizan helped her get a handle on All for One. She didn't view him like that, and she was 99% sure he didn't view her like that either. He was the last person Ochako could see getting into a relationship. Ochako took a deep breath before she spoke. Actually, that was all Midoriya of Class 1H's doing. His invention is what allowed him to get second place in the first round, then get his team to the last round. I was simply along for the ride during the second event. You admit you did nothing during the second event. You don't. Kendo had finally had enough and got up. Unfortunately for Monoma, Gaizan was quicker and flicked Monoma square in the forehead with his eyes turning a dim gold. Monoma stumbled back and fell on his butt. Gaizan lifted himself above the railing to look down at Monoma. Everyone that is fighting got here by their own hard work. If you can't handle that reality, I can teach you that lesson, Gaizan said, his voice rougher than any of Class 1 had ever heard. Before stepping away, Gaizan looked back at Monoma and cracked his knuckles as he heard a faint voice say, "I dealt with your kind before, and I'm done with it." Monoma wanted to say something, but Kendo covered his entire head. "Will you stop digging your own grave?" Gaizan let out a deep breath, as he hadn't meant to use Force Multiplier but seemed it had turned on in defense of Class 1A. And after using it to overpower Kirishima and break his defense, Gaizan was feeling a bit irritable, and that's what made him not let Monoma get away with such a comment. That just meant he was that more irritable as he walked back to his seat. As he did, he noticed his classmates looking at him. It had been nowhere near the level they had seen from the USJ, but none of them were expecting that level of hostility from Gaizan. He was always level-headed even with Mainta. What lesson exactly were you going to teach him? Momo asked the question that was on all of Class 1A's minds, as Gaizan's rough voice almost made it sound like a threat. Gaizan took in a big breath. "Sorry about that, but Class 1A and 1B are both hero classes, but that doesn't mean our experiences are going to be the same. Look at our teacher, however, that does not mean one class is better than the others. We're better because we've experienced something 1B hasn't." "Yeah, guess Monoma feels inferior because of it," Ochako said. Gaizan nodded as he felt his mind slow down to its usual calm pacing. So he said, "I would like to work the fight now." Gaizan's attention turned to the fight, but it was clear it was almost already over. Before the fight had begun, Sato made sure to down a small container of sugar. He was going to rely on his super strength to make sure that he only had to land a few hits on Ajaru before knocking him out of bounds. Unfortunately, Ajaru had decided to take a similar tactic to Kirishima and had most of his focus on dodging, with the only time he attacked was when he countered. From the first hit Sato had taken on his right side, Ajaru had begun to focus all of his attacks there, until Sato had to take a knee and hold a hand to his side as he gritted his teeth in pain. But he refocused to be defeated so easily. Sato got his foot back under him and stood up, but the negative effects of his quirk decided to show themselves. As Sato tried to focus on his opponent, his world began to sway back and forth. Along with that, blurry spots were appearing in Sato's vision, and he was having to take deep breaths to stay on his feet. Maybe he shouldn't have gone full force from the start. He should have worked himself up. On top of everything, Sato could feel his mental capabilities starting to lower, and he found it difficult to think straight. On the other side of the arena, Ajaru noticed his classmates starting to sway back and forth and heard his labored breathing. And this was what Ajaru was waiting for, as he had kept a close eye on his classmates, knowing they would all one day be his opponents. Meaning Ajaru knew how to capitalize on his classmates' weaknesses. Sato stepped forward, swaying like he was drunk, and then he swung a wide-open right hook. Ajaru quickly got in close and hit Sato's right side with a punch, then spun around and hit Sato with his tail. Sato managed to raise his hands to form a block, but with his equilibrium out of order, Ajaru's attack sent him stumbling back. Sato stopped his backwards movement but crouched back. He looked up at Ajaru and sneered. "I'm not done yet," Sato yelled, but his words were starting to become heavily slurred and he looked as if he was able to collapse. Ajaru sighed as he lowered his fists and walked up to Sato. Ajaru decided to put his poor classmate out of his misery. Sato threw a wide punch, which Ajaru stopped with his tail, then a quick karate chop to the neck. Sato stayed crouched for a few seconds, but then he crumbled under his own weight. Sato's face hit the ground and it was clear he was unconscious. Sato has been knocked out. Ajaru moves on to the next round. As Midnight announced, if Hatsum and Bakugo could make their way to their waiting room, some maintenance is required on the field. Holes peppered the arena, as a few of Sato's attacks had missed and ended up hitting the ground. Bakugo stood up and without saying a word, walked to the tunnel. He didn't need to prepare for an extra from the support department. He didn't care if it wasn't Deku. He was going to put the extra in her place, make her wish she had never dared to threaten his placement as a hero student. As the announcement came over the PA system, Mei began to stand up but was stopped when Izuku grabbed her hand. She turned back to look at her friend who had a caring look in his eyes. "Hey Hatsum, good luck." Izuku could see it in her eyes. She was necessarily afraid or worried. No, she was downright terrified about having to go against Bakugo. Even if she wasn't friends with Izuku, she had heard plenty about the ash-blonde bomber through the grapevine. She had heard how ruthless he acted and how he always went overboard during training. And because she was friends with Izuku, she had heard even more about Bakugo. "Yeah, wait for me at the nurse's office, okay," Mei tried to say in a joking tone, and Izuku gave a forced chuckle. But while neither of them showed it, they weren't too optimistic about how the coming fight would go. Izuku waited a few seconds after Mei was gone, then got up. He wanted to believe Bakugo had grown and wouldn't deal too much damage to Mei. But Izuku also heard about his old childhood friend through the grapevine. And from what Izuku heard, it didn't sound that Bakugo had changed that much. He still attacked like he was the strongest, that he was destined to be the next number one, that everyone else was just a stepping stone and didn't matter to him. All that was just confirmed about Bakugo's declaration at the start of the festival. With all that, Izuku quickly made his way to Recovery Girl's office. Izuku quietly ran down the empty hallways, following the different signs, until he came around the corner and saw the sign for Recovery Girl's temporary nurse office. He walked up to the door and gave a quick knock. Then, without waiting for an answer, he turned the knob and walked in. Recovery Girl was sitting on a chair. And when she heard the door open, she said, "He's in a separate room. He's going to have a massive migraine when he wakes back up." Recovery Girl then turned and looked at Izuku. "Oh, hold on. You're not in need of medical care, so what are you doing here?" Recovery Girl looked Izuku up and down and then looked at his equipment. "Wait, I remember you, Hisashi's kid, right? Yeah, I promise I'm not here to make trouble. Just waiting for someone," Izuku said, putting his hands in begging formation. "But, oh, your girlfriend. She's going up against Bakugo." "Fine, you can wait," Recovery Girl said, gesturing to a chair that was in the corner. As long as Izuku didn't disrupt her too much, then she was fine with him being in the room. All that was doing was waiting for Sato to wake up as she continued to look over the students who were still in the tournament. "Thanks, and she's not my girlfriend," Izuku said as he took a seat in one of the chairs. "You keep telling yourself that," Recovery Girl said under her breath. She had worked at UA long enough to see the different signs of a growing relationship. Mei's actions after the break-in showed that there were feelings between the two. The teachers had even begun to bet on when different students would actually start officially dating. So far, Principal Nezu held the record for the most bets won, but Recovery Girl was starting to close in. Mei was nervous, more nervous than she had ever been. More nervous than when a pro hero came in saying she had messed with their support gear. More nervous when a pro hero brought in the Hero Public Safety Commission. She was nervous as she walked down the hallways. She was nervous as she sat in her waiting room. No matter what breathing exercise or how distracted she tried to make herself, she was nervous. Her hands trembled a bit as she made sure all her gear was ready to be used. She was nervous as she was called down to the arena. As she walked down the hallway that led to the arena, Mei paused before she exited the tunnel. She could feel her heart starting pound against her chest. She had never been a fighter. She preferred to just build a robot that could fight for her, but Powerloader had shut down that idea before the robots she had began working had a chance to blow up. So she had prioritized equipment that could help her evade her opponents. More now than she could feel the weight her equipment. No matter what she made, Mei's equipment always felt light on her back, but now it felt like it was going to crush her. Mei looked out over the crowd and thought about how she was what she had worked towards. Not to become a hero like Izuku. She had never dreamed of being one. So what had she always dreamed about? And why couldn't she recall it at the moment? Mei looked over the audience, then she heard a voice. It spoke as if it was right behind her. Mei began to turn to see whoever was standing behind her, but then she heard the voice in her mind. It sounded like Izuku. "Your job isn't to win, it never was. It's to make name for yourself, show the world what you can do, what only you can build. When people see heroes, they see celebrities, but that's not who you are. Not who you are meant to be, so introduce yourself to the world, but do it in your own way." Mei took her first calm breath as she felt her heart rate begin to slow down. That was right, she didn't have to win. Winning might help get her name more known, but that would only make her a hero. She didn't want to be a pro hero. She wanted to be left to build anything she wanted to. She wanted to show the world not only what she could make but what Hatsum Industries could make. To bring new pro heroes to the business. To be able to reach out and help any pro hero that needed it. Mei could recall her dream. He's a powerful force that destroys everything in its paths, with a face only a mother could love. It's Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1A. His opponent is a surprise one. She's one of the first support students in over 100 years to make it to the third round. Her inventions look wicked and can do anything. "Give it up to Mei Hatsum of Class 1H. President Mike announced. Mei put on a smile as she walked out of the tunnel and onto the platform. She didn't have to win. It was never her mission to do so. She was just to show off her invention and then throw the match. But then Mei locked eyes with Bakugo and she recalled all the things Izuku had told her. The faded burned scar he hid under his shirt, how he remembered the days he had gotten, what he was trying to do, the person he was trying to become, only for Bakugo to tell him he was wrong. Izuku always spoke about those days, those injuries as if they were from a past life, and to Izuku perhaps they were. He had left Bakugo to his graces. They were going down their paths for the moment, but it was Izuku's dream to become a hero, and one way or another he was going to get transferred, and that would just put him on a collision course with his old school bully. And while Izuku would have grown, Bakugo would be the same as he had always been. Mei looked Bakugo in the eyes and refused to look away. Mei had never looked at someone with so much hate before, so much so she wasn't sure she was showing it correctly. But she cared for Izuku so much that she was afraid he would leave her behind to become a hero. Was that what love felt like? Did she care for Izuku like that? Maybe she did, and that just made her hate Bakugo even more. An egotistical brat that thought he was better than everyone else, but thought he had nothing else better to do than torment someone that didn't deserve it. Why couldn't Bakugo see that Izuku didn't look down on him, but looked up towards him? Mei was never petty or held a grudge, but she wanted nothing more than to knock Bakugo down a peg. That was her mission for this fight. Against anyone else she could advertise and then throw the fight, but now she wasn't going to go without a bang. Any words before you begin? Biz Midnight asked. She looked at Bakugo, then at Mei, but neither student said anything. With her whip raised, Midnight cracked it and said, "Begin." "So you're friends with that useless nerd, right?" Bakugo said, lowering his hands and letting loose some small explosions. Not that matter, she was just another extra on his way to becoming the #1 hero. Her being friends with Deku was just another way to remind him how useless he was. The stupid nerd should have never tried the hero entrance exam. He should have never been given pity and brought into the support department. Why couldn't see he was always getting in Bakugo's way, that he should have just stayed in that ditch under that log? If you mean Izuku, he isn't worthless. He's going to be a hero and he'll do it his own way. Mei balled up her fist, her equipment beginning to wind up in response. If she had the strength, she would attack Bakugo, but she knew didn't, so it would be meaningless. I might not be able to defeat you, but I'll use you while I can. Sorry, grease stain, but I'm not anyone's damn puppet, Bakugo said and launched himself towards Mai. However, as if carried by the wind and just as fast, Mei moved out of his eye line. Bakugo's feet hit the ground and he slid just as he realized his target was no longer where it belonged. In the following few moments of confusion, Bakugo shot around to find the extra he was supposed to pulverize. Impressive Hatsume Manek. Present mic was cut off and silence overcame the stadium as the speakers crackled a bit. Testing, did this work? Oh hey, it worked. Mei's voice came over the PA system along with a small cheer. Step 1 of her plan worked. Now to make Bakugo die through public humiliation. In Recovery Girl's room, Izuku was watching the match over his phone, and when Mei's voice came over the speaker, he couldn't help but smirk. Izuku looked back down at his phone, which had the sports festival pulled, and the camera view showed Bakugo, who had a look of extreme confusion, a look that Izuku didn't think was possible for him to have, a look that made Izuku smile a bit more, so much that he said, "I know I told you not to do this, Mei, but you have my God-given permission to embarrass Kaken. See if you can knock him down a peg." As if Mei could hear Izuku giving her permission, she gained a smirk. She then spoke into her microphone. "Hello everyone here in person and watching over television. I am Mei Hatsume, the proud daughter of the owner of Hatsume Industries. Today I'll be showing off my hover boots and their gyroscope, just one kind of support gear we provide at Hatsume Industries for pro heroes, newcomers or veterans of the profession." Mei heard an explosion behind her, but she paid them no mind as the sensors over her gear picked them up. The sensor took in all different kinds of information, and in a split-second calculated Bakugo's velocity and trajectory and began to move Mei out of the line of fire, of which Bakugo was assured was an SA shot to the head of her head. So he didn't waste her any time to move it and unleashed explosion to rocket forwards. Yet as Bakugo closed in and brought his right hand follow to unleash another explosion, Mei began a blur and disappeared from his sight. Bakugo's feet hit the ground and he turned around only to find her already on the other of the arena. Bakugo then noticed she still had her back to him. Moreover, she was acting as if he wasn't a threat. She just continued to give her presentation as if that was more important to her than fighting him. And that made him pissed. The damn nerd's girlfriend was looking down on him, just the same as Deku had done their entire childhood. They thought they were better than him, as if they even had a chance to be a better hero than him. Impressive, isn't it? The speed, the agility, all possible become of custom-made gear from Hatsume Industries. Within my gear, sensors are picking up all sorts of information, sound, temperature, even smell. Mei had only thought of adding that last one when Izuku brought up how afterwards using his quirk Bakugo smelt like burnt caramel. These sensors send all this information to the computer chip within my belt, which converts all of it into a three-dimensional map. This allows the program. Mei was suddenly pulled to the side, just as Bakugo's explosion blew apart the air from where she was just standing. Yet as if she hadn't noticed, she continued with her presentation. To predict my opponent's movement. This information is then taken to my gear's gyroscopes that use the hover boots to move me out of the way, leaving me untouched, Mei happily said as Bakugo didn't let up and continued to chase her around the arena. She even turned to look at Bakugo and said, "Why don't we continue with the demonstration?" That just made Bakugo even more enraged as he continued to jet around the arena, swing explosion at Mei. Yet every single time Mei was moved out of the way in the last few seconds. After 6 minutes of dodge, there wasn't a single mark on her, not even a hit of burn or smoke on her clothes and equipment, and that made Bakugo even more pissed out. He was damned if he was going to be pulled along like some kind of marionette. He had even stated he won't be so, yet with every single attack, Mei neutralized and used it for her own purposes. Will you stop F-1234 King dodging and fight me? You're only a stepping stone into my path to becoming one number, Bakugo yelled as he got in close and unleashed his largest explosion of the sports festival. It shook the ground and bathed the entire stadium in an orange light. Mei was pulled into the air, where she did a flip before falling and her hover boots catching her only an inch from the ground. Mei turned around and looked at Bakugo. She could see in his eyes, his body language, his very soul, he was beyond pissed. He was slightly hunched over, small explosions were coming out of his hands, and the smoking came up adding to the effect. He looked close to having a mental snap as he was seeing red. This meant he was only thinking about making Mei pay for thinking she could humiliate him. Katsuki Bakugo, from the day he had gotten his quirk, he was praised for it and built up to be the next #1 hero. Better than All Might, someone thought to be unsurpassable. He trained every day, honed his skills, and used his mind to make him the best hero. Yet a girl from the support course was running circles around him. He won't let that stay true for much longer. He was going to put her in her place. As Mei looked at Bakugo, she wasn't finished. To her, Bakugo hadn't paid near enough in retribution. He hurt Izuku for years. 7 minutes of public humiliation was enough to pay all that back with interest. Mei was done with her advertising, so now she would make Bakugo really pay. She knew just what to do, but that would have to wait as Bakugo launched himself forward and Mei was pushed forward and out of his way. However, with his reflex, Bakugo managed to raise his hand and clip Mei's shoes with an explosion. When Mei hit the ground, she momentarily lost her balance, but the gyroscope was quick to find it again. Mei was forced onto her feet as she slid across the frictionless ground. She turned around and saw she had a clear shot to the back of Bakugo's head, but didn't take it. No, she wanted to see his face when she shattered his world. His world where he was untouchable, where no one had a chance of standing up to him. Bakugo turned around and faced Mei. Come on, fight me. All you've done is dodge. You're not a hero. You've just another extra on my way to becoming the next #1 hero. You're right. Mei tapped a button on her belt, the gyroscopes on her gear turning off, giving her full control. Otherwise, she won't be able to do what she was planning. Mei locked eyes with Bakugo and then with all her heart, proclaimed her purpose to the world. I'm not a hero like you. Bakugo launched himself at Mei, but that doesn't mean I can't help people in my own way. Whatever Bakugo was expecting her to do was far away from what occurred. As Bakugo got in close, Mei simply fell backwards. But that wasn't all, as she brought both of her feet up and rammed them into Bakugo's chest. With a yell, she forced her hover boot to push out as much air as they could. At the same time, Bakugo released a large explosion that engulfed Mei. The explosion caught her hair and clothes on fire, while the burst of air with the help of his explosion sent Bakugo flying into the air. As Bakugo went flying, Mei was launched out of the arena. Her back hit the wall, soon joined by the back of her head. Mei's world went blurry for a bit, but as if blessed by the gods, she was allowed to see Bakugo being thrown above the roof of the stadium. She chuckled a bit as the edge of her vision went black and then she passed out. She had completed her dream for now. She had made her family business known, but more personally she had made Bakugo start to pay for all he had done to Izuku. As Bakugo went flying into the air, he wanted to scream but his throat locked up. He hadn't accepted the stupid support girl to do something like that, and he hadn't expected her gear to be that strong. And as he hadn't expected him to go flying, he was struggling to ordinate himself in the air. He wasn't able to tell up from down, left from right. The world was just spinning in his vision and it was starting to make him sick. He had a brief moment to find himself as he reached the apex of his climb. But then he began to fall and then finally he was able to scream. Then suddenly something grabbed his foot and he abruptly stopped. The sudden stop caused Bakugo to nearly lose his lunch. Bakugo looked around and saw that he was hanging upside down and he felt the blood starting to rush to his head. Bakugo managed to take a breath, and then he looked up and saw Hawks. The winged hero was holding Bakugo upside down by his ankle, in front of the world, showing how hopeless he was. Bakugo was not hopeless, so he yelled, "Let me go, KFC." All right. Hawks knew he couldn't simply drop the kid. He would get in trouble for that, and not just by the HPSC. The news would have a field day with that, and he was sure Principal Nezu wouldn't be too happy about that. So Hawks flipped Bakugo, grabbed the back of Bakugo's shirt to stop him, and then Hawks simply dropped Bakugo. What the hell $%$F $hash? Bakugo yelled as he fell. You told me to let you go. Hawks made sure to yell loud enough that everyone in the stadium could hear him. As Bakugo continued to fly, he flipped Hawks off before using his quirk to slow himself down and land back in the arena. As Bakugo hit the ground, he rolled to save himself from further injuries before popping back up onto his feet. Bakugo looked for Dreadlocks, really wanting to give her a piece of his mind. But then Midnight announced, Hatsum has been forced out of the ring. Bakugo is the winner. Bakugo looked around him and then his eyes left on the unconscious Mei. She was being pulled out of the wall by 2 medical bots that lowered her onto a stretcher. She was then taken away to be helped. Not even a proper F-432 King fight. Bakugo scoffed as he shoved his hands in his pockets, then stormed off the arena. The whole fight he had been chasing after her, and wasn't until she turned off her equipment, even in his anger he was able to notice her hitting a button on her belt, that Bakugo managed to land a hit. If Uraraka and Ilda could make their way to their waiting room, while maintenance is once again done on the arena, Present Mike said as some of Bakugo's explosions had torn up the arena. I'm glad that I took that bonus for every time I had to fix the arena, Cemento said, as he reached forwards and began to fix the arena. Midnight chuckled a bit. After the sports festival, Cemento was going to get a huge paycheck. This made her think she should have asked for hazardous pay, as some of the attacks could have easily hit her. Then again, being a hero was all about working in hazardous areas. Izuku turned off his phone and waited. They ending up in Recovery Girl's office was inevitable, so he was somewhat relieved that she didn't look too bad, but the sight of her burnt clothes and hair and black skin didn't help. Izuku knew he probably wouldn't get a chance to go up against his old school bully. Bakugo was in the other bracket, and both of them had some powerhouses to get through. Yet if by some luck they both made it to the semi-finals, Izuku would make sure Bakugo pay. Izuku had grown close to Mei. She was the first friendship he had stopped outside of Inko. Izuku won't call Mei his girlfriend, but there is something about her. When they first met, Izuku thought Mei was weird and annoying. Even today he thought she was, but that just was what made her, her. Things Izuku won't ever ask her to change. So when he had the chance to fight Bakugo, Izuku would don his full suit and not hold back. He would write some regret that he had held on since his childhood. And if they didn't get the chance to fight, then Izuku would challenge Bakugo. A thought bound out of anger as Mei was brought in and Izuku looked her over. Izuku was at UA but in the support course, so it wasn't like he was in the hero's Kraus yet, and proving Bakugo wrong every day. And sure, Mei was his friend, but that didn't mean she deserved to be caught in the middle of Izuku and Bakugo's qualm. But now that Bakugo had put her in the cross friend, Izuku had to take a breath, a lightning arc behind his eyes. She's going to be okay, Recovery Girl said, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. All of her pain is exterior and easily healed by my quirks. She did well ticking off her opponent, but that display at the end showed she's a strong girl. She might not be a pro hero, but you can bet several support companies are going to be looking for her when she graduates. Recovery Girl kissed Mei on the cheek. A small green glow came from Mei as the burnt skin and blood slowly disappeared, leaving only the burnt clothes behind. Seeing that Mei looked better, Izuku was able to take a breath. Izuku slowly let out his breath and then said, I know. She knew she could never be a hero, so she pledged herself to help the heroes that helped people. This event for her wasn't about getting an offering. She was going to turn all those down anyways. For her, this was able to get her and her family's name known, so when she starts working for them after graduation, they can get some offers from top heroes. Hatsum Industries. They're well known for helping the newer hero, but her parents have never had the manpower to open more than 2 locations. Mei wanted to come to UA to show off what her parents' company has to offer, hopefully getting enough people that they can start opening more locations. Izuku said as he leaned back in his chair. Sounds like she knows what she wants to do with her life. Recovering Girl said, do you? Izuku paused. He thought he knew. It had been his dream from a young age to become a hero. That was his mission, get into the hero course, but the way he had been acting was making him reconsider some of the finer details. Of course, I want to be a hero. Then how about you stop worrying about getting into the hero course and prove that you're already a hero? Recovery Girl said. Izuku had shown what he could do. Now he had to prove that he was on the same level as the hero course students, if not better. Izuku smiled, then looked at Mei on the bed. I think I know what I need to do. Izuku pulled out his phone and began preparing his equipment. As Izuku worked on preparing himself, Recovery Girl couldn't help but see Hisashi overlaid with his son. Izuku held a look in his eyes, a look that Hisashi often had. They were both smart, and when they had a goal in mind, they poured their hearts into every aspect. Recovery Girl smiled at the memory of Hisashi. He might have been a bit of a nuisance, but he had been a good friend. If Uraraka and Ilda could make their way to their waiting room, while maintenance is once again done on the arena, Present Mike announced. Ochako and Ilda stood up and nodded to each other, and understood not to hold back because they were friends. Ochako was the first one up the stairs and walked down the hallway, going in the opposite direction of Ilda. As Ochako walked, she brought up the mental landscape of the hotel. She was standing in the lobby, but as she looked up she could feel the first 3 floors ready to be turned on. As she walked into her waiting room, Ochako walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor and the light flickered on. Ochako felt one for all surge through her body. She would have thrown a few practice punches, but she didn't want to accidentally damage anything. Instead of taking a chair, Ochako slipped down to the floor and sat cross-legged. She held one for all for a few seconds, then released it. She held her breath for 3 seconds, then as she inhaled, she summoned one for all again. This was a breathing exercise Gaizan had Ochako train with until her breathing and activation of One for All felt almost the same. So as Ochako's breathing went on autopilot, she recalled her plan for her upcoming fight. It was a simple plan, as she would use One for All to get in close to her opponent and then press all 5 of his fingers into them. Most people didn't know how to fight in zero gravity, so Ochako would be able to easily gain the upper hand. Yet there was one problem. Ilda was one of the fastest in the class. Bakugo might be able to beat him in a short burst, and Ochako would one day be faster with One for All. The only one that could consistently match Ilda in speed was Gaizan. But that was only if Gaizan's quirk was full, and eventually his speed would drop too. So how could Ochako possibly get in close if Ilda could simply run away? As Ochako thought about what she could do, she recalled something that Ilda explained during the quirk assessment on the first day. While he had easily gotten the record for the 50-yard dash, Ilda had explained that he had only been able to get up to 3rd gear, and if he had more room he could get up to a higher speed. Ochako pulled up a mental image of the arena. It couldn't be any more than 25 yards by 25 yards. Ochako smirked as she realized Ilda wouldn't be able to get up to high speed. But that didn't mean Ilda's speed won't be an issue. With his Reparico burst, in a pinch, he could easily get out of range and then stall for the rest of the match. Ochako would have to come up with something to win besides running head first. With an exhale, Ochako felt that her body was completely relaxed. Her arms were resting in her lap and her head was leaned forward. Only then did his stomach growl a bit. She smiled a bit at that. After today she would treat herself to a filling dinner. She had earned it. Yet Ochako had to refocus on the present as midnight announced if Uraraka and Ilda could make their way to the arena. Ochako picked herself off the floor and headed out of her waiting room. As she walked down the hallway, she realized this was her first true test of One for All. She hadn't saw All Might's quirk for the first 2 events, relying on her own speed for the obstacle course and then Izuku's equipment to get through cavalry battle. But now she was on her own. She was the solo factor that determined whether she won or if she lost. Ochako sighed, then took a deep breath. She wasn't going to let herself lose. She was supposed to be the next symbol of peace. She could win this. She had to. For the first student, she is a girl that controls a force of nature and makes it bend to her will. It's Ochako Uraraka from Class 1A. For her opponent, he is faster than fast. He's quicker than quick. His quirk is speed. From the same class as Tenya Ilda, Present Mike said. Ochako made eye contact as she and Ilda walked up to the platform. He had a baffled look as he crossed into the arena. I can't believe he's quoting Cars. Ilda sighed with a shake of his head, showing how he was slightly embarrassed. There's better movies he could have used. Ilda recognized the quote from watching those old movies with his older brother when they were still kids. He remembered staying up late and sitting on the couch with his brother and enjoying the old movies. Yeah, like what? Ochako could see that Present Mike had thrown Ilda off his game. Ochako wondered if she could push him further. I only really know about Fast and Furious, and I think it's called Speed Racer. Begin. Midnight managed to get out. Ilda froze for a second. The mention of Speed Racer had stirred up more memories, and Ochako took the opportunity to use One for All and dash towards Ilda. As Ochako got close, she thought her plan might work, and if she won, she would improve upon it before she faced Bakugo. But then Ilda's mind caught up to the world, and when Ochako was only a few feet away, he revved up his quirk. He dodged Achaeok's opening attack and then ran to the middle of the ring to get far away from the boundary line. I figured you would try something like that. Your speed was impressive though. It is easy to forget how strong our gravity, Ilda said, stopping with a slide in the middle of the UA logo. However, your speed is no match for me. Some smoke came out of Ilda's legs, then he dashed forward, his arms priming to push Ochako out of bounds. Once Ilda grabbed hold of Ochako's shirt, he began to push her back. Yet as Ochako got near the boundary line, she reached up and grabbed hold of Ilda's thumb. Ochako braced her wrist against Ilda's, then with a quick twist moment, Ilda's thumb became dislocated. The flash of pain appeared on his face, and Ochako used it to break free of Ilda's grip and step away. Ochako took a quick look down at Ilda's dislocated thumb and smirked a bit. Early on in her training with Gaizan, he had suggested due to the nature of her zero-gravity quirk, Ochako should learn some grapples. Gaizan wasn't proficient in grapple technique, though he was about to give her a few points and made no show that he regrets being her test dumb. And along with the all lessons Gaizan taught, Ochako took it to heart. As Ilda fumbled back in pain, Ochako briefly activated One for All and thrust her palm into Ilda's chest. Ilda barely had time to look surprised before he went flying. He managed to right himself before landing in the middle of the arena. He slid back a bit before stopping. The pain from his thumb was making it hard to think. Yet Ilda knew he hadn't felt his gravity cancel, so how had Ochako so easily thrown him? Where did that come from? Ilda asked as he gripped his thumb. Having grown up in a hero family, Ilda had been taught from an early age, and as most of his family had their quirks in their arms, they knew how to escape binds. So while Ilda's quirk was more in his legs, he had been taught over to dislocate and relocate his upper extremities, so he gripped his thumb tightly and pushed it back in. The pain flared up but then began to slowly disappear until it was weak enough that he could ignore it. A move I've been working on, lunar launch. I cancel your gravity and then return it within a few seconds. The momentum and inertia of zero gravity remain, while gravity makes sure your landing hurts. Ochako stated in half-truth. Lunar launch was a move she had been working on where she canceled someone's gravity, then threw them with one for all. Then make sure the people landed hard. Ochako would cancel zero gravity. For now, she was just leaving out the finer details. Impressive, but it still won't win you this match, Ilda stated in confidence as he ran forward because that was all he could do. His only plan was to use his high speed to grab his opponent and push them out of bounds. But Ochako was managing, so now he had to switch up his plans. As Gaizan looked at the fight, he felt the same as Ochako did towards Ilda. Most of Class 1 had a good quirk in the sense they could be used in different ways. Ilda, however, all his quirk did was make him go fast and make his kick strong. If Ilda's opponent was able to handle his speed, then there wasn't much he could do. Ochako ducked under an overhead kick from Ilda and the wind came from the attack made her hair move to the side. Though Ilda wasn't getting up to his higher speeds, he was still kicking like he was, and that made Ochako realize she had underestimated her classmates a bit. Ilda had grown up seeing his older brother become a well-known and liked pro hero, and that was his goal too. So that's why despite being at a disadvantage he continued to fight. Yet as much as he fought, he still had a disadvantage. He could only get up to a specific speed, a speed that Ochako had gotten used to through training against Ilda and Gaizan. Ilda got in close and went for a high kick, which Ochako read and narrowly dodged. She got behind Ilda and hit him in the back. This caused him to stumble forward and nearly fall to his knee. Growing up helping her parents in construction had given her unseen strength. All the training she had done with All Might made her stronger. As Ilda recovered, Ochako strung forward and delivered a combo. A right hook to inordinate, a quick left, then a right jab to further throw off balance, then a kick to the knee. A combo Gaizan had used on her multiple times, and no matter how many times Gaizan used it, she could never defend against it. Ilda hit the floor, and before he could roll away, Ochako pressed her fingertips against his chest. As Ilda began to float up, a worried and surprised smile appeared on his face. He knew that he was in trouble and that he was going to lose. I surrender. Ilda never got a chance to finish his surrender, as Ochako gripped his shirt, channeling one for all into her arm as she threw him out of bounds. Ochako was kind enough to direct Ilda to the semi-soft dirt instead of the rock-hard cement wall. Ilda has been forced out of bounds. Uraraka moves on to the second round. Midnight announced. Ochako let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. Her plan had worked. She had to improvise a bit, but her plan had worked and she was moving on to the next round. If Todoroki and Takoyami can make their way to their waiting room, the next round will begin in 10 minutes. Izuku looked up from his phone as he listened to the announcement, then realized his fight would be starting soon. He needed to get to his pod and get the correct equipment. He looked over at Mei. She was still asleep but looked better than she had after her fight. Her skin was back to normal color, and the only signs of her battle were her burnt hair and clothes. I hope you're awake for my battle. It might be me fighting, but we created the suit together. You will be fighting alongside me, Izuku said. Izuku hesitated for a moment, then leaned over and kissed Mei on the forehead. He knew Mei and their parents thought love was a mystery to Izuku, but he had grown close with Mei as their friendship grew. He didn't know where their relationship was going to end, but he knew Mei was always going to be with him. Izuku broke the kiss as he held his phone up to his ear. Jabisu, have the sword armor ready for me when I arrive. Izuku had shown himself to the world, and it was time to show them what he could do. Working on it, sir, Jabisu said. Takoyami was nervous as Todoroki didn't say anything as they departed ways to go to their waiting rooms. He just had his usual indifferent glare that was ice cold. And now that Takoyami had a chance to prepare himself, he realized how much of a disadvantage he had. Todoroki was the most powerful in the Class 1 in terms of raw strength, and he had been trained by his father, Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Though no one had seen Todoroki use it during a fight, everyone was aware of his ability to use fire on his left side. Fire meant light, and that was Dark Shadow's weakness. How was Takoyami supposed to fight against that? As President Mike did his introduction about being dark and mysterious, Takoyami walked out of the tunnel and met Todoroki on the platform. No matter how this fight was destined to go, Takoyami would not go out without a fight. He would stand his ground and keep on fighting until he could no longer stand. He was the ruler of the Dark Abyss and its greatest creature. Any word before we begin? Midnight asked. It's a great honor to fight someone as strong as you, Takoyami said. He was expecting something similar, but Todoroki said none. His face stayed neutral, giving no acknowledgement to his opponent. Begin. Midnight signaled with a crack of her whip. Takoyami barely had time to blink before a large wall of ice came running towards him. Takoyami reacted by summoning Dark Shadow. On it, Dark Shadow came out and met the ice head-on. While Dark Shadow lost strength and speed during the day, his durability never changed. Dark Shadow drew back his fist and then punched the ice. The ice cracked from the weight of Dark Shadow's punch, but the attack did little in actually stopping the ice. The ice continued to push forward, so Dark Shadow tried to use his body to stop the ice, but that worked even worse than his fist. The ice quickly covered Dark Shadow, who appeared now to be shivering so cold. Takoyami thought he had a moment to rest, but ice suddenly came around Dark Shadow. It crackled as if raced down the arena and headed straight to Takoyami. He jumped back, but the ice followed him up. The ice caught Takoyami's foot in midair and anchored him in place. Yet before Takoyami could try and break him free, the ice raced up his leg and covered his other leg and his chest, leaving only his head and arms free. "Takoyami, are you able to move?" Midnight asked, though it was clear the fight was over. And it seemed Todoroki didn't hold back as the ice had started to reach her, and with her thin suit she was starting to shiver as well. Takoyami mentally commanded Dark Shadow to try and break out, but he could see Dark Shadow struggling and failing. Takoyami poured more emotion into Dark Shadow, but it being midday, Dark Shadow didn't grow any stronger. With a defeated sigh, Takoyami hung his hand and said, "I am unable to move." Takoyami has been immobilized. Todoroki moves on to the second round, Midnight announced, before wrapping herself in her arm to try and stay warm. Her thin suit did not provide much protection against the cold, so maybe she should ask Powerloader to put a heating system inside it, especially if she was going to have to be around Todoroki in the coming year. Todoroki appeared around the frozen Dark Shadow and walked over to Takoyami. He held the same disinterest as always, but now he had some regret in his eyes. Yet still, Todoroki said nothing as he held his left hand up against the ice surrounder Takoyami, and heat began to emit from it. As the ice melted, Todoroki turned so Takoyami couldn't see his face. "Sorry, but I want to make this quick," Todoroki said. Takoyami couldn't tell if Todoroki meant the fight or freeing him from the ice. Once Takoyami was free from the ice, Todoroki walked over and thawed Dark Shadow for the most part, leaving a thin layer weak enough that Dark Shadow easily broke it. As Todoroki began to walk back to his tunnel, he didn't say anything. Only as he walked, the ice melted around him until he disappeared, not once showing interest that he had won. "That dude is scary," Dark Shadow said, as he slowly floated back to Takoyami. "Agreed. He has the strength of a creature from the depths but acts as a normal human," Takoyami said as he walked off the arena and back up his tunnel. If Midoriya and Zero could make their way to their waiting room, the next round will begin in 10 minutes, Midnight announced. Up the stands, Zero stood up and stretched his arm. It was finally his time to fight, but he wasn't expecting much against a support student. "You know, I feel kind of sorry for the support student. He was pretty good in the first round. I can see why he wants to be a hero, but I don't want to be the one to crush his dreams," Zero said. "I won't let your guard down. You saw how Hatsune went up against Bakugo. She only attacked once, but it sent Bakugo flying," Kirishima said, immediately activating his quirk on his left side in anticipation of being hit by an explosion. "Shut up, SH. Tie hair," Bakugo said, surprisingly not attacking Kirishima. "Don't forget Midoriya is also a lot stronger than her. I've seen him around school, even seen him testing different equipment in Gym Gamma. He was the other student that destroyed the zero-pointer during the entrance exam," Gaizan said. "What, really?" Zero said. They had all heard about Gaizan destroying the zero-pointers, something that Mr. Aizawa had revealed in class, perhaps trying to get some payback, but Gaizan simply took the attention. Then at the end, Mr. Aizawa revealed a second student had destroyed the zero-pointer, but never gave a name. So Gaizan had done some digging of his own and found on UAS server the video of Izuku destroying the zero-pointer. And his reaction was similar to the rest of Class 1A. How could a student like that be in the support course? He's from the support course. He's going to have hundreds of tricks up his sleeves. Gaizan then turned to Ochako. "You wore his equipment during the cavalry battle. What do you have to say?" "Yeah, I wore a pair of boots and used them to hover over Todoroki's ice, and I didn't even have to use my quirk. Then when Todoroki froze us to the ground, I used 5% power. And if Todoroki's ice wasn't anchoring me to the ground, I think I would have gone flying," Achacho said, recalling the last few minutes of the cavalry battle. She had used the boots for extra speed, but her last use was full power, and it made her legs start to shake before they overheated. "That's right, you were on his team during the second event. Any tips?" Zero grinned. Maybe he could get an inside scoop on him. Since Izuku allegedly destroyed the zero-pointer, Zero would take any advantage he could get. "Hope he doesn't use 100%. It only took 5% for him to go flying," Ochako said as she stared down at the arena. It had only taken 5% for Izuku to go flying so easily. Just how strong would his attacks be if he used 100%? Could it be on the same level as One for All? Could technology become as strong as a quirk that became stronger with every user? With how much Izuku was able to do at such low power, it would seem possible. Zero's grin disappeared at that. The power he was imagining. He didn't want to be on the receiving end of it. Well, wish me luck. He walked up the stairs and disappeared, and the moment he was out of sight, a shiver went down his spine. He was in the hero course. He shouldn't be afraid of a student from the support course. But with all that he had seen and heard from Ochako and Gaizan, Zero would have to keep an eye out for anything and everything. And what little time he had in the waiting room did not help with his nerves. If Midoriya and Zero could make their way to the arena, Present Mike announced, and Zero left his waiting room to head to the arena. On the other side, things weren't moving fast enough. Come on, Jabisu, Izuku said, waiting impatiently as the final piece of his right gauntlet was put in place. The armor would help hide the sword until the right moment. Yet Izuku didn't want to put too much weight on, so his legs and upper arms were still just bare wireframes. Even though the forearm arm was heavy, Izuku knew it shouldn't slow him down too much. I need to go. Armor setup finished. You are free to go, Jabisu said, as the pod hissed and the front opened up. Light came over Izuku's eyes and he had to blink to adjust. Thanks, Izuku said as he lifted his arms. Izuku had taken others and his advice and switched up the color platelet. After getting the number of a supplier of thermal paint from a third-year student, Izuku ordered enough paint for 3 suits. But this was the first time Izuku actually saw how the armor looked, as he had started the painting process Sunday morning. As Izuku looked over his gauntlets, the armor was painted a dark forest green while leaving some gold accents. It looked like a perfect match for the model Izuku had created, and it just made him want to don the rest of the suit, something Izuku didn't have time for as he had to get to the arena. Besides, it wasn't the right time. Izuku still had to do some build up to the big reveal, and showing off parts of the armor was the next step. Izuku arrived at his tunnel, a little out of breath but ready for the upcoming fight. He's a master engineer and can make dreams a reality. He's building his way to becoming a hero. It's Izuku Midoriya from Class 1H. Izuku walked out of the tunnel and up to the platform, and it appears he's added some armor to his equipment. Bet there's some surprises in there. Izuku chuckled a bit. It wasn't much, but for his opponent, it should work. As Izuku walked up the stairs, he knocked his knuckles together. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed through the stadium. The afternoon light caught the dark green paint and highlighted the gold accents. He can swing around like a spider on a web, and it's all because of his weird elbow. From Class 1 a hand to Zero, Present Mike called out as Zero walked out of his tunnel. All right, that was just rude, Zero said, stretching his arms as he walked up. They're not that weird looking. Zero looked at his elbows. Maybe it was because he grew up with them, but they didn't look that bad. Zero looked against the arena and his eyes landed on Izuku's armor. Gaizan had warned him that Izuku would have tricks up his sleeve, but Zero was not expecting something like this. Any word before we begin? Midnight said. I'll be seeing you in class, Izuku said as he shifted into a fighting stand. He had gotten this far. He and Mei had been one of the first support students ever to make it to the third event, and he refused to be stopped. He was going to be known as the first support student to fight and win against a student from the hero course. And after that, there was no telling how far Izuku could go. Sorry, but I'm here to ruin your dreams, Zero said, smiling at Izuku. He was in the hero course and wasn't going to let a support student beat him. He would never hear the end of it. Begin. And with the crack of Midnight's whip, the fight started. You know, Uraraka spoke highly of you and your equipment. You've done a good job showing them off, but I'll make this quick, Zero called out as he made his move. He brought his arm forward and shot tape out of both of his elbows. Izuku made no move to dodge the tape as the strands began to wrap around his upper body, pinning his arm against his sides. Maybe you'll get some offers. Zero cut one of the strands and tried to use the other to swing Izuku around. Zero stumbled a bit once he felt no resistance. He stopped his spin and looked at Izuku. Izuku had watched Class 1 train, and he learned their moves and their quirks, all in preparation for the sports festival, so he knew Zero could be quirk on the draw. So Izuku had tried to dodge, but make sure he would be able to free himself. Zero heard something clicking into place, so he looked over at Izuku. And while Izuku's left arm was still pinned to his side, his right was free. Not only that, but Izuku's right arm was held up to the sky, showing off what Izuku had brought to the fight while Izuku was smirking. Attached to Izuku's right arm and held up for the world to see was a one-sided blade. Its polished metal was reflecting the sunlight, and its razor-sharp edge was easy to see as it had cut through Zero's tape as if it was butter. I might not be in your class, but Izuku dropped his right arm and cut the tape that was pinning his left arm. But I'm very familiar with many of your quirks. I have to be if I want a chance of winning. A chance to prove I can be a hero. Izuku flicked his right arm and Zero's tape was flung to the ground. Zero smirked to hide the building's sense of dread. He should have seen this coming. Hatsum had put up a good fight against Bakugo, and Izuku was a better fighter. Gaizan had given his words on that, and better inventor too. Zero was beginning to believe Ochako and her warning. but that didn't mean he was going to give up. Midoriya has freed himself with a hidden blade in his right gauntlet. What an impressive move. Who could have seen this coming? Present Mike asked, surprised that Izuku was so well prepared to fight against someone he hadn't had any interactions with before. Class wonder if they actually paid attention during their extra training. They would have spotted Midoriya watching through the open door and making notes in his notebook. Mr. Aizawa said. Personally, it had taken a few times for Mr. Aizawa to notice Izuku. He justified that it was because he was focused on his students, but he knew it was otherwise. It was like Izuku knew how to hide his presence and be unnoticeable. With the amount that Izuku seemed to write in his notebook, Mr. Aizawa had become curious about what information he had, even more when Mr. Aizawa saw that the notebook had Vol. 16 written on it. If that is true, that is creeping, Shiro said as Mr. Aizawa was making Izuku sound like a stalker. I grew up obsessed with Quirk and pro heroes. Izuku shrugged his shoulder and then launched forwards. Shiro reacted by tapping Izuku's foot and then letting the tape fall to the floor. Izuku hit the ground and began to roll in the same motion. Cut the tape off his foot, allowing him to finish the roll and hop back onto his feet. As Izuku landed, green lightning arced behind his eyes. I enjoy analyzing quirk and the way they are used. And with the hero course, I have a chance to see how quirks grow. I'm not going to miss that chance. Izuku lifted his right hand, the blade retracting just enough so as not to be in the way, and fired off a shot. Shiro panicked as this was the first time he had seen an energy blast coming straight for him. He didn't have anything to swing off of. There were no support beams or overhead ceiling, but he had no plans of giving up. Shiro quickly shot out tape to his right and pulled himself out of the way of the energy blast. The energy attack traveled through the air and hit the cement wall, and a small crack formed. As Shiro flew to the side, he shot out tape towards Izuku's left arm. After his initial attack, Shiro knew a small attack like that wasn't going to work. He would have to wrap Izuku up like a mummy and hope it gave him enough time to get out of bounds. And that plan starts with taping Izuku's left arm. Shiro figured he would get an opening as Izuku took the time to cut the tape off of his arm and he would act as quickly as possible. The tape got caught on Izuku's left arm and Shiro began to smile as he sent another strand at Izuku. However, he noticed that Izuku didn't seem too worried, nor was he reaching to cut the tape. Izuku sighed as if he was disappointed. He looked at the tape caught on his left gauntlet, nor was he too worried by the second strand of tape coming towards him. With a simple motion, the left gauntlet sprung open and a second blade came out. Izuku quickly cut the tape from his arm, while using the blunt side of his right blade to catch the incoming strand of tape. Izuku looked at Shiro and smiled, then proceeded to shred his tape into pieces. Tape turned into confetti as Izuku's arms swung around, leaving his body untouched. Midoriya has displayed his second hidden blade. Present Mike said, impressed that a support student was handling himself so well. And it was so different from Mei. While she had just dodged and showed off her gadgets, Izuku was facing his opponent head-on and letting his equipment do the talking. How will Shiro react to this? You really want to get transferred, don't you? Shiro said, grinning in an attempt to hide how nervous he was from underestimating his opponent. Izuku had been training for this and making sure his equipment was ready. He was doing everything he could to win because he had something bigger to gain than getting his name known for internships. I have enough reason to be a hero, and I'm more than ready enough to prove I can be one. Izuku dashed forward. He had enjoyed his time in the support course, but he was ready to show the world he was a hero, to fulfill his childhood dream that he had almost once given up on. But since meeting Hatsumes, Izuku hadn't let himself doubt for a single moment that he couldn't become a pro hero. Shiro began to fire off tape, but Izuku ran forward and began cutting through the tape. Then he engaged his boot and flew towards Shiro, his arms stretched out in front of him as he began to spin around. The blades easily cut through the tape and allow Izuku to be untouched. Up the stand, a few students recognized the move. Hey, Midoriya's doing something. Kirishima grinned. He recognized the move as he had been on the receiving end of it several times. It looks kind of cool. Mina grinned too, seeing that the copy was being used by someone else. As the original creator of the move claimed, no one would ever be able to copy him. Yeah, it even looks more effective than the original. Kaminari was always grinning. All three knew they would have to pay for it later, but at that moment none of them cared as they looked at Bakugo. Bakugo was beyond pissed. He recognized the move as his own howitzer impact. Bakugo shot out of his seat and leaned over the guard railing. Oi, you $$ nerd, what the hell do you think you're doing? You think you can copy me? Izuku could hear someone yelling, but couldn't tell who it was or what they were saying over the roaring of the wind in his ear. He figured it was Bakugo, as Izuku was copying one of his moves he often used during training. A move Bakugo had trained and practiced from a young age. Despite the world spinning around him, Izuku could tell when he got close to Shiro. Izuku had no need or want to impale Shiro and was glad he was able to roughly judge how close he was, or else this could end extremely messy. Shiro's eyes went wide as he felt one of Izuku's blades swing right in front, barely more than an inch away. Despite taking a step back, Zero got himself ready to feel a blade cut his side. However, at the second, Izuku stopped and planted his hands across the ground. Then, in a similar move to Mei in her final attack on Bakugo, Izuku used his momentum to swing his right foot up and kicked Zero in the chin. As Izuku's foot connected with Zero's face, Zero felt his face warm up from the heat coming from the boot. The crowd must have been expecting to see Zero go flying because everyone started to look up. However, Izuku dropped the level of power of his right boot down to 1% and redirected the power to provide more heat than force. So the kick was barely strong enough to send Zero stumbling backwards. Zero was still conscious as he stumbled backwards, meaning he could feel that his entire face was on fire. Zero looked over and saw Izuku flipped back to land on his feet. As Izuku landed, the blade slid back into his gauntlets and Izuku drew his right fist close to his side. Zero threw. Izuku was too far away to throw a punch. But then a high-pitched electric hum lifted his ears. "Propelled punch," Izuku said, and his boots fired off. Izuku went flying and his right fist went into Zero's gut. As the punch connected, Zero got a good look at Izuku's face and saw Izuku had a look of determination. It was at that moment Zero realized he was never going to win the fight through ring out or surrender. Zero realized Izuku was fighting more than to win or to get an internship. He was fighting for a chance to prove himself. Zero realized the only way he could have won was by knockout, and Izuku had made preparations to make sure that didn't happen. He had trained, studied, and prepared himself to face any member of the hero course. The fight had been decided the moment the pairing was announced. Zero was never going to win. Zero sighed as he flew back and landed in the dirt. He looked up and saw confidence emitting from Izuku as he stood tall and looked ready for more. Zero could almost laugh. Of course, he had been put up against the over-prepared support student. Zero then fell unconscious and his head flopped to the ground. Izuku cut his boots and hit the ground. He stood tall for a moment as he realized he had won. He had done it. He had fought and won against a student from the hero course. After months of preparation, Izuku had done it. He then took a knee as he felt pain shot through his shoulder. He looked down and saw that his shoulder had been dislocated. Midoriya wins by ring out. He wins the match and will be going on to the second round, Midnight announced, being among the hundreds surprised that a support student had won. She was quiet for a bit before she remembered she had more to say if Shinsu and Ashido could make their way to their waiting room. Mei woke up at the sound of Midoriya wins. She shot up from bed and looked around the room she was in. The last thing she remembered was seeing Bakugo falling. Then remembering how she had been out of bounds and lost. She wasn't too sad about that, but she was disappointed she had advertised for longer. Mei's right ached a bit and her hand moved over to squeeze it. "Ah, you're finally awake," Recovery Girl said as she walked over. She noticed Mei was holding her right shoulder. After a quick evaluation, there was nothing wrong with her shoulder. Her muscles were a bit stiff and her eyes were half closer. Besides that, she was healthy and awake. "Everything looks good. Everything healed properly. What did I miss?" they asked as she continued to hold a hand to her right shoulder. Her mind was still fuzzy, so the announcement and what it meant hadn't connected. She just barely recognized Recovery Girl. "Well, your boyfriend just won and he'll be going against Todoroki in the next round. Hopefully nothing is wrong with him," Recovery Girl said, but already knowing that he would be injured somehow. It just came along with the Sutaku last name, genius intellect, but still dumb as a bag of rocks. The door suddenly opened and Zero was hauled in by two medical bots. They lifted him onto a bed, and then quickly disappeared into the back room. Recovery Girl walked over to begin checking on Zero, while Izuku walked in with a pained but pleased look on his face. His joy of winning helped him ignore the pain coming from his shoulder. First-degree burns all over his face, cracks, ribs, and a slight concussion. "You did quite the number on him," Recovery Girl said as she began doing treatment and looked over at Izuku. "He's in Class 1A. It was go big or go home," Izuku said as he breathed in a sharp breath that was accompanied by pain. He walked over and sat down in a chair. A little relief came from being about to sit down. Why did he have to ignore the wheelchair? Recovery Girl kissed Zero and his face began to heal. Then she turned her attention to Izuku. "And what's wrong with you?" "Dislocated shoulder. Put more force into my punch than I meant to," Izuku said. He knew he hadn't switched the power vocally. Yet while the right boot was on low power during the kick, it had shot up to match the power of the left one. An oversight he was now paying for and something he would have to run a system check on. "Let me see." Recovery Girl walked over and checked it over. She checked the muscles, then the ligaments. As she moved the arm, Izuku winced at the pain. "Well, no broken bones, muscles, or ligaments, but that doesn't mean putting it back in isn't going to feel good." Izuku grabbed his shirt with his free hand and stuffed it into his mouth to stop himself from biting his tongue. Recovery Girl gripped Izuku's collarbone, then slowly moved his arm up. then with a sudden push the joint slid back into place. Izuku bit down onto his shirt, causing holes to form, while tears formed at the sides of his eyes. Luckily the pain hadn't been too bad, and as recovery girls kissed his cheek, it was starting to disappear until it was a dull pain. Good, now try not to use that until your next fight. You're both dismissed, recovery girl said as she returned to look over Zero. Hey Midoriya, May said, as Izuku finally looked at her, acknowledging her for the first time since walking in. She tried not to hold it against him as he was distracted with his arm. But in her heart, May couldn't help but think that she wasn't a priority for Izuku anymore. Oh, you're awake, Izuku said in a cheerful tone, more than happy to see May was okay. He walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. So you won, huh? May said as she swung her leg around to the side of the bed. Yeah, I did, Izuku said, not knowing what else to say. All he could think of when he looked at May was the small kiss he had given her. Yet even with the heat of the moment and the fight over, Izuku felt like doing it again. But Izuku didn't want to ruin what he had with May. May's first love was and always would be inventing. When Shinsu's name had been called, he had no plans of going to a waiting room. Instead, he took a stroll until he arrived at the tunnel that would lead him down to the arena. Shinsu walked down the tunnel and waited at the edge. As he waited, he thought about how this match would go. Izuku and May's fights against Class 1 showed that the hero students underestimated them. So Shinsu saw his coming fight going either way. With how easily Bakugo handled May, Shinsu's opponent might completely underestimate him and his ability, and he would be able to easily win. Or after Izuku's victory, his opponent might smarten up and be cautious around Shinsu and his quirk. Though it didn't matter if his opponent was overconfident or overly cautious, his plan remained the same. It was a plan that he was going to use until he lost or won the overall festival. It would insult his opponent and when they respond, take control over them and force them to step out. With that plan, Shinsu's perfect opponent was an egotistical, narcissistic person who yelled a lot. Why couldn't Shinsu's opponent Bakugo? It would be easy to insult his pride. A small insult about how he wasn't that great of a hero. And if that didn't work, Shinsu had noticed some tension between the blonde bomber and Izuku. Shinsu didn't care about their history, but he was more than willing to use it to his advantage. Nevertheless, Shinsu's opponent was one Mina Ashido. He hadn't had a chance to get a read on the pink girl from Class 1A. The most Shinsu had was Mina was a happy-go-lucky kind of girl. Shinsu would need to figure out how to get Mina to respond to a question. Shinsu was drawn out of his thoughts when Present Mike began introductions. He's the walking zombie that wants nothing more than to take a nap. He's working off pure coffee. It's the only general student to make it this far. It's Hitoshi Shinsu from Class 1D. Present Mike said, having to hold himself back from comparing Shinsu to Mr. Aizawa, lest he pay for it later. Shinsu walked out and got some applause. He held his fellow General Kraus student, yelling things like, "Show them what the general student can do. Beat their elite butts. Show them what you can do." Shinsu looked over at his class and waved with a grin. He then turned his attention to his opponent as it was time to find out what kind of person Mina was. Either this was going to be an easy fight or one that Shinsu would have to work for. He hadn't talked about it, but he had the same goal as Izuku. He wanted to get transferred to the hero course, but it was for a different reason. He wanted to provide to everyone that had called his quirk villainous that it could be used for good. That Shinsu wasn't destined to be the boogeyman that hid in the shadow to steal away people's free will. Sure, Shinsu had taken the hero entrance exam, but once it revealed to be robots, he knew he was going to fail. His quirk doesn't work against machines. He had filed a complaint against how stupid the hero entrance exam was, with how it was more ordinated to people with more physical and flashy quirks. Yet because he knew something like that to happen, so he had also applied to the general course after he rested from the hero entrance exam. And that's why he was banking so much on the sports festival. There are numerous stories about students getting transferred after the sports festival, and Shinsu was looking to add his name to the list. Getting the third event had made him known to the hero teachers, and after the festival, he was definitely going to fill out the form to be transferred. But he wasn't just going to stop, he was going to go as far as he could, if nothing more than just to stick to the prideful hero students, and that started by beating his opponent. While Shinsu had done some mental preparation, on the other side of the arena, Mina had done absolutely nothing of the sort. She thought Izuku's win against Zero had to be a fluke, as Zero was always better in an area where he had things to use his tape on. Moreover, Izuku had been the only person Gaizan had given any kind of warning about, and Izuku was the only student out of the hero course that was winning. So even with that limited data to use, Mina's mind had made the connection of no warning equals easy victory. So as Mina had waited in the tunnel, she did some little stretching. She thought it was going to be an easy fight, but that didn't mean she wasn't going to warm up. She began to hum her favorite song as she dropped back and began to stretch her legs. She's out of this world and the queen of all aliens. She can melt your heart with her looks and her quirk. From Class 1A, it's Mina Ashido. present Mike said, pulling Mina from her thoughts as she hopped up and landed on her feet. Mine had to smile. To anyone else, the part about being called an alien queen might but been an insult. But to her, she took it as a huge compliment as she loved those old movies. She was even thinking about them using them as an inspiration for her hero name. Mina ran out of the tunnel and up the stairs to the arena. She jumped the last few steps, and as she landed she produced some acid from her feet and skated across the line. As she stopped, she threw her hand up in a big wave. The crowd let out a huge cheer as Mina lowered her arm and looked across at Shinsu. With his arms crossed, he looked like he needed either a nap or a huge cup of coffee, and honestly he would have preferred both. Midnight looked between the students and asked, "Any words before we begin?" "Hey, alien queen," Shinsu said, waiting to see what reaction Mina had. Mina smiled. She liked the name. Let's have fun. Not the reaction Shinsu was expecting, meaning he was back to square one and out of time to prepare. Begin. Midnight started the fight. With the crack of Midnight's whip, Mina sprung forward and began shaking towards Shinsu. As Mina moved forward, she looked over Shinsu, and overall he just looked like he wanted to fall asleep and nap for an entire week. When Shinsu didn't react or move to intercept Mina, she took it as a warning and pushed herself to the side. She kept an eye on Shinsu, and thinking that it was an easy match, Mina thought she could fill the silence with a conversation. "So your friend's mid-bro, right? Think you can get him his number for me?" Mina suddenly stopped her skating and then pushed off to the left. She had seen Shinsu during the cavalry battle and his palm glowing. But since it had been later revealed that it was equipment Izuku had given him, Mina had no idea what Shinsu's quirk was. She might not be the smartest, but she knew the importance of knowing her opponent's quirk. She might have understood that fully before high school, and it might have taken a few lessons for Mr. Aizawa to get through her skull. But Mine now understood the importance of knowing her opponent's quirks. Shinsu groaned as he brought his hand up and pinched the bridge of his nose. "First off, Midoriya and I just barely met. I wouldn't call us friends. Second, if you want his phone, why don't you go ask him yourself?" Shinsu said, Mina's chirping voice piercing his ears. It felt like a drill was digging to get to his brain through his ears. With Shinsu's eyes closed, Mina took the opportunity to move forward again. To test Shinsu, Mina threw a bit of acid. Perhaps it was luck or his actual reflexes, but Shinsu opened his eyes in enough time to see and dodge the acid. Mina watched and waited for Shinsu to counter, but he just stood there with the same tired look he had since the beginning of the fight. As his main objective was to figure out how to get Mina to respond to a question, Shinsu had no intentions of attacking. Yet, without knowing how to get Mina to respond, his quirk was useless and he didn't have any combat training. He didn't have any other options. So all he could do was hope that plan worked. So far that plan wasn't working so well. "So you really won't help a girl out? Can you at least find out if he likes aliens?" Mina asked. She gave a small pout that quickly turned into a Cheshire cat grin. Maybe she could have some fun with Shinsu, and then have some fun with Izuku afterwards. Shinsu sighed. He had underestimated how long this day was going to go. "No, we're not friends. We just barely met. We were not friends, we were teammates. And no, I hate the alien movies. They're repetitive and stupid. The plot, the design of the aliens." Shinsu then paused. His mind began working at 100 miles per hour. He got the sense he had just created an opportunity, so he quickly asked, "Won't you agree?" "Hey, the movies are good," Mina said. Shinsu had at least given Mina the decency of being able to finish her sentence before he activated his quirk. As Shinsu's quirk took control of Mina's mind, she stopped skating. Yet Shinsu had failed to take into account Mina's momentum. So as her feet stopped producing acid, the moment her feet went past the trail of acid, she fell to the side and hit the ground. The impact was enough to jolt Mina and break Shinsu's hold over her, making him curse under his breath. He looked over at Mina, who was still lying on the ground. She looked confused, as if she hadn't figured out what had happened, which was good, as if she didn't know what had happened she won't be able to figure out Shinsu's quirk. Yet Mina wasn't deferred. She began smiling again as she jumped onto her feet. She let out a chuckle as she said, "Well, that was embarrassing. Then how about that other support student? Hatsum, think she'll help me out?" Shinsu groaned. He didn't know what the exact relationship was between Izuku and Mai. Yet something told him that if Mina asked Mai for Izuku's number in the same flirting manner she was, the acid girl of Class 1 was going to find herself in the middle of an explosion one day. "I don't know." Shinsu raised his hand again to pinch the bridge of his nose, and suspecting this to be activating his quirk, Mina backed up. She figured her opponent had to have some kind of long-range attack. That was the only way she could have stumbled. And if Shinsu was going to attack again, Mina wanted to have a space to be able to recover. Yet she wouldn't be able to win if she didn't get in close, meaning she needed to find a way to keep Shinsu from activating his quirk. "Ah, are they boyfriend and girlfriend?" Mina asked, reading in between the lines. She is a die-hard romantic and would love to see a relationship bloom in front of her, even if she wasn't a part of it. "I don't know. I only met them today," Shinsu said. He could feel a headache coming on from Mina's high-pitched chirping voice, which was beyond annoying at this point. He knew he should have brought more painkillers to school. Maybe Recovery Girl could give him some after this round and a massive mug of coffee. That would be sure to wake him right up. Oh, then maybe I have a chance. Once I win this round, I'll go ask him for his number, Mina said as she stopped skating around and faced Shinsu head-on. Shinsu had learned what Mina thought about the fight, but honestly, his headache made it impossible to think. Why are you so loud? Why do you care about Midoriya? Can you please just shut up? What's wrong with me? Mina paused as she began moving forward. Shinsu hadn't meant to use his quirk. He was too focused on his headache. However, once Mina responded, Shinsu felt his quirk grab a hold. This meant he could win the round and get Mina to shut up at the same time. But he couldn't make the same mistake as last time. Stop yourself. Mina slid to a stop and then stood up straight, waiting for the next comment. Shinsu let out a small sigh and said, "Turn around and walk out of bounds." To the surprise of everyone watching, Mina robotically turned around and began walking away from Shinsu. The crowd grew quiet as Mina neared the boundary line, then with no hesitation stepping across it. The moment Mina's foot touching the ground outside the line, the tension that had built in the stadium collapsed. Whoa, Shinsu has taken control of Ishido's mind somehow. She is obeying his command. What amazing power, and he is just in general's present, Mike said while Mr. Aizawa was looking down at Shinsu, impressed. Shinsu's file had him try out for heroics, yet as the test was more advantageous towards those with flashy quirks, Shinsu had quickly enrolled into generals. Yet his power was not something to toss aside, something Mr. Aizawa could easily see. Shinsu smirked a bit as Mina continued down the stairs and then began towards the tunnel. Aside from the small hiccup of Mina tripping over her own feet, Shinsu's plan had worked out better than he thought. It seems that all the members of Class 1 weren't as alert as they should be. If he could keep up this momentum and Class 1 wasn't able to figure out how his quirk worked, Shinsu could steamroll the tournament and win the whole thing. That would be a story Shinsu never let go. Mina Ishido has stepped out of bounds. Shinsu has won the match and will be moving on to the next round, Midnight announced, but couldn't help but think, damn, a support student and general student 1-against-1. Eraserhead is definitely going to give them extra training tomorrow. Shinsu sighed as he released his hold over Mina. He rubbed his temples, nursing his headache as he turned around. He had won. Now he was going to find a stand that sold coffee and buy their entire stock. Mina had a blank spot in her mind. One moment she was responding to Shisnu's complaints, the next she heard Midnight announcing she had lost the match. Mina looked around and saw she was now standing at the mouth of the tunnel that led to the arena. What? Why? How could I lose? Then as air was let out of a balloon, Mina deflated and fell to the ground as she started to tear up. If Kaminari and Yaoyorozu could make their way to the waiting rooms, their match will begin in 5 minutes, Midnight announced and flicked a switch on her microphone to turn it off. She then quickly hopped off her platform and walked up to Mina. Midnight put a hand on the girl's shoulder and said, "Come on. It was just a bad matchup between you two. Just take this time to reflect on how you could have done better." Mina was still crying as Midnight helped her up to her feet and walked her up the tunnel. In her waiting room, Momo felt sorry for Mina. The pink girl was always cheerful and outgoing, trying to make the best of everything, but she seemed to have a fragile fighting spirit. And while Momo wanted nothing more than to go comfort her classmate, she needed to focus on her own upcoming fight. Momo had been working on making a plan to win against Denki ever since their fight had first been announced. She thought about everything Denki's quirk could do. It was powerful in nature, but as Denki often explained, he wasn't about to push his electricity away from his body with great accuracy. So Momo won't be able to easily get in close without getting shocked. Then again, she won't be able to keep her distance, as Denki would just discharge and as she would be the closest conductive thing. The lightning would naturally be drawn to her. And then in light about both of their problems, the lightning would be drawn to her. But Denki's quirk was a double-edged sword. It was strong, but the harm it did to Denki left him defenseless. So that made Momo's plan simple. Protect herself until Denki short-circuited, then pushed him out of bounds. She would have gone with an insulated blanket. Yet Denki had proven himself to be quick to the draw and she would easily be hit before the blanket was finished. So for this round, she would be taking inspiration from Izuku and how he countered Denki during the cavalry battle. But the last few minutes Momo had she pulled out her phone and look up the chemicals formula of everything she would be using. If Yaoyorozu and Kaminari make their way to the arena, Present Mike said once the break was over. As Momo stood up and pushed in her chair, she brought up the different items she would use in the upcoming fight. She laid them up in a queue in the order she would make and use them. Once Momo reached the edge of the tunnel, she stopped and waited. She was the smartest of the class and she had been trained to fight with her quirk for a young age. Her parents had made sure of it. While her parents had gotten her many instructors to use her learn how to control and use her quirk, they had also had instructors to teach some fighting styles. Her parents claim it was to protect from those that would do evil with her. Use her quirk for villainous intent. Make her a hostage for ransom or more lustful purposes, as Momo was born with good genetics. She's the goddess of creation and beauty. Momo blushed. She's the vice representative of Class 1A. It's Momo Yaoyorozu. Present, Mike announced. From the same class. He can wield lightning like the god of ancient times. But he's more powerful than any of them. It's Denki Kaminari. Alright, he made me sound like a badass, Denki said as he met Momo on the platform. Now was his chance. No Jiru sticking her earphone jack in his eyes or Gaizan with his cold demeanor to get in his way. He was going to ask the question he had wanted since he had first laid eyes on Momo. Any word before we begin? Midnight asked. Let's have a good fight. Momo said. How about after you lose? I take you out on a date to comfort you, Denki said. Everyone in Class 1A, including Bakugo, facepalmed at Denki's comment. And it was without question that Jiru's facepalm was the loudest. How could he be so dense to say something like that at a time like this? Begin. Midnight signaled the fight with the crack of her whip, her lustful side more than ready to see Denki have his butt handed to him. Sorry, beauty queen, but I'll make this fast. 1,000,000 volts, indiscriminate shock, Denki said, raising his hands. As he brought them down, lightning shot off his body. It raced around the arena, lighting up the air as it crazily flew around. As predicted, Denki was quick on the draw. However, Momo was prepared. While her quirk allowed her to create complex objects, she found that creating pure elements was much easier and faster. So before Denki could activate his quirk and discharge its electricity, Momo had her items ready. The first item was a large metal pole, at the same height as her. She rammed it into the ground, then quickly wrapped the second item around it. It was a corner of a net made out of thin silver cables, that when thrown out would cover a 5 feet by 5 feet area in front of the pole. In each corner was a small silver sphere to help spread the net out and weigh it down. After the corner was tied down, Momo threw the silver net out in front of her in a wide arc. Silver balls did their job and spread the highly conductive net out. And just in time, just as the net hit the ground, Denki discharged 1,000,000 volts of electricity into the air. As predicted, the lightning was drawn to it, drawing the lightning away from Momo. The lightning quickly traveled up the net and then down the pole, through the ground, and was dispersed into the dirt, leaving Momo untouched. With that out of the way, Momo took off towards Denki. Yet as Momo ran forward, she took notice that Denki had only used 1,000,000 volts, which meant he hadn't fried his mind yet, as his limit was 1.3 million, meaning he had a bit left to use and it would be more than enough to win him the fight. She would have to be careful, so she created a few more items as she ran, that she would use to protect herself for her next move. On the other side of the arena, Denki's mind was a bit fuzzy from using his quirk. He hadn't gone over his limit but had gotten close. He took a deep breath and his mind started to catch up to the world around it. And just in enough time, Denki found Momo a few feet away from him and he panicked. He quickly covered himself in lightning to protect himself from any kind of close-quarter combat. However, Denki failed to notice what Momo was now wearing. She had predicted Denki would cover himself with his quirk as a form of protection, yet she had her countermeasure ready. A pair of rubber gloves and wooden bow staff, to make sure none of the electricity reached her. Denki raised his arm as a shield. However, Momo quickly knocked them down with her staff, then turned around and hit Denki across the face. It was only a wooden staff, but with the momentum Momo had generated, the moment the staff hit the top of Denki's skull, it cracked in half. As the top half of Momo's staff broke off and fell, Denki met it on the floor. He was unconscious but still mumbled, "Can we still go out on a date?" causing Momo to blush at the offer. Kaminari had been knocked out. Yaoyorozu has won the match. Now we have our fighters for the next round. It will be Gaizan Hisahito versus Mashiro Ajiru, Katsuki Bakugo versus Ochako Uraraka, then Shoto Todoroki versus Izuku Midoriya, lastly Hitoshi Shinsu versus Momo Yaoyorozu. The first match will begin in an hour, Midnight announced, then looked down at Denki with concern. Momo had generated enough force to break her wooden staff over Denki's head. She was surprised he wasn't profusing bleeding. After the announcement of the hour break, everyone within the stadium began moving around. Most got up to stretch their legs, while some went looking for food. Students began looking for their families. Gaizan went to a food stall and brought some onergi to stave off some hunger he was starting to feel. As he slowly ate his snack, he wandered the halls of the stadium. Some people waved at him and he nodded back. He eventually spotted Toshinori, who was walking by himself, and he appeared to be looking for someone. Gaizan walked up behind him and fell in step with him. Yet as the #1 pro hero in Japan didn't notice him, Gaizan had to clear his throat. And then he said, "Hello, Toshinori." As Toshinori hadn't noticed or sensed Gaizan, he jumped a bit at the sudden voice beside him, something that Gaizan didn't fail to notice. Toshinori caught his breath and said, "I'm glad you managed to pick up that habit quickly. Young Uraraka still has to catch herself something," in reference to what name he should be called between his hero form and his actual form. Call it an occupational skill, Gaizan said as he took a bite of his snack. He finished one and threw the wrapper in the trash bin as they passed it. He then unwrapped the next one and began taking small bites. Don't you mean occupational hazard? Toshinori chuckled a bit. A genuine smile appeared on his face from his joke. Gaizan shook his head and then pointed at Toshinori's midsection. No, your injury is an occupational hazard. Me calling you by the right name is an occupational skill. You're looking for Uraraka, aren't you? Yes. After the sports festival, the hero students do internships, and it seems my old teacher would like to request young Uraraka, Toshinori said. He started to shiver. Just thinking about his old mentor was enough to do so. Even after years of not talking to him, his old mentor was still held that much over the symbol of peace. He's the one that knows about, Gaizan asked, leaving the question unfinished so as not to bring up One for All, something Ochako only trained in private with Gaizan. Though now that he thought about it, there were plenty of times Ochako had used One for All, and with how competitive she got, she was bound to use it more. Even to the point that Class 1 was bound to catch her extra strength, meaning Gaizan and Ochako would need to come up with a convincing lie. Yes, from his letter, it seems he doesn't believe I've done a good job teaching young Uraraka how to control it, Toshinori said. He hit his legs to stop them from shivering, which didn't fully work. All he could think of was the different times Nana had to go on a mission and he was left behind to train with Gran Torino, to be beaten senseless. And it didn't get any easier after her death. He does have a point. What exactly have you taught her? Gaizan chuckled a bit. Then he noticed Toshinori shivering. Toshinori froze, then smirked a bit and his legs stopped shaking. They both knew that Gaizan had taught Ochako more about controlling One for All in a few months than All Might could do in a lifetime. Yet for the first time, Toshinori was able to hold something over Gaizan's head. If I'm not mistaken, you wanted no spotlight for helping young Uraraka. True, Gaizan said in a casual tone as he finished his snack, and threw the wrap into a trash bin. However, I don't want you to get delusional. The air that Toshinori had felt immediately deflated. Was there nothing that bothered Gaizan to any degree? Besides, Akacho is talking with her parents outside, over by the matcha stall. Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka are here, Toshinori asked, as his pupils dilated. He had met them as Toshinori when they got worried about Ochako's training. While Mr. Uraraka tried to act like the mean and tough father, Toshinori saw right through the act, an act similar to his old mentors. Mrs. Uraraka, on the other hand, played the sweet and kind housewife. But the only person Toshinori feared above Ochako's mothers was All for One. Yeah, apparently they wanted to surprise Ochako and brought tickets, Gaizan said, and then he noticed Toshinori's legs were shivering again and his pupils had dilated. I thought only Gran Torino could make you do that. I'll have to make sure to get Ochako's parents' numbers. Help keep you in line. Toshinori hated how much power a high schooler had over him. He knew about One for All. He knew about All Might's injury and his other dirty little secrets. When Toshinori tried to do the same with Gaizan's secret, Gaizan had looked him in the eyes and calmly stated, Asapaka Junia is dead and you'll never find my actual records, meaning Toshinori would never have anything, blackmail or secrets, to hold over Gaizan's head. Gaizan excused himself from the quivering form of the number 1 hero. He then resumed his walk around the stadium, until he came around Ilda talking to someone on a cell phone. It was in a recluse area, so Gaizan would have simply turned around to leave Ilda alone, but then he heard his classmate's tone of voice. Is he all right? Ilda asked. His voice was hushed as if he didn't have anyone to hear him and he sounded worried, as if he knew something bad was going to happen, or something bad had happened and he didn't want to believe it. Gaizan quickly put his back to the wall and slowed his breath. He closed his eyes and heightened his hearing, hiding his presence as he had learned to do in the past. Are we sure it was Stain? Gaizan, but to stop himself from making a sound out of surprise. Why in the world would Ilda be talking about the hero killer Stain? Gaizan quickly mentally pulled up everything about Stain that had appeared in the news for the past week. The most recent sighting of the hero killer was in Hasu, where he had already attacked and killed 2 pro-heroes. Gaizan then recalled Ingenium. Tensei Ilda was Tenya's older brother, the one person he looked up to above all others. Gaizan quickly put it all together. Stain's recent sighting, Tensei being Ilda's older brother and Ilda sounding worried. Was it possible Stain had attacked Ingenium? Will he be about to walk again? Ilda asked and Gaizan listened back in. It sounded like Tensei was still alive. One of the few Stain had left behind to spread his word. There's a chance. That's good at least. Gaizan peeked around the corner. He saw Ilda gripping his phone tightly, almost cracking it. His eyes were glazed over and his entire body was shaking as he was leaning against the wall with an arm above his head to brace him. It was no secret that Ilda held his brother in high regard. Even outside the realm of heroics, Ilda looked up to his brother. If Tensei had been attacked, then Ilda wouldn't be thinking too kindly towards Stain. Was anyone else hurt? That's good, but why Tensei? He's a good hero and helps in the community. I don't have any more fights. I can. Okay, I'll stay at school, but I'll be heading over once everything is done. Okay, I love you, Mom. Bye. Ilda ended the call and he slipped his phone back into his pocket. He then pushed off from the wall and just stood there. His arms were by his side and his head down, while his entire body was tense. Gaizan waited for Ilda to leash out, to yell or punch the wall. He knew he probably would have, but he didn't have anyone left like that. Moreover, it would tell Gaizan how much Ilda was hurting. Gaizan waited, but then Ilda let out a slow breath and he relaxed. Well, Ilda's form of relaxing. He then began to turn and walk down the hallway. Gaizan quickly disappeared back around the corner and then acted like he was just now walking around the corner. He acted surprised to see Ilda, so he said, "Oh hey Ilda, what are you doing over here? Got a call from my mom. Wanted to take it in private. She was calling to say that she was proud that I made it this far, and I shouldn't feel bad that I lost," Ilda said as he kept his focus forward in an attempt to hide what he had just gone through. Yet even if Gaizan hadn't just heard Ilda, he would be able to tell something's off. Well, your mom's right. We might be in the same class, but we're all at different levels, with different skills. This festival might be for us to show off so we get good internship offers, but for us it's to see where we fly and where we fall. The most important thing we learn is who we are and who we want to become, Gaizan said, hoping that if the dark aura he felt from Ilda meant anything, then when the time came Ilda would remember his words. You're just full of sage wisdom. Where did you learn that from? Ilda asked, keeping a calm demeanor. Something that I had to learn the hard way growing up in a fortune cookie, Gaizan chuckled. Ilda smiled a bit and Gaizan saw that as a good sign. Come on. You might not have any more fights, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't cheer us on. Well, most fights are between Class 1 students and I would rather not pick sides, Ilda said. It would be unbecoming as friends and classmates to do such things. Something Ilda would not allow himself to do. Gaizan caught Ilda off guard by quickly asking, Bakugo versus Uraraka. Uraraka, Ilda said, before he could catch himself. Hey, you tricked me. We shouldn't take sides in the fight between our classmates. Ilda started waving his arm up and down, as he tried to give a stern glare to Gaizan. That is the only one I care about, Gaizan said, then excused him to prepare for his fight. Once the hour break was over and everyone had made their way back to their seats, Gaizan and Ajaru made their way to the tunnels. Looking out to the arena, Ajaru was dreading his position a bit more than he thought he would. If he didn't know any better, he would have said Sato through their fight. That way he didn't have to face Gaizan and the smackdown that came with it. Gaizan was an easygoing guy. Not much bothered him, well besides Denki and Minta when they acted their usual selves. Yet during a fight, Gaizan always seemed extra focused. Learning more about Gaizan's quirk during his fight against Kirishima didn't Ajaru much either. How was he supposed to fight against someone who became stronger the more they fought? Maybe he could follow Kirishima's example and go for more grapples than strikes. Yet what was stopping Gaizan from coming into the fight with his quirk ready to go? He could have been spending the last hour playing up his quirk. Ajaru then recalled how strong Gaizan could be within even a small portion of his quirk. It was during the quirk assessment after Gaizan had been called up for the ball throw. He gave a brilliant display of his quirk and easily matched Bakugo's throw. Yet Mr. Aizawa had called him out for not using the same amount of strength he had against the zero-pointer during the entrance exam. Gaizan wrote it off by stating his quirk was a cumulative quirk and the time to build up to 100% of his strength would take too long. Gaizan had then stated that he had used all of his quirk's energy, which he described as about 40%, and Mr. Aizawa could adjust the score accounting. Mr. Aizawa then called how he wasn't the type of teacher to take on glass cannon, and that if Gaizan allowed his depleted quirk to hold him back he would be cut. Gaizan said he didn't plan to. At the time the explanation and interaction had confused everyone, but now it made sense. Gaizan meant it would have taken too long for someone to repeatedly punch until his quirk was at full capability. Ajaru sighed as he rested his head against the wall. Gaizan's quirk was going to be impossible to fight against. Any of Ajaru's attack would just make his opponent stronger and Gaizan was faster enough to evade any kind of grapple. He would probably be on the lookout for them after his fight with Kirishima. This meant that Ajaru had nothing planned for this fight. The best he could do was show off what he could do and hope a pro hero noticed him or chose to take pity on him and train him to be better. Ajaru let out a sigh, which nearly caused him to miss his phone going off. Having no idea who would be texting him at this time, Ajaru pulled out his phone and saw he had a text from Gaizan. Because of your martial arts background, I would like to issue a challenge. Martial art tournament rules. Points will be awarded based on the standard point system used for the tournament. Ajaru read the text 5 times before he began to form a response. Are you referring to Yuko, Wazari, and Ipin? Ajaru was confused as to why Gaizan would be issuing this kind of challenge. This wasn't the time for that. Maybe between training for heroic classes, but during the sport festival. Moreover, why would Gaizan be doing martial arts tournament rules? He mentioned having a background in the art. and playing by such a rule would put him at a disadvantage. Yet we don't want to make the fight too long, so how about first to 15 points? That sounds alright, Gaizon sent back. And who is supposed to be acting as a referee? I don't think Midnight is familiar with those rules, Ajaru asked. Midnight probably didn't know any kind of martial arts, thus she wouldn't be able to call a foul or know what amount of points to reward for a hit. Ajaru suddenly received a notification from a new text thread. He switched over to it and found it contained Gaizon's number and an unknown number. Gaizon was the first to respond in the text thread. Mashiro Ajaru meet Izuku Kendo. She's Class 1B class president and has a background in Wing Chun, meaning she can act as a referee. And as she isn't from Class 1A, she will be an unbiased judge. Hello, Kendo. Ajiro was taken back by Gaizon's sudden actions. Like, how did he have Kendo's number and know about her background in Wing Chun? And with how sudden this challenge was, did he have this plan since the beginning? Hi Ajaru, I want you to know, I only agreed to this because Class 1B was robbed of their chance for the spotlight, Kendo sent. Having stepped away from her class when Gaizon first sent the invitation towards the end of the hour break, knowing that Monoma would do everything in his power to stop her from agreeing. Eesh, Kendo, you sound like Monoma. Gaizon's text came up. Ajaru could almost feel the anger coming from Kendo having been compared to Monoma. Do you want me to do this or not? Kendo sent to show her anger. Yes, Gaizon said, with a prayer emoji next to it, but it didn't feel heartfelt. Like he knew she was going to agree to be a referee anyway. Have the teachers agreed to this? Ajaru sent. Certainly, Gaizon couldn't influence a match of the UA Sports Festival that easily and on such short notice. He couldn't have those kinds of connections or that kind of power. He was just a student. Divided by. Kendo sent to show her confusion over the situation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, slight changes in the rules have been issued. A challenge from Hisahito to Ajaru. The rules are that of martial art tournaments. Points will be rewarded based on the attacks landed. First to 15 points wins. Both have agreed to the rule change. And acting as referee will be the class president of 1B, Izuku Kendo. Gaizon stepped aside to allow Kendo to walk down his tunnel and over to Midnight's platform. As she walked back to him, he even bowed and held out his arms as if he was her servant. Kendo, how dare you swoop to their levels? Are we supposed to be better than TH? Monoma was cut off. Thank you, Tetsu. Kendo's voice came over the speaker system as Midnight handed her the microphone and she stepped onto the platform. Midnight looked a bit too happy to sit out for a round and be able to just watch, less work for her. Now for the point system. For punches to the body or face are 1 point. For kicks to body 2 points. For any kicks to the head or strong enough attack to force your opponent to fall to the floor are 3 points. Thanks for that quick explanation. Now if Hisahito and Ajaru could make their way to the arena, President Mike announced. Ajaru walked out and met eyes with Gaizon as they climbed the steps. Gaizon looked a bit too relaxed for Ajaru's liking. How did he get President Mike and the teachers to agree to this? Why did he think he could get them to agree, and why had he issued the challenge in the first place? Any words before we begin? Midnight said, then leaned back away from the microphone. Why did you issue this challenge? Ajaru asked as he shifted into a ready stance. You really think you could beat me in a bare-knuckle fight? Gaizon shifted into an unorthodox stance. His shoulders were tight as he had his right fist close to his side while his left arm was held out in front across his body. He wasn't straight onto Ajaru either, with his right foot back with it supporting most of his weight. Yet they posed to easily dodge any attack from Ajaru. Begin, Kendo said, then dropped her arm. Gaizon's understanding of the point system told Ajaru that he had to have some kind of martial arts background. Yet his ready stance did not belong to any discipline that Ajaru was familiar with. He could see some aspects of different disciplines but nothing exactly, meaning Gaizon had to be mostly self-taught. And unless Gaizon was naturally talented in martial arts, Ajaru's years of experience should help him win the fight. Yet then came Gaizon's words, and he was right. If this was just a straight bare-knuckle fight, Gaizon would be able to fight any way he wanted to. Ajaru wouldn't have a chance, but by limiting Gaizon's option to the style of fight Ajaru grew up with, he had a chance to win. With that, Ajaru lunged forward and Gaizon met him head-on. Ajaru threw a punch that Gaizon expertly deflected with his left arm, so Ajaru quickly rotated and brought his left up to kick his opponent into the side of the head. Yet Gaizon sidestepped the attack and went in for a ribs shot, but Ajaru's brought his tail up to stop Gaizon's attack. Ajaru quickly brought his leg down and then quickly brought it back up again to kick Gaizon in the side of the head. Gaizon stumbled to the side a bit and fell to his knees. This caused Kendo to quickly raise her left arm, Ippon Ajaru. 3-0. Gaizon stood up and rubbed his temple as Ajaru had made sure to land a hard strike. That could only mean one thing. You're playing for keeps. That's good, Gaizon said as he walked back to his starting location. You've given me this opportunity, so I'm not going to let it go to waste, Ajaru said as he walked back to his starting area and shifted back to his stance. Ready. Gaizan answered by taking a more disciplined stance that Anjuru recognized as kickboxing. Gaizan was more facing forwards, while both of his arms were closed, but more in line with his chest rather than his face. Kendo looked at both of them and slowly raised her right arm. Then with a quick drop she stated, "Fight." Anjuru leaped forwards, while Gaizan barely took a step. Gaizan used his left leg to block Ajiro's initial punch, then ducked under Anjuru's follow-up kick. Anjuru's feet barely touched the ground when Gaizan's leg came out and swept them out. Anjuru's back hit the floor before he had a chance to use his tail to catch himself. "Ippon, Hisahito. 3-3, Kendo announced, raising her right arm. Gaizan leaned down to Orju and held out his hand. Anjuru accepted the assistance, and as he was hauled to his feet, Gaizan asked, "How are you feeling?" "Like I'm about to get my butt beat," Anjuru said, brushing himself off. Anjuru walked back to his starting location and dropped into his ready stance. All the while Gaizan took a few steps back and dropped down into a slightly different stance. He was fully facing Anjuru now, with his hands only 7 inches away from his face, and he was squatting a bit. To Anjuru it almost looked like Krav Maga. "Then let's give them a show." Kendo started the round, and Anjuru knew in his heart that Sato had definitely thrown the fight to save himself the embarrassment. Yet that didn't mean much ready now, as he launched forwards and went for a gut punch. Gaizan expertly rotated his left arm to push Anjuru's arm out of the way and did a quick jab with his right fist. Anjuru managed to lean back from the jab and then took a full step back so Gaizan wouldn't be able to use his off balance to easily score another 3 points. Gaizan didn't let up on the pressure as he matched Anjuru's step and went for an elbow strike to the jaw. Anjuru ducked around the strike and drew back his left fist to land a hit on Gaizan's hip. Yet as Anjuru punched, Gaizan's right leg came up again and blocked the punch. Gaizan then rotated his entire upper body and rammed his right elbow into Anjuru's exposed shoulder. As Gaizan's elbow hit, Anjuru nearly fell to the ground, only saving himself from an ippon by using his tail to keep himself from falling. Kendo quickly raised her right arm and said, "Yuko, Hisahito." 3-4. Gaizan brought his right elbow out of Anjuru's shoulder and dropped his leg to the ground. With only a nod, Gaizan walked back to his starting location. He looked over at Anjuru. Could he have easily won this fight? Sure. His multiple quirks made it hard for an even fight, and he had promised himself only to use them in life and death situations. He was trying to forget about his past, but he wasn't emotional enough to not rely on force multiplier and hyper regeneration when he needed to. Moreover, he wanted to give as fair of a fight as possible to his classmates, because if All for One in the League of Villains attacked Class 1 again, they need to know what they could do against a stronger opponent. Up in the stands, Class 1 all became confused after the initial announcement of Gaizan's challenge had been made. Even more so as the fight continued. Gaizan could have easily won against Anjuru, but he had been the one to issue the challenge. What is Hisahito doing? Anjuru is clearly the better martial artist. Mina said they had all seen how trained Anjuru was. He spent hero classes training his forms and practicing against a dummy. "Yeah, it's not like he issued any kind of challenge to me," Kirishima said, a little disappointed that Gaizan hadn't, thinking that Gaizan didn't see him as enough of a challenge to do so. "I think he did," Momo said, with a shake of her head. "Kirishima, you're a bare-knuckle fighter. A street fighter if you prefer the term. The rules for the tournament are similar to street fights. Anything goes, victor takes all." Kirishima looked back at Momo and nodded. I don't exactly have a fighting style. I just throw attacks and hope they do damage. With my quirk, I can tank most damage so I don't exactly have to deal with dodging or blocking." He didn't have any formal training. He mainly just relied on his quirk to make for that. Yet Gaizan had been a good counter against his quirk, so he tried to do something differently, but it didn't work out too well in the end. Neither does Hisahito. At least I don't think he does. He seems to have some training, but nothing beyond the basics from what I can see. His quirk turns attacks into strength, so he went bare knuckle against you. Not worrying about defense, just attack, trading blows until either one of you falls down. But Anjuru has martial arts training, a balance between defense and attacking. By going martial arts rules, points are awarded by attack landing, meaning Hisahito can't simply tank hits. He's doing a complete 180 from his fight against Kirishima, Momo explained. So won't that mean Hisahito has had a lot of training, being able to fight different styles? Jiru asked. While Anjuru was obviously well-trained, Gaizan was no slouch. Yet his method of fighting was more unrefined, as if he was relying on raw talent, something that could only take a fighter or pro hero so far. Her point is that Hisahito is providing his opponents the opportunity to win. Ilda interjected. He said the main reason for the festival is for us to learn about ourselves, see where we fly and where we fall. Kirishima is a bare-knuckle fighter, so Hisahito fought with those rules. Anjuru is a martial artist. Hisahito is fighting by those rules, and it does seem he had some form of training, if only a little. He's fighting by his opponent's rule set. Why? So he can prove he's better, Denki said. Because of his actions during the USJ, members of Class 1A deeply respect Gaizan. But if he truly thought he was better than all of them, like a different member of Class 1A, he thought he was better than others, even at their own game, maybe he wasn't as humble as they thought he was. Momo gave her answer, possibly, but that's not Hisahito. He's giving his opponent a chance to see for themselves, to fight by their rule set and see how they fare against an opponent stronger than them. What? Kirishima asked. He knows his quirk, understands quite well, and that makes him dangerous. Think about it. His quirk turns his opponent's strength into his own, which can make him a bit overpowered. His power level is determined by his opponents. We all understand it a bit. If he went into every fight at 100%, he would surely win. So he's making himself a target, a lesson, allowing us to test ourselves against a stronger opponent. As Ilda said, he's allowing us to see our strengths and learn our weaknesses. Or as Hisahito would probably say, as iron sharpens iron, strength builds more strength, or something like that. Momo said, he's not fighting, he's got him teaching. He's making himself a brick wall, so we can see F432 King closed we are to breaking through. Bakugo restated Momo's explanation. My guess is if Sato had won, Gaizan would issue a challenge similar to a boxing match. Momo said, looking at her classmates for clarification. She's right, my training was mainly a form of boxing. Sato said with a small nod. And with internships happening after this, he's also allowing his opponents to show their strength. Hilda said, that way we can show the hero and the world who we are. Ochako said as everyone turned their attention back to the arena. Ochako shook her head a bit. Gaizan wasn't relying on raw talent, he was trained. Possibly more trained than any member of Class 1A, and it all came from living the life he had. He wasn't the type of guy to simply walk in and win. That much was clear from how Gaizan had handled the obstacle course. All because he knew who he was and how strong he was. He didn't have some grand delusion of who he was. He was letting others show off their quirks. But in the end, Gaizan would remind them how far they had to go by putting them in their place. That wasn't to stay. Gaizan was limiting himself for fun or to prove how strong he was. No, he was being like a whetstone against iron. He was allowing his classmates to go all out against him, to sharpen their skills and learn how to improve their quirks. He wanted to see them all become the best heroes they could become. Gaizan knew Class 1A was going to figure it out eventually. He could see it in Ajiru's eyes and how he fought. Ajiru knew there was a lesson to learn, and was working on figuring out what that lesson was, as he knew Gaizan could easily power up with all the energy he had absorbed and end the matches quickly. But that momentary lapse in focus allowed Gaizan to force Ajiru's arms down and then knee him in the ribs. Ajiru stumbled back and once again used his tail to keep himself from falling to his knees. Wazari, Anjiro, 14:12. Match point, Kendo said, raising her right arm. The two got up and walked up to their places. As they got to their stance, Gaizan looked at Ajiru and said, why do you try something new this time? Ajiru cocked his head a bit to show his confusion, but then was drawn back into the fight as Kendo said, fight. Gaizan was all for helping his classmates grow. He knew better than most what kind of people they would face and they needed to grow rapidly. But parting of learning was a failure, so that didn't mean he was going to give them a free pass. They would have to earn their victories. Gaizan smirked as he rushed forward. Ajiru blocked Gaizan's initial punch and jumped over the leg sweep. However, he didn't anticipate Gaizan rotating a full 360 degrees and going for a kick on his temple. Ajiru barely managed to step back and felt a strong breeze go across his face. Ajiru realized that for the last few fights, Gaizan was slowly building the amount he used his quirk, and with it being the last fight, Gaizan was going to make Ajiru earn his last point. Ajiru steeled his mind as he got in close and threw a combo of jab and thrust. Yet Gaizan expertly deflected and blocked every single attack. Ajiru began attacking Gaizan's leg, but Gaizan was quick with his footwork. Just watching how fast Gaizan's legs were moving was making Ajiru feel nauseous. Ajiru took a step back and this gave him a moment to think about what Gaizan had said, to try something different. But he was winning because he was sticking to his martial arts training. Then again, Gaizan was not far behind in point and was easily holding his own against Ajiru. Gaizan's fight against Kirishima might have been an unstoppable force against an immovable object. This fight was about basics, or so Ajiru thought. Ajiru thought about how Gaizan had started the fight. His stance was unorthodox, but as soon as Ajiru scored the first point, Gaizan's stance, his movement, and his style began more refined. Ajiru then thought about the whole fight, and he realized with every point he scored, Gaizan's fighting style began to become more and more refined. It was as if Ajiru was fighting a series of bosses that became more and more difficult every time he won. That's what Gaizan was teaching. Ajiru was slowly facing harder and harder versions of Gaizan. And it had taken him this long to get to this version of the boss fight. And who to say that the version of Gaizan he was fighting was the strongest? The way Gaizan fought at the USJ and held back the Namu told Ajiru hadn't reached the final boss, so to speak. With that in mind, Ajaru knew he had to try something new to beat this level of Gaizan. Yet what he could do that was different, he had been mainly going punches and kicks. Then it dawned on him that he had only been using his tail for defense. With that in mind, Ajaru deflected Gaizan's right hook and then planted his feet, then putting all his weight behind the attack. Ajaru spun around and swung his tail at Gaizan. He might have expected Gaizan to block his attack. What he was not expecting was for Gaizan to grab hold of his tail and stop the attack dead in its tracks. Gaizan looked down at Ajaru's tail and smiled. Ajaru was trying something new. He was starting to see what he had to change. With that in mind, Gaizan spun Ajaru around and drew back his right fist. Ajaru stopped himself before he spun too much with a smirk, only to realize he had accidentally stopped to be perfectly facing Gaizan straight on. Perfect for Gaizan to plant his foot and lean into his punch. Ajaru's eye went wide as Gaizan's fist got in close, but then it suddenly stopped an inch from his chest. Ajaru let out a sharp breath, but then Gaizan's fist gained a biblical glow and it planted itself into the middle of Ajaru's chest. Gaizan didn't put much energy into the attack, but enough for Ajaru to fly back a bit. He managed to catch himself with his tail before his back hit the ground, but Gaizan was quickly upon him. Gaizan dropped down and swept his leg under Ajaru and knocked his tail out from under him. This resulted in Ajaru falling to the floor. Ajaru's head hit the ground, and through the ringing in his ears, he heard, Ippen Hisahito 15-40. Hisahito wins. Ajaru sighed. He had been challenged to a martial arts fight and had lost. Hey, you did pretty good. You only lost by 1 point, Gaizan said, sticking his hand out. Yeah, but you don't have any martial arts training, Ajaru said, accepting the hand and got pulled to his feet. I have my blue belt in Krav Maga, but decided to try something else instead of trying to get my brown or black belt. Gaizan wasn't lying. He did have a blue belt in Krav Maga. He left out the fact it only took him 2 years to get it, along with the fact he had also studied Wing Chun and Muay Thai, being ranked red belt and purple with white respectively. Well, thanks for the opportunity to fight you this way. It was fun, Ajaru said as they walked off the platform and up on the tunnels. As Ajaru had trained in martial arts since gaining his tail, it had been well since he had a good fight against an opponent that was able to go toe-to-toe with him. And with Gaizan's unique fighting style, he had been able to discover a new hole in Ajaru's defenses. Our fight has given me some stuff to think about. Always be going for a new angle, Gaizan said with a nod. Now I have Uraraka next. He was ready for this fight as it had been a long time coming. Well, at least since the USJ. After that fight was over, no matter the outcome, some questions were going to be answered. You think Uraraka is going to win against Bakugo? Ajaru said as they walked into the hallway and made their way to the Class 1A seating area. While Ochako had a massive heart and many had seen how competitive she could be, Bakugo had demonstrated his power, and behind Todoroki and Gaizan, he was at the top of the class. He was a strong fighter with a strong quirk and willpower. Anyone would struggle against him, and with his intelligence, Class 1A won't be surprised he could find a way to counter Gaizan and his broken quirk. Want to make a bet? 1,000 yen says she wins, Gaizan said, holding out his hand as if he were offering a business deal to be agreed upon. Ajaru looked down at Gaizan's hand and then locked eyes with him. Ajaru tried to read Gaizan's thoughts, but Gaizan's eyes never darted off or blinked. He had full faith in Ochako to win the fight, but faith to one man can be seen as delusion by another. So Ajaru took Gaizan's hand and shook and said, Deal. If Bakugo and Uraraka could make their way to their waiting room, their fight will begin in 5 minutes. And thank you, Kendo, for your assistance, Midnight said as Kendo handed the microphone back to the modern arts teacher. Kendo bowed to Midnight, then walked down the platform and disappeared into the tunnel opposite of Gaizan and Ajaru. She walked back to her class, where she found Monomer wrapped in vine, with several over his mouth. He was screaming, that much was obvious, and trying to break free. He wanted to demand from Kendo why she had agreed to Gaizan's challenge. Why had she swooped so low to do so? Yet Kendo didn't give him any reaction as she calmly walked back to her seat and sat down. Shoto leaned over to her. Can you never leave again? You're only one fast enough to knock him out. Kendo just smirked as she gave a nod. Gaizan and Ajaru shortly arrived back at Class 1A's seating area, and as they walked in, everyone's eyes fell on Gaizan. He looked over at his classmates and said, So any of you have anything to say? Yeah, you are teaching me. You weren't bringing yourself down to my level, but trying to bring me up to yours. Thanks, I guess, Kirishima said. Then sunk a bit into his chair and mumbled, I still lost though. Hearing this, Gaizan walked over and sat behind Kirishima. He then leaned forced and looked down at the arena as he said, You did, but remember you were able to find a different angle. You knew your normal way of fighting wasn't going to work, so you looked for a way around my quirk. You used your brain instead of your muscles. Thanks, Kirishima said, nodding at the compliment. He held his head a bit higher. He might have lost, but even in that small fight, he found new ways to fight and win. He could see that simply bulldozing his way through problems wasn't always going to work. So who do you think will win? Mina asked, pointing up at the jumbotron that had Bakugo and Achako's pictures. Bakugo had a scowl on, while Achako tried to give her best serious look. Maybe Gaizan knew how much of a marshmallow Achako was, but Achako's forced serious face didn't look that intimidating. Well, Hisahito already bet me 1,000 yen Uraraka will win, Ajaru said as he sat down in his chair and rolled his right shoulder a bit. While Gaizan has used his quirk behind ramming his elbow into Ajaru's shoulder, there was still quite a bit of force behind. He was starting to think he should get Recovery Girl to take a look at it before the day was done. And I'm willing to make that bet with everyone, Gaizan said. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. Maybe he was a bit. Had he always been like that? Or had Namu knocked a few brain cells loose? It was anyone's question as Gaizan didn't talk about his life before UA much. Momo laughed a little as she created a notepad and pencil. At the top, she wrote Bakugo and Achako's names, then divided the paper. Under Achako's column, she wrote Gaizan's name and then 1,000 yen next to it. All right, Hisahito for 1,000 in favor Uraraka. I say 500 yen for Uraraka, Kirishima said. Everyone turned to him and looked like he was crazy too. Well, at least he wasn't betting as much as Gaizan. But he was still betting in favor of Achako. Haven't you trained against Bakugo? Denki asked. Kirishima often had bruises and scratches after training with Bakugo. He had become a usual at Recovery Girl's office because of that, more than Achako when she first started training with One for All. Yeah, but if Hisahito believes in her, I will too, Kirishima said. He had been right about Izuku, a person he objectively knew less about, and Gaizan was always passing along inside in class. So maybe he knew something about Achako that the rest of Class 1 had missed. Everyone looked at Hisahito with a similar thought. He had proven he was smart academically and within combat. He was almost among the top scorers within the class, save for modern art history, and during training he was always at the forefront of the lessons, and he had held him together during the USJ attack, while everything and everyone else was falling apart. However, he wasn't the one going against Bakugo, whose overwhelming power made everyone else bet on him, though Ilda and Todoroki chose to abstain. Ilda stated it was unfit for heroes to gamble, and Todoroki just gave a cold shoulder. So either Hisahito and Kirishima are going to owe us 1,500 yen each, or they are going to be very rich, Jiru said, looking at Momo's notepad. She looked down at the bets. Most were reasonable, but then she landed on Momo's. Did you really have to put 10 million yen? Yeah, Momo. Is that bad? Momo asked. Looking over the notepad in her hand, she noticed what Jiru meant. There was a stark difference between her bet and the rest of the classes. Well, the next highest bet is 10,000 yen, and that's from Aoyama, Jiru said, jabbing over her shoulder at the French sparkling fountain. Should I change it? Momo asked, being a bit embarrassed over her bet. Perhaps growing up in a wealthy family had shifted her perspective on money. No, too late, you already wrote it down, Kirishima said, snatching the notepad from Momo so she couldn't change her bet. This caused Gaizan to lean forwards and whacked him up alongside the head. Oh, what was that for? Just because we agree on the win doesn't mean you can be greedy, Gaizan said as he leaned back into his seat. So in total, Uraraka has 1,500 yen and Bakugo has 10,050,000 yen, Momo said as Kirishima humbly handed the notepad back. She shouldn't have bet all that money. Maybe Gaizan would let her change it. Yet as she looked over her shoulder, and despite not looking directly at her, Gaizan was giving her a look. No, changing her bet would be unhonorable. Momo lowered the notepad into her lap and then turned to look down at the arena. Hey Kirishima, do you want to go out for matcha after this? Gaizan said, as he folded his arms and leaned a bit back more. Now who's being greedy? Denki said, grinning at Gaizan. I'm just being optimistic. Either way, I'm going out for matcha, Gaizan said, leaning his head back and closing his eyes as he looked up at the sky. He wanted to test something. He already knew how this fight was going to go, so he wondered how well he would be able to follow it if he could follow Bakugo and Achako's quirk signature alone. And just in time as Present Mike announced, if Bakugo and Uraraka could make their way to the arena. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.